is very hot, but that's not, shouldn't be, that shouldn't be an issue. Come on. I'm just gonna leave here just for a second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna try to get this settled down here so we can have a great viewing pleasure. I apologize.
Sorry. Stream has died on GT5 Gaming's end. Be back hopefully with coverage. I don't play any music or will be singing anything. Let's hold the line and enjoy this lovely picture in the meantime.
Alright, so I do apologize, everybody. It seems like we've got that sorted out, hopefully. We'll find out shortly. But in the meantime, I'm just going to do what I do. Production team is quickly on it, so we apologize about the delay. But driver swap has happened here, so 8 hours of the race has commenced here. We're a little past that point now, obviously, as the drivers are out on track. Pardon me. And we have our race leader here from Esports Race Asylum 44 GTR out in the lead, a minute and a half ahead of our second place team here. The defending champions, the ORT Dodge Viper here, currently being piloted by Sturt Fonseca. In third place, we have a higher place here. He is in the Sector 7 Racing Aston Martin 764 car. We've got the Team Grid Life car, the number 3 car here, currently sitting in 4th place. We have in 5th place here, I don't recognize the driver, so I just couldn't see the car here for a moment, is what I'm waiting for. It looks like the Project Platypus Racing BMW here, currently being piloted by Melvin. We've got the GT Finland Racing GTR here in 6th place currently. Some smaller gaps here, so we'll keep an eye on that. We've got Total Wolf here in the Elamar? I think so. Aston Martin here. We've got the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin in 8th place here as well, piloted by Jake. We've got Shred here in the Last Minute Racing GTR, the number 45 car. We have Jack, so it is, in the Apex Hunting Racer BMW, and that is by far a very flashy car there. Looks like it drove through a big spill of paint at high speed. Fantastic stuff. We've got Antonio in the Sector 7 Esports car here. Very tough day and tough start here for the number 5 car, as this is our current championship points leader here, but it seems like they have dug in and they're going to see what they can do from here. There's still plenty of race left. We still have 16 hours of racing left here, so definitely not down and out, but they're definitely going to have to grit their teeth and really dig into this race here now to see what they can do with it. We've got a True Serum here in 12th place currently. And they're in the Sector 7 Mercedes. It took me just a hot minute there to realize which car that was. And we've got the other Race Asylum car here, the BMW, in 13th place currently. And I'm just trying to figure out who we're missing here. We're missing the Project Platypus McLaren, from what I can see here. So we did start with 14 drivers, and we're down to 13 here apparently. So that means there were some issues here for our McLaren team, and it has been an interesting day, plagued full of mysterious mechanical failures for whichever team that they've plagued here so far today. Of course, mistakes, and we've seen some good crashes, and we've seen some good battles. So we're going to kind of start to key in and look around the racetrack, see what we can find here. As we can see, it is now very firmly planted in evening dark conditions, and the track will change now for these races as well. So they're coming in fresh with what information has been passed on from the driver that was in the car before him. But as the track continues to get into the darker conditions, of course, that means that the track is also changing. So we are seeing cooler temperatures, which means that the track is going to have maybe some more disadvantages in the dark than we're going to see advantages as we've seen at the start of the race. Your visual references are limited, you're at high speeds, and they're doing the best that they can for these racing headlights and endurance lights on these cars. But the track is also not going to hold the same as it did a couple hours ago when the track was in quote optimal conditions. So the drivers are going to have some adversity to face. They're going to have to settle into these cars. They're really going to have to pay attention to what the cars are doing underneath of them. Alright, just make sure everything's working properly. Sorry, we had a little bit of a technical malfunction on my end here. Getting ready for stint number 5 here, and as we can see our race leader navigating around, I believe, one of the Sector 7 cars. That is at the Mercedes. It is the Mercedes. So making his way around the current 12th place position driver here on track in a blue flag situation. They're handled very well right before the Porsche curves as we come out in through and towards the Corvette S's here. Harlech with a 1.5 minute lead over Team ORT. ORT in second place very firmly. Got that Dodge Viper in good grip of this race here so far today. Nice little cushion for them in behind with a 1:43. And looking very solid here. The Dodge Viper looking very strong here at the 24-hour Le Mans this weekend. We've got a higher place in the Aston Martin Sector 7 764 car. Boomer car. I was just trying, it was right at the end of my tongue. I had to think about it for a second. Sector 7 Boomer car here. Currently sitting in third place, having a fantastic run here at Le Mans today as well. We've got the Grid Life number 3 Lexus here on the racetrack as well, currently being piloted by ERA's Lucas in fourth position, but has some pressure in behind. So let's stick with this here, as we've got 3 cars definitely within battling distance, and it looks like throughout the rest of the field we have 10 to 20 second gaps. So this is where the action is. Let's sit with it for a moment. And it is getting dark out, so it is getting hard to differentiate one car from the other, but we will do our best to keep everybody informed on which car is which here. And a little bit extra lighting put up from the track officials here to try and help us out a little bit up in the booth as well. But again, this just goes to show how much more difficulty the racers are dealing with here at Le Mans in the dark conditions. Now the track is going to be cooling down, which is going to make it slipperier. However, the one advantage to that should be that the drivers should be able to manage their tires maybe for a little extra distance if they choose to try and do so. The bigger question is, can they also do that with their fuel, or have they compensated, taking a smidge more fuel to try and stretch a tire life out, or are they very settled in and very happy with the strategies that they have set out in place? But it's really having some issues cooperating.
Keeps telling me that something's not working, but everything apparently is working, so we're just going to keep going.
We have not shut this off on our own YouTube channel yet. I don't want to take the risk of using extra resources on the computer at the moment to open another window. So if anybody is on the GT45 Gaming YouTube channel, please do head over to the International Racing Organization's channel on YouTube as well. Just put in at International Racing Organization, and it should pop right up with the logo of the stream and watch it there. Please, that'd be fantastic. Once we're happy that the stream isn't going to cause any more issues, we will go and, of course, unlist that so we can't be seen on my channel. But just working around the complications here right now. So let's keep moving through the field here, as Melvin is just on the outside edge of that slipstream right now. So keeping in mind that fourth place is only 3.4 seconds in behind third place currently, so there's potential podium battle looming there as well. And we're just going to take a quick peek at sixth place here for a second, just make sure nothing's brewing back there. But I guess the bigger question is, does Melvin want to attack immediately here, or does he want to maybe tuck in behind that number 3 car and give a little nudge here and there for maybe a next, say, 2, 3, 4 laps, settle into the conditions of the racetrack, settle into the driver's stint as well into the car, and potentially maybe gain that time a little bit quicker, and instead of having a potential one-way battle for fourth place between the two of them, there's a potential 3-way battle for that final podium position here currently, a little past 8 hours in. I do apologize. Apparently I've got a frog in my throat. We've been off the mic for too long here. It's only been a couple of weeks, but here we are. So again, for those of us that are just tuning in, welcome in. I'm your host for the next couple hours, GT45 Gaming. Welcome to the International Racing Organization, and we are 8 hours and roughly about 15 minutes into racing conditions here in our 24 hours of Le Mans. So lots of racing action yet to come to everybody this weekend. This thing is only just beginning. This is the part of the race, the mid part of the race, where the toughest conditions of the race essentially currently are, as there's no inclement weather in the forecast here for the 24 hours, so we shouldn't have to worry about Mother Nature throwing any curveballs essentially into the race. Nothing major anyways. So it's going to come down to driver skill, sheer pace around this very, very fast and technical racetrack through the kind of French countryside. But it poses a problem here in the evening hours and the darkening hours leading into sunrise, because the track changes, the wind typically changes quite a bit, and is going to make things different for these racers. They're going to have to make constant adjustments. Their focus has to be 110% sharp, and if I'm not mistaken, most likely that there is a competency test done in between preparation week for the races that does prove driver competency in the evening hours. Of course, always safety is of the utmost priority for the racers, so the tracks do have rules in place for these types of things. So in a real life situation, the only drivers that would be allowed currently in this condition in a 24-hour race would be drivers that are certified for this particular event by officials based off of training sessions, qualifying sessions, free laps, etc., specifically designed for nighttime driving. And if you are not an approved driver by the track officials in that particular event, you will not be allowed to be put behind the wheel of that race car in the dark conditions. So these are the drivers essentially that are certified, safe, and competent of driving in the more extreme conditions. So these drivers have the toughest part of the race, and it's not going to be due to necessarily rain. It's going to be just due to the changing track conditions and cooling weather. As your tires start to wear down, that does tend to make it a little more slippery, and that's when we're going to see those smaller mistakes start to come into play. So it should be an interesting stint number 5 here for the next couple hours, I think, and it's nice to see that we still got some good active potential battles here on the racetrack this early into the race essentially as well. We're not even halfway through, so let's rock, let's roll, let's keep the tires rolling, and let's see what this high class field of drivers has in store for us as we continue on this weekend. So we got a penalty here from VQS Melvin here, and that is an ideal situation right now for the number 3 car, as the Project Platypus BMW is going to be held up slightly here, having to serve that penalty. She's going to slow him down about a second and just pull him out of the slipstream range, cost him a little bit of momentum here from the number 3 car, but at 1.4 seconds we've seen at the beginning of the stint here, and he's slowly but surely managed to close himself up to a point there where he is ready to start potentially battling with the Grid Life number 3 car. However, penalty has slightly changed that for maybe a lap or two. We'll have to see how it plays out, but currently Melvin now back in chase mode here on the number 3 Grid Life car. So the cars that are in battle are the cars that are getting the love here right now early on, as we also settle into the race here for the first time as well in the group this weekend. So appreciate everybody tuning in. We always appreciate the support here at the International Racing Organization, and definitely don't forget to hit that like and share button for us. It's one free thing that you can all do to help the page grow until more awesome racing teams of what's going on here. The more interest, the more racing, that means the more entertainment for everybody at home. That means, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, that means all you great men and women at home watching. So we appreciate everybody, and again, this battle's starting to kind of develop back in here, slowly but surely. We've got the Project Platypus BMW creeping in on that Lexus, so in my opinion, pretty equal cars, I think, under these conditions at this racetrack, knowing how both these cars kind of operate and where their optimums and not so optimums are kind of designed into the cars. Obviously the BMW has one advantage over the Lexus, but Lexus has one advantage over the BMW, which essentially dead evens these two cars out. As far as what you got to do to get the maximum out of these cars is pretty close to the same, that the way the cars are needed to be driven to get into their maximum power output. So this is going to be a great battle here if that's what they decide to do, or if they decide to work together, it could work out very, very well for them to close in on that Aston Martin up in front, driven by higher place right now. The Aston Martin has one very massive advantage over both these cars. Chasing in behind right now is one-on-one. It has an insane amount of speed on exit. It has a crazy throttle input to it. It will just roar out of the exit of the corner. It will just take off on you. Where it lacks is in the very top end of that car where its maximum power output is, and that's where the Lexus and the BMW will close back in on that Aston Martin. So this is a little game of cat and mouse right now between these three manufacturers on the racetrack, and as we head up to Mulsanne, it's it's hard to say what's going to happen here. So we do have a intentional pass looking like it's going to happen here, and it is going to happen there. It's not going to see any fight from the number 3 car here, and that's probably smart not to cost them any unnecessary time. And it is a positional change here as the Project Platypus BMW now moves up into 4th place, putting this number 3 car down into 5th place here. So very early in the race, doesn't seem like that was a very big panic move there on the part of either one of those two drivers. It was a position, very clean positional swap, and maybe cost a couple tenths of a second on the 3rd place driver, higher place in the Aston Martin from the Boomer car up in front. So very interesting. Let's see if the BMW maybe has just a smidge more pace than the Lexus now in behind, and see if that helps close both these race teams up into the 3rd position car here. So we are going to stay with this, however, and are now going to move up into the Project Platypus BMW, as they were, of course, the ones to just grab a position there. So let's put that camera up on that beautiful car and see what we can of it in the dark here anyways, and continue as now Melvin charging in on towards higher place. So it's also keeping in mind it was 3.4 seconds when we really started sitting in on this battle here. That gap is now down to 1.4 and closing on the 3rd place driver, so very quickly becoming a 3-way battle for 3rd place. And you know, smart decision making sometimes really can pay off for racers and a race team. And oh boy, we have a massive mistake from behind there, and it looks like the number 3 Grid Life car had a moment on the racetrack there and a spin. So let's take another look at that here as we're coming in through the Indianapolis sector and coming around the corner. Everything looks good, gets a little bit wider, oh, and catches the wall on the exit there. You can see that car absolutely just take a jolt, and definitely some damage on that race car there for the number 3 car. So that is highly unfortunate there for the Grid Life car, and it's going to pull him out of that battle here for potential podium position, but also currently for 4th place. So we'll have to see if they make a pit stop here. If I had to guess, based off the nature of the racetrack today, that is definitely going to be an unscheduled pit stop here, but we'll have to wait and see what they choose to do. So now on board with our 3rd place car here, the 764 Aston Martin from the Sector 7 Racing Boomer team. It is a higher place here in 3rd position, but boy, he is starting to feel the heat as he's about to potentially move to a lower place here and maybe find himself down in the 4th place before the end of this lap. So the pressure is coming from the Project Platypus BMW in behind, and boy, it is definitely mounting as it's now within a car length separating these two manufacturers here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans from the International Racing Organization. So let's keep at it here. We're definitely not going to want to miss, and we are seeing that pit stop coming from the number 3 Lexus car. Definitely suspected we would see that there. They're going to get that car fixed up. Probably no tires, no fuel, and just get it back out as quickly as they can and grind in and try to make that time back up. So going to cost them a couple of positions definitely here on the racetrack with that pit stop, but not take them out of the race by any stretch of the imagination. It is what it is. We've seen that happen from the number 5 car earlier in the race here today as well, in the exact same part of Indianapolis there. And again, we did speak on your visual references being hindered in the dark here. And in the French countryside, it definitely gets dark in certain parts of this racetrack, so highly unfortunate there. But these racers are pros. They'll dig in and they'll do everything they can to continue to just try and push forward. And that's why we're out here. That's why we race. But it is a nice move there from Project Platypus. And let's go take a look. A second look. It's a little tough, but it's just a good, clean, very decisive, very smart move up the Mulsanne here. Got that slipstream, used the momentum advantage from the slipstream to go ahead and get on past that Aston Martin, tuck up in front, get back on the racing line, make sure he got through the first chicane there and move up the second Mulsanne. So textbook maneuver there from the Project Platypus BMW, now up into 3rd position here as Melvin is on the fast track upward here, 1 minute 51 seconds to 2nd place. And we're going to sit with this just for a moment longer here and see if we're going to see a response come, of course, from the Sector 7 Aston Martin. Yes, sorry JP, I'm just checking. I'm just catching up with the chat here, so I do apologize to all the teams that are waiting to see where their drivers are at very early on in the stint here. I mean, we can jump here. At this point, if we're going to see a hard battle, it's going to be much of the same thing, I think. So let's get back into our field here. We'll head down into what's now a 5th place here, our GT Finland car here as well, the GTR. 13.5 seconds in behind that current battle we've been watching here for the last, I would say, sorry, 10 minutes probably now, and 27 seconds ahead of Total Wolf. Total Wolf here in, not sure which car it is actually, to be honest with you, without seeing it, so we'll just wait for a second. It's Loose Moose Racing, Aston Martin 35 car here, currently sitting in 6th place, and that is where the number 3 Lexus ended up coming out 1.7 seconds in behind, so that has kind of closed up the mid-pack a little bit here, so there's a little bit of motivation potentially for some of these drivers that were in that mid-pack chasing that front pack. P1R Project 1 Racing's Jake here in 8th place, only 7.9 seconds in behind those two as well, so that you can see some taillights off in the distance there. It gives you a little bit of extra energy and extra motivation sometimes, so it could be a good thing or a bad thing, but we'll see how they handle that. We got Jack from Apex Hunting Racing here, the 69 BMW, sitting 27 seconds in behind Jake from Project 1, but he is feeling the heat here from our pole sitters and the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR, so bear with me, JP, I promise we are getting there, and these guys are just having some good battles here, so we got to make sure we're checking this out on the way through. I apologize, I'm getting there, I promise. Alright, so again, are we going to see the battle here, or are we going to see a little bit of cooperation? 27 seconds is a big gap, so well-played cooperation in this sense can start to close that gap. And then again, the question is, how long can you continue that cooperation before maybe hindering another driver? But at the moment, we're not seeing any immediate pressure here, so we'll get through these very, very difficult corners here and see which one of these two gets out on the power better. And it does potentially look like that GTR got a good run there, but you see him pull out of the slipstream potentially there, so not in a hurry, I don't think at the moment to look for that position. So we've got Antonio here in the number 5 Lexus, our championship points leaders, 29 seconds in behind that battle, half-second penalty there, so that's going to slow him down a little bit with the True Serum in the Sector 7 Mercedes here, 34 seconds in behind them, and then our RA black car, there you go, JP. Again, sorry for the delay for getting through the field, everybody. Blue Racer currently behind the wheel here is, let me bear with here, roughly about a lap and a half in behind 12th place currently, give or take, give or take. Ooh, night stints, yeah, this always changes things a little bit, so we've had some interesting, like I said, some interesting things already happening in this race. We've had mysterious malfunctions from racers due to heat exhaustion is most likely the cause, and that has most certainly turned some upside down races for some of these teams as well, and some teams that are in a shocking position than we may be used to if we've been watching all season long, like our championship points leaders, currently the number 5 Sector 7 Lexus, facing some adversity here today at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This isn't the first time, however, they've been in a position where they've been down at the back of the pack. They've been having to dig in and fight back, but however, with that being said, I believe this is probably the biggest deficit I think they've had all season long in that situation, so definitely an adversity moment here, I think, for the number 5 car here in the early-ish stages at this point now of this 24-hour race, closing in on about 8.5 hours in race time at this point. So nice little battle here between the Grid Life car and the Loose Moose Racing 35 Aston Martin here now. That gap within a second of each other, and again the number 3 car feeling a little bit of heat here from in behind. So Lucas now trying to hold off the charge from Total Wolf, and just breaking the slipstream there coming out of that sector. So in a sense, it's a great thing there for the 3 car, because the top end of that Lexus will outweigh the Aston Martin by the end of the straightaway, gaining maybe another 10th or 2, because when they come out of the corner here, the Indianapolis sector, that Aston Martin is going to have a much faster acceleration rate than that Lexus, and will most certainly gain some of that time back. And it's just kind of like I said, a give and take toss up, but it's a rocket ship coming out of the corners, that Aston Martin, and is most certainly one of its power advantages here at Le Mans. It gets down the straights very, very quickly, however, though it does kind of run out of steam at the top end of its top speed here, so that is of course the disadvantage in the situation. But how the driver opts to use the pros and cons of each of the manufacturers that they're driving here today really does make a difference here as well. Understanding the machinery, the conditions of the track, and how the machinery is going to operate under those conditions, and where you just can't put the car, where you can't push it past. So I mean, these drivers are adapting and learning that right now. Good healthy battle. Ooh, great pole. Can number 5 get a top 5 finish up in the YouTube here, everybody? Definitely would like to see what all you guys and gals think at home there. Don't hesitate to take a vote. Definitely, again, one of those quick things to do. And I'm not gonna lie, if you're viewing right now, I know that screen's up in your face, and if you want to get rid of it, all you got to do is just make your selection and it goes away. So little free tip there for everybody as well. Total Wolf here is 2.2 seconds here, so the grid life car looks like he's settling back in, getting into a rhythm here and starting to open a gap up a little bit. So the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here, however, making some distance, so 6.4 seconds now as well. So let's sit with currently Jake behind the wheel of the team car, as he continues to try and bleed away some of that time. So we'll sit with Jake here for a couple of sectors here on the racetrack, and then we'll go see what we see. Trying to keep up with some of the comments that are coming in here as the broadcast runs on here. There's so many of them, it's so hard to keep up with everything. But fantastic stuff. Definitely appreciate everybody hanging out with us here, and definitely keep talking amongst yourselves. Let us know where you're watching from here today as well. We always love to know where everybody's watching from. The beautiful thing about YouTube is you can literally be in the living room from anywhere around the world and be connected with somebody from as far away as possible as you could ever imagine, and still enjoy a good moment or a good piece of entertainment or a good conversation with them, just like they were sitting on the couch right beside you. So definitely let us know where you're viewing from as well, everybody. We really appreciate that, and it's really cool to know where everybody's watching from. So I am broadcasting. I am a Canadian, so I am broadcasting from Canada here today. I'll even get it started. All right, so Jake here looking good, 5.5 seconds, and he continues to close in. So he opened that, or closed that gap, pardon me, by roughly about 8.5 tenths of a second here, as he continues to work in towards the 6th and 7th place battle here. Alright, Jack from AHR has Shred still tucked just in behind here, and this is very evident, not a situation where the 45 car is necessarily looking to get around the 69 car, not looking for that immediate get around. Maybe that the 45 car feels it's right on point with the driver piloting the 69 car right now, and maybe that's what they're trying to do here, is try to close in on Jake. But they're not necessarily closing in, they're just maintaining that pace right now, but that does mean that they are closing in on drivers that, of course, Jake is closing in on. So it is working in a sense, they're just not closing in on the driver immediately in front of. So it's interesting to see how, would be interesting to see how, pardon me, the information is being transferred from the engineers behind the scenes. But unfortunately here for the 69 car, it does have a 1 second penalty that was just given from our track officials here, where Shred is nice and clean. So that's going to be very quickly the end of this silent partnership, as we can call it, or a friendship between opponents on the racetrack for the time being. And unfortunately there for the 69 car, that should allow the 45 car to be far enough ahead to actually even potentially break the slipstream here once he gets back up to speed, once that penalty served out of the Minneapolis sector. So tough break there for the 69 BMW, but we will stick with that here for the time being. If he can maybe find a way to open up another half a tenth or so on that 45 GTR, he may be able to come right back in behind and take advantage of a little bit of slipstream to help him get back up to that speed and race pace as well. So we're about to find out here as we enter the Indianapolis sector, and once we come around this corner here, we're going to see how it all plays out for the 69 car. He is going to lose the position, that much I do know. But how far behind that position is he going to be is the bigger question here. So it all comes down to the exit of Shred in behind, and we'll just give it a moment here to see what that gap works out to. And it is going to be just a little bit over that second mark here as they head and make their way down towards well, the final technical sector before heading towards Porsche curves here. Right, so Antonio is 28 seconds in behind that battle that we were just watching there for the championship car, the number 5 car here, our current championship points leader. They have about 5 minutes and 14 seconds behind the overall race leader, so I think he's picked off about 6 or 7 seconds here off the overall race leader so far in the stint. So moving forward, they got, you know, seems like they're digging in there. This is what that tells me. They're just you got to put in the laps right now. You're not going to do it. You're not going to close a 5-minute gap, you know, over a course of 3 or 4 or 5 laps. It's going to take hours of this race for them to get into a position where they may have a position to start battling for actual track positions up in the higher end of the field here. But we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out again, as the field is very strong, the season is progressing, and that means that the drivers are progressing, the teams are improving, they're changing their strategies. Living Room USA, love that. And as the teams grow and mesh and start to gel together and start to get the information and the cars dialed in better for these races, that means the competition is getting stronger and it's getting tighter and it's getting harder and harder to per se find an advantage over one team or another. So, and we just lost our GT Finland Racing car here due to what appears to be a mechanical failure or disconnect. I'm not sure what the issue is there, but definitely behind pit wall, and started with what I can confirm is 13 for sure. I'm pretty sure it was 14, down to 12 here, and plaguing issues here this weekend at Le Mans. But this racetrack is a very tough race, if not one of the toughest, if not the toughest race of the season here on the schedule from International Racing Organization. And Le Mans is known to not only break the machinery that is on it, trying to conquer it, has also been known to break the drivers behind the machinery as well. Maybe not physically, but most certainly potentially mentally, as it tests all your ability and all your skill as a racer to navigate a 24-hour Le Mans here. And any racer that is challenged to racetrack in real life, most certainly is a good chance you're going to hear those words come from their mouths, especially the older generation, who kind of paved the way for the newer generation of racers. I mean, they sacrificed a lot to make it as safe as it is today in comparison. So we definitely got to make sure that we pay our respects to those that paved the way, because without them we wouldn't have what we have necessarily today at the extent that we have it. As cars and technology continue to get better and faster, the engineers continue to adapt and make sure that it continues to stay safe enough to still have good quality entertainment with minimal complications, especially on a serious event. We'll just leave it at that. You know, that's for sure. Antonio here in 10th place. I mean, you know, back up in the top 10 here. So, I mean, they're definitely clawing. So, I mean, they're championship points leaders. It's not that this team definitely doesn't have what it takes to somehow, some way, find a way to claw back through strategy. Could potentially help, making some good calls, maybe some mistakes from the people in front that are chasing, having good, solid, consistent laps right now. There's a few factors that obviously play in and helping that charge back up to closing up positions. But, you know, if you can continue to do that, say over 4, 6, 8 hours of this race, now the last third of this race is a completely different race for that number 5 car again, and essentially that 24-hour race is now turning into an 8-hour race, and maybe they just didn't qualify well scenario, so they got to push harder through the field. Maybe we see a different number 5 car at that point, but right now they can't overthink things, they can't over push things. They just got to really make sure that they are not making any mistakes, as minimal as absolutely possible. Alright, the truth here in 11th place, we got Blue Racer in 12th position. Let's sit with our race leader. Let's jump on forward here for a moment. Let me go catch up with Chad, so we can see where everybody's hanging out. Very interesting pull. Well, definitely a little bit one-sided right now, but that can change very quickly, I think. know what I hit there. Let's not do that. Apparently a keyboard button works that I didn't know worked. Posted science. Alright, so here is Harlock here from the number 44 Esports Race Asylum ATR. Still pretty firmly in the lead here. I'm in 33 up the racetrack from Team ORT, our defending champions from last season, the first inaugural season here from the IRO. And it's been a tough season for our defending champs here this season. We'll move to their car here in a moment. We'll take a look here, but it looks like that we just had some blue flag situation navigated not too long ago from our race leader here as well. As I see a little bit of a glimmer of headlights in the background of the Mulsanne here. So as we head over to the ORT number 1 car, and number 1 of course signifying that they were the last season's champions as well, for those of us that are not wondering. If you see the number 1 car, that is the current defending champions of the championship, and currently sitting really nice in second place here. They decided to opt into a car change before, I believe it was the Monza last round. And the choice was bold. It was something that maybe a lot of people didn't expect to see coming out of a car change from one of the teams this season. They'd opted to go from the BMW to the Dodge Viper. Now, the Dodge Viper is and can be very underrated. It is an absolute speed demon, but that poses pretty big disadvantages in long distance racing for this car. And if a team can figure out how to overcome those, and I say significant disadvantages because when you compare it to its class, its Group 3 counterpart manufacturers, it's definitely got a couple of massive disadvantages in comparison, and one of them being fuel especially. So that's kind of the big trademark issue with the Dodge Viper. But you know, they're the defending champions, and they're proving that they're very bold and very competitive in this championship, and they want to start making up some of that ground from a slow start at the beginning of the season. So since they've gotten in that Viper, they've been showing some much improved results with the car, and currently today trying to find their way maybe into a race win here today to really get that momentum started to stir up in the paddock. So we got Melvin here now in third place. We've seen him grab 2 positions there, one on the number 3 Grid Life car, one on the number 764 Aston Martin, I don't say 20 or 30 minutes ago, to get themselves up into third place. So definitely on a tear here at Le Mans. It's a minute 15 behind that ORT Dodge Viper, which we're just sitting on board with. And they are fight for P8, I hear. Alright. Definitely a fight for P8. Got eyes and ears all over the racetrack. Gotta love it. Appreciate the heads up. Alright, so positional battle here as the Jack is defending from Shred here. And Shred is tucked in nice and tight. So Shred, remember, was ahead here after that penalty being served by the 69 BMW, say a couple laps ago. Clearly either maybe a return penalty on the 45 car, maybe that swapped this position, or then 69 BMW is just a little bit quicker than the 45 car and has just outright taken that position back. But now it's kind of back to where things were again, where the 69 car is in the lead of that 45 GTR chasing him behind. However, the 45 car looks a little more racy this time. It's not just maintaining that safe 6, 7, 8 tenths of a second gap to make sure it doesn't overrun in the braking, bump into the back end of 69, and also make sure that it can make its turn. And this looks like no, okay, let's get ready to play kind of mentality and attitude coming now from that 45 car. You can see him take a look, get some clean air, see if there's going to be a response here from the 69 driver. There is no response there, as he just keeps it nice and tight to the racing line, doesn't allow any room there for the last minute racing team to make an easy or maneuverable spot 4 position on that 69 car. So currently right now just applying the pressure here as a 45 car. He hasn't done anything to indicate that he is necessarily challenging for the position, but he's definitely playing a little bit here. There's some mind games going on between these two guys, and he is just tucked right in. He's got those headlights blaring. What's the gap between 12? Just bear with here. We are going to sit with this just for a moment. We'll get to that gap in just a second. Ooh, and there we go. We got a push. So I guess that solves that discussion there, as Shred deciding to give a little bump up into the end of the first Mulsanne here, and he's just going to stay tucked in. Alright, so it looks like we've got a the partnership back in play there. So we want to see the gap currently between 11th and 12th place, 5:59, 10:39. Currently 4 minutes and 40 seconds between 11th and 12th place. That 12th is currently last place. Alright, where were we? Finding battles. Let's keep looking. We're gonna flip through quick. Let's stick with this right here. Let's stick with the battle here between Total Wolf and Project One Racing Car here. So this is an interesting battle because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Total Wolf has actually gained a position on Jake here, or Jake is closing in on Total Wolf. I'm not exactly sure now. I can't remember off the top of my head for some reason. It happens. But the two Aston Martins are now within a second and a half of each other at this point here. So this is interesting because they're the same manufacturer car. They have the same power restrictions, weight restrictions. Really the only thing that the drivers can adjust on these cars are the brake bias, any traction control, any analog braking system, and of course the front and rear aerodynamic wings of these cars. That's it. That's all they can adjust. They can't do toes, they can't do cameras, they can't do roll bars, they can't do any of that fancy schmancy stuff with these cars like you would expect. There's very minimal tuning ability in the series, which means that really the big difference when you've got two cars two of the same manufacturers battling for position comes down to that slight variation in the setups potentially, and of course the pilot behind the wheel at the time in the battle. So this should be fun. We'll have to wait and see, but we're definitely seeing Jake close in bit by bit here on Total Wolf. So Jake does appear to be getting into not quite striking range here, but get within range to start applying pressure. Just a little more, about a lap and a third, Slugsy, yes sir. Lots of good battles here. It's actually really good, you know. Call it 45 minutes into 8 hours, 45 minutes now into the Le Mans race here, and I mean, we got very, very close, tight battles here. We still, I mean, to see 16-second and 20-second gaps at Le Mans essentially really isn't a ton of time. It's definitely not insurmountable. One mistake, one extra pit stop, and that very quickly negates that 20 seconds. Potentially you need about 45 seconds of a gap at that point, not even to lose the position. You have to make an unnecessary pit stop, say for a front nose clip or a rear wing. That's going to cost you, 40-ish seconds, give or take, in pit lane, depending on the extent of the damage repair that you need to take. But definitely in striking distance here now, as he's got about 0.4 of a second, so he's in range. He can pull himself in, he can choose to battle, he can choose to make a move, he can choose to tuck in and work with. But I suspect we're not going to see the latter of those options. I feel like he's slowly but surely been working hard at chipping in. He's got some pace. I feel like the Project One racing car currently is really in a set rhythm, and I don't think that driver wants to be following behind somebody. I kind of feel like that driver wants to get back into clean air and continue exactly in that flow, that rhythm around Le Mans here as he continues on. We've got the ORT Viper in pit lane for what appears to be a scheduled pit stop, and as I'm talking about that, we do see a move up the inside here, heading out of the second Mulsanne for position, and very smartly and wisely uncontested there by the Last Minute Racing number 35 car in behind there. A little bit of a squirrely exit there, so that's going to cost him a little bit of how close he was on the exit there, but as you can see, he's still tucked very deeply in the slipstream, still closing in on the Project One racing car, and I suspect that we may see maybe a silent partnership between the two Aston Martins here. I feel like Jake is just slightly faster than the current pilot in the 35 car, but not too much faster. So I feel like the 35 car can most certainly stay there with the Project One Racing, I believe it's number 20 car, as they continue around a racetrack, and this could actually work really well in their favor to start chipping away at that 12 to 13 second gap to Lucas in the Grid Life car up ahead. So we'll be keeping our eye on that here. Shred 33 seconds in behind that exchange we just seen for 6th place there. and the last minute racing. 45 car here, pole sitter, currently up in just outside of the top half of the field here, very solidly in the mid pack, but has that BMW 69 car still very tight in behind, and these two have not really left each other here pretty much for the duration of the stint. They came out very close together, they kind of been working together, they've been swapping positions, and I think it's not due to wanting the position. I think it's due to small things like this half-second penalty we see over the 69 car, maybe individual mistakes on the racetrack made. They are just doing what you would expect to do in a cooperation like this between a two-car train, and if one makes a mistake, the other one takes back the lead, not to cost itself time, and the other one closes back in and rinse and repeat, so to speak. Unfortunate there for the 69 cars, that penalty is going to draw him a little further off the back end of the 45 car there, and he's going to have to do a little bit of work to get back in the slipstream there. And I mean, at the end of the day, this is great news for Antonio. I mean, the gap was 28 seconds, now it's 17 seconds. He's been putting in sub 4-minute laps absolutely every time around this racetrack. He's in the 356s, 357s very solidly here, and holding currently the fastest lap of the session. I'm not sure what the overall fastest lap of the race is currently right now, but potentially that 356, 632 is a contender for it. And 15 seconds in closing here on those guys in behind. So at the rate that Antonio is going in comparison with the rest of the field right now, there is potential to see him close in on the 69 and 45 cars, maybe at that pit window for the medium tire runners. That's going to be my prediction here, as long as he continues on that nice, solid, consistent track that he's on right here. The Sector 7 Mini Cougar Mercedes here, currently 52 seconds in behind Antonio, and has lost a little bit of time here to Blue Racer, but that may be to a scheduled pit stop as well, or maybe an unscheduled pit stop, so about a minute gain, maybe a little less than a minute gain there between 11th and 12th place, basically a lap now separating those two positions here. So not sure what happened there, but definitely some time gained for the Race Asylum Black BMW for sure. That's a pretty good lap. 55.2 is very, very quick here. Obviously not the fastest lap we've seen here this week in qualifying. We've seen the 45 car go into the 54s here as well, which is just absolutely blazing fast. Crazy fast to even think about. But yeah, I mean, so 55.2 in racing condition is quite quick. Very, 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 very quick here. And the 356.6 is quite fast here as well. So the number 5 car showing that they're very fast here. But again, racing circumstances are racing circumstances, and that's just the way it is. So I believe that's number... I don't know who's in behind Harlech here right now. But we are on board with our current race leader here, the 44 GTR of the Esports Race Asylum team, and I believe that was the number 5 car in behind. It is, or number 3 car, pardon me, in behind. It is. So the Grid Life car there going a lap down to the race leaders here just a moment ago as well. So only the top 4 on the lead lap currently here at the 24-hour Le Mans, pretty close to 9 hours into this race, so that is very interesting to see as well. Right, so Fonseca here, now 2 minutes 32 seconds in behind Harlock, 2:37. My make suggest that Harlock's just an absolute beast. He's getting huge chunks of time on sheer pace here right now. That's not the case. We are out of pit stop between those two drivers. So the Dodge Viper team had pit a couple of laps ago now, where the leader has not yet pit so far in the stint. So in a sense, they're called what I call out of sequence. So once we see the remaining of the field make their one potentially only pit stop, but at least a pit stop, we'll start to see drivers kind of jump around a position. We'll see the time gaps grow and shrink dramatically for a process of probably 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll see the position settle back in. We'll see where our time gaps are again, and then we'll have a better idea of who's gained and who's kind of lost here in the stint. But we won't be seeing that here yet for about another 15 minutes, as the medium tire runners are going to take these cars roughly to the 18, anywhere between the 18 to 20 lap range. With that track being so cool right now, we may see the medium tire stints get short. Maybe we see them in anywhere from 16, 17 lap range. But again, you do have to consider that the cooler temperatures are only going to save the tires to some extent or another. If you're, I mean, you are on slipperier conditions, which means you're potentially sliding around the racetrack a little bit more, which could potentially be wearing your tires down faster. So I guess the bigger question is, are you really gaining or losing by trying to extend the soft tires in the cooler conditions? For some, maybe. For some, maybe not. It'd be interesting to see how these racers decide to play out the strategy here as we get somewhat towards that part of our 2-hour stint here for this set of drivers. So if you're new to IRO here, for this is your first time watching an endurance race here, for this is on platform Gran Turismo 7, and absolutely great, looks visually fantastic, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Sounds great, the drivers are fantastic, the community's fantastic, it's large, it's healthy, it's booming. But what's going on here is there is driver swaps involved, which means due to the way that we have to do this, there is several drivers that take part in this race here this weekend. So we have the 24-hour race broken down into 12 driver stints. So every 2 hours there's going to be what we call a driver swap, and that's what we see in the stream transition, say every about 2 hours 10 minutes. Is we get that double screen action provided by the great production crew behind the scenes, and they show one set just kind of waiting in pit lane, but you also see the other set still in that active race of that great stint that you've been watching for however long you just been tuning in for us with. And once that one driver from the active screen comes in, that's when you see the teammate from the same driver. They're in the exact same car, everything is the exact same in that sense, is identical for that reason, because it's a team sport, not an individual sport here. And then that driver now takes over for the next 2 hours, and the broadcaster takes over for that next 2 hours, and we just transition into a whole new set of staff members for that next 2 hours, and we repeat that cycle until the end of whatever the duration of our race is, whether it be an 8-hour event or a 12-hour event or a 24-hour event like we have here this weekend. So if you're a little unsure about what we mean when we say driver swaps and different drivers every 2 hours, I figured I'd take a moment just to explain to potential new viewers that are new to this and don't quite understand what's going on. So I hope that was sensible, made enough sense, and I hope that you understand. Please feel free to ask any questions if you have any more questions. We do the best we can to get everybody as understanding of what's going on with the race, so that you can just more enjoy the experience of the race. Of course, if you understand, that means you're enjoying it a little bit more. So we got Shredder here. He's got 32 seconds of Total Wolf and 14 seconds to Antonio. Some pit stops, I think, starting to begin is why we're seeing some bigger gaps again. Like I said, we're going to see time gaps shrink and grow dramatically here over the next little bit until everybody makes that one pit stop. That one scheduled pit stop anyways, and that's going to then kind of give us a better determination of what's going to happen in the race. So I mean, if we're race fans, we understand pit stop sequences. The pit stop sequence started about 8 minutes ago, and it's because it's a 4-minute lap and it's Le Mans. It's roughly what, a 12 or 13 mile racetrack, right off the top of my head anyways. It obviously takes a little while for you to get back around the racetrack, so the pit stop sequence takes anywhere between half an hour and 45 minutes if it's a one-stop style strategy, which has been very evident and apparent here in the race so far today. And the driver's obviously making it look like they're going to be pitting, but obviously that is the track edge, quote unquote, essentially that pit entry, so they are allowed to lean over that edge a little bit to get set up for the double chicanes at the end of the lap. So Melvin here, 44 seconds in behind the ORT car. Now again, that is obviously due to pit stopping right now, much of the same thing here from 4th to 2nd place, but the 15 seconds now the gap between Melvin and the number 764 Sector 7 Aston Martin, pardon me. So definitely opening that gap up. The Grid Life car, we've seen how that incident coming out in Indianapolis, catching the wall on exit of the final corner of Indianapolis sector there, had to make the extra pit stop there, is currently sitting 23 seconds in behind higher place. So I believe he is starting to close back in on 4th place here. He has moved back up into 5th place, but potentially some pit stops in behind him. Nope, that's just time gained. Okay, so that is just time gained. So he is in sequence with the drivers chasing, so doing a pretty good job of just digging in here in this stint, trying to gain some of that time back. So it looks like he's starting to get some of that time back, and we'll see if he can continue to do so. Jake here's been doing much of the same thing. This guy's been flying in this Stint, the Project 1 racing team here, and their current pilot, he has just been absolutely making time up on the racetrack here. He's just been nibbling away, and to get a position. Keeps nibbling, and right now the position he's hunting for is 5th place on a number 3 Grid Life car up in front. So all so far in the last hour, he has probably chipped away 30 or 40 seconds away on these group in front of him. Not necessarily pacing the leader, but very close. Shred from the Last Minute Racing 45 GTR here is 33 seconds in behind Jake and Total Wolf. We skipped Total Wolf, I apologize. My apologies. Let's get over there with our Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin here. We've seen that great Aston Martin versus Aston Martin battle there, but Total Wolf losing just a little bit of touch there now with Jake, 5.7 seconds. So my inclination was definitely correct there. I felt that the number 20 car was a little bit quicker than the 35 car. That is the case, and unfortunately here for Total Wolf, maybe due to a couple penalties, maybe due to a couple mistakes, a couple miscues, just falling off that slipstream and not able to stick with Jake there, but still on a good pace himself here as well. Not saying that they're driving slow by any stretch of the imagination, but unfortunate that he's not tucked into that slipstream, potentially going a little bit quicker. Shred here we were just covering. We've got Antonio here, the number 5 our championship points leaders currently in the active season. This is our number 5 Sector 7 Lexus Esports racing car, and they've been chiseling away here. I think it was like 5:28. Maybe it was a little higher at the beginning of this 8-hour mark. They've now taken that down to about 5 minutes, 7 seconds. They are clearly the fastest team on the track at the moment here, and are definitely putting in some good solid quality dig-in laps here right now. And it's 10 seconds to Shred, so I said maybe by pit stop sequence we would see Antonio close in fully on Shred, and potentially once that pit stop sequence was out there, it might be immediate battling there, but I don't quite think that's going to be the case here. Antonio has not been able to quite chip away at Shred as quickly as I maybe suspected up in front there, so Shred picking up the pace a little bit there to probably maybe ensure he's still got that little bit of a cushion heading into their driver that scheduled pit stop sequence. My brain is all over the place here today, I apologize. The 69 BMW rocket rolling here as well, 50 seconds in behind the number 5 car up in front, and has about 9.6 seconds to the, I can't remember what number the car is, but it's the Sector 7 Mercedes in behind here in 11th place. We'll have to wait and see what the number on the car is when they catch a moment there. 64 car, that's correct, right. My memory needed a little refresh. I do have paperwork that tells me all of this stuff, sitting inches away from me, but I really do like to try and use my memory to remember this stuff the best I can. I'm getting old. I'm not really getting that old, but I'm getting older, and it's just something I like to do to try to keep things sharp. It's like when you do your job every day, you know you don't want to get rusty. It means you just repetition. It's essentially the same thing. Got to keep the mind sharp. I used to have a very good memory, so it's sad that I see it slipping here and there in certain things. So we do our best, anyways. We do our best. And then they throw us for curveballs and change our paint jobs, and then we got to figure it all out again. So yeah. Don't mind me. All right. The 44 car is still in lead, and we're not going to really talk about time gaps too much right now until we see this pit stop sequence end. DORT, Dodge Viper, has just been maintaining the pace it's at here now for the last couple of laps. Ooh, no time to react. Pardon me, I apologize. That came out of left field. Alright, Melvin in 3rd place. Melvin's gained 2 positions here so far since he's taken over the wheel of the Project Platypus BMW here, so been doing a great job with the number 11 car here. trying to continue to close the gap, but hasn't really been able to gain any significant amounts of time on second place here. He's maintaining pace with second place there, but that's about as good as it's gotten here so far in the first part of the stint. Higher place here has gone from third to fourth place, was down in fifth place there for a little bit, but then we had that moment from the number 3 car which gave him that fourth place back, so only down one position, but has been bleeding time to the new third place podium sitter there in the Project Platypus car for that since that battle's happened, and now down to 18-second gap. So that's definitely not due to pit stops. That's just over sheer pace between the two drivers in their respective cars at the moment. And we'll see if once the tires get changed over on the cars, of course that changes the pace of the drivers on the track as well, because we're going to see some guys going from softs to mediums, and we're going to see some guys going from mediums to softs. So obviously one tire is a little bit faster than the other, but one tire will also have a longer duration than the other as well, and that's what makes it so intriguing and interesting. So Jake is now 13 seconds behind Lucas, so Lucas is getting some time back on the P1R car at the moment here. Shred is also gaining, I think he's giving a little bit away currently to the Aston Martin in front here right now, but Antonio is definitely chipping away slowly but surely. As Shred here is now the gap is down to 8 seconds, and I have a suspicion that maybe the reason why Antonio hasn't quite caught that 7th, 6th place car yet is mainly just because of maybe track infraction penalties here as he's been at this incredible pace. Quite potentially the resolve of that question. Melvin currently sitting in 3rd place there now. He has just jumped into pit lane, so that is a scheduled pit stop for sure. And now that pit stop sequence we're going to start seeing really happening here. We're going to start seeing drivers definitely jumping into pit lane as they come around their laps. Now the back half of the field is going to be a little bit longer probably before we see their pit stops, because they came out a little bit later in behind the race leader. Even the race leader coming into pit lane. It looks like the race leader crashed here. That is not the case. It's just the net coating, as we call it, the lag that driver is currently suffering from on the racetrack has been fairly bad on that driver's part here in this stint, and I just have purposely kind of been staying away from it because it's tough to watch, it's tough to listen to, and I understand that from the viewers. No offense to the team and their driver. It's just the net coating is definitely makes it tough, and I mean obviously it makes it tough for the racers that are in driving around that condition as well. So everybody's doing a great job, but we're just kind of not keeping our eye there just due to that net coating. So just our apologies to that team. Only reason. Alright, so some teams have pit, some teams have not pit. We see Lucas and the Grid Life car now up at the 3rd position. Obviously they have yet to make their scheduled pit stop, so those positions were gained due to the time in pit lane from the rest of the racers. So Melvin is 11 seconds in behind Lucas now with a half-second penalty. That's never ideal. Jake is right there, 2.3 seconds in behind, but hasn't pit yet, so he's going to give that time back to Melvin when he decides to make his pit stop. And higher place has pit, so we're seeing massive amounts of drivers coming in. Shreds now in pit lane. Antonio's also now come into pit lane. Total Wolf is already made a pit stop. AHR has also already made a pit stop. We should be expecting one from the number 64 car here yet as well, and we should also be expecting one here from the, what number is this car? Oh, it's not going to show me. We're going to play games. Okay. Again, I have a spotter's guide right there, but then it'd probably take longer to find it there. Alright, it's not going to show me. The RA black car. We know which team it is. Alright, so that pit sequence is now starting to take over here. So we gotta wait for the drivers to cross live timing lines, take about another half a lap for the information to display a little more correctly. The gap between Harlock and the ORT team is not going to be 2.5 minutes. I suspect that gap's going to be about 1:40 something once the live timing takes effect and changes over to the correct timing. I mean, at the end of the day, the live timing determined on a racetrack is a bunch of wires that are buried underground the racetrack at points and intervals. They have transmitters that respond from the pressure of the drivers going over, and of course the transponder unit placed underneath the car sends a signal to those receivers. Those receivers then transmit that information through a server to the control tower, and the control tower can see all that in, well, real time. Obviously that happens in nanoseconds compared to what we could do something in. So that's kind of how everything's tracked on the racetrack. So the transponder unit's like a vital piece of equipment on a racetrack, but there's live timing zones all over the racetracks, and those are buried underground. So when the cars go over those zones, it picks up that transponder unit and relays information like speed, which car it is, the number of the car, all that kind of information, and it displays all that information to the control tower so they can use for whatever purposes they're using it for. Same thing here. So it takes a little bit of time for it to unconfuse itself, because drivers are out of position randomly all of a sudden do pit stops. Essentially, the computers get confused. Alright, so the gap now between the race leader and our second place team, ORT, is 1 minute 47 seconds. So Harlock has been slowly but surely opening the gap up in the lead from second place. It was a minute 30 something at the beginning of this driver swap stint. So put about a 10 seconds to a dozen seconds on that Viper chasing in second position. So we've got the grid life car now going into pit lane. So that hasn't quite given us an official look at everything yet, but that will put Melvin back into third place here, the number 11 BMW from Project Platypus Racing. One of two cars they have here in this particular race weekend, but one of those cars currently in the paddock having some form of complication, and hopefully we see them back out here in the 11th and 12th hours of the race here. But Melvin is 1 minute 35 seconds in behind the ORT car here. It seems that could change a little tiny bit yet. We've got the Grid Life car and Jake in pit lane, which should give fourth place back to the 764 Aston Martin as he comes around the start-finish line here to start lap number 20 of this 2-hour run. And the gap there is roughly 25 seconds now to Melvin, so a little bit of time gain for the third place team, number 11 car on the 764 car here after that sequence. Lucas is about 18 seconds in behind fourth place here, so it's much of the same thing here. I think for the 3 car they lost about 3 seconds to the fourth place car in that sequence as well, and P1R Jake is about 12.5 seconds in behind, so I would say he gained a second in that pit stop sequence as well. The bigger question is where's Total Wolf here, and that is just starting to sort itself out. As you can see, huge chunks of that timing changing, and that is because live timing is just catching up with itself as we get through those live timing sectors. And once we get through this first sector, it'll give us a pretty accurate gauge at now that gap. And it looks like it's about 14.5 seconds here between the Project 1 Aston Martin and the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So a little bit of time lost, I believe, there from Total Wolf to Jake, but not insurmountable gaps here as we head through the field now to get a better idea of what we're looking at here over the next 35 to 40 minutes. It's 26 seconds between the 35 Aston Martin and the 45 car, the Last Minute Racing GTR, who started the race sitting on pole position here as well, so definitely can't count that 45 GTR out, but Total Wolf been showing good consistency and good pace here in their stint as well. It's been a really good stint there for the Loose Moose Racing team, pardon me, in the 35 Aston Martin. It's right here in the 45 Last Minute Racing team. I know, right? It's easy to get confused when you got so many similarities going on here in the GTR. Have 8 seconds on the AHR BMW here right now, so a little bit of a cushion here currently on the 69 BMW, and those two have been quite close here throughout this driver sequence, this driver stint. And right now 8 seconds is probably the biggest gap I think I've seen between the two of them in the whole stint. So with that being said though, Antonio has absolutely closed in on that 69 BMW, and the number 5 Esports Sector 7 Racing team is looking to grab P9 away from the AHR BMW here, so we're most certainly going to stick with this for now as this battle continues to roar on up and down the track. Well, up the track, I guess. Now we know Antonio's been putting in some blazing fast laps around Le Mans here in the early part of his stint. So now that he's swapped over tires and probably on a lower amount of fuel, can we expect to see faster lap times or much of the same thing from him is the bigger question here. But currently right now not putting any overpressure on the 69 car, I think is a good way to put it. He's just running his lines, he's running his lap, and just slowly but surely closing in bit by bit here on that 69 car. And now that gap is closing in within a half second here, so a couple car lengths separating the two cars here. But this is a BMW versus Lexus situation. And of course this exit is always so important that you're at a lower speed as you come through the corner, and low to mid speed, and the exit is important of course to get up through your gears as quick as possible to get into your car's power range, especially in these two car situations. And Lexus is absolutely just tucked in here. I mean, he's got the advantage of the pull from the car in front. The car is basically pushing a big hole in the air, and that just allows a free little pull from the wind tunnel essentially built behind that car, and allows that Lexus to gain a slingshot effect, which we just saw right there. So a very quick decisive pass there as we head into the Indy. And there's not going to be a question there from the number 5 Lexus car. He is immediately going to get it done and try to get moving up that racetrack as quickly as possible. We just wanted to see, I'd like to see the next couple corners after a good move like that. So let's go recap there. Antonio's just tucked in, waits for his moment, goes very late up the straightaway there, but well before the drivers need to make their entry into Indy there, and just settles in front of that 69 BMW like it was another day at the office. So great move there from number 5 Lexus, and gains a position there. So now the championship points leader up to P9 here, and the gap is 5 minutes 9 seconds to the race leader. So 5 minutes 8 seconds. So giving away a couple seconds in the pit stop sequence overall to the race leaders here, but has definitely taken a good solid dozen seconds, I would say, out of the overall gap between themselves and the Esports Race Asylum team, which ironically enough is of course the team that's chasing them in the point standings here, currently in second place as well. So this could potentially be a massive gain or pull ahead here for the Esports Race Asylum 44 car if the number 5 car can't find a few more positions here before the end of this 24-hour event. Now it is 7.9 seconds is the gap between himself and the next car, and then it's 25-second gap, and then so on and so forth. It's just 16 seconds, 12 seconds, 17 seconds, 27 seconds. With how quickly that number 5 car currently is rolling around the racetrack in comparison to the rest of the field. And the 355.5 now the fastest lap of the session, and I don't think we're done there yet, as we got purple coming from Harlech here as well, our race leader. He is just also put down a 355.973 his last lap around as well. So I mean, the boys are cooking right now on this racetrack on these fresh tires. Ooh boy. We had to pit a lap early because he's been having too much fun and burned up too much fuel. Hey, you know what? He's having fun. That's the important thing. We got to make a little adjustment in the strategy. Just add a little extra fuel and he should be okay. All right, so a minute 53 to gap between Harlech and Team 4. That is great news, obviously, as our gain in this tells me that a mistake has been made from the ORT driver here, and costing a little bit of time on the leader. And Melvin is a minute and a half now in behind ORT, so definitely something happening there to that Dodge Viper. No worse for wear at this moment, but give up some time there. So higher place is 27.6 seconds in behind Melvin. Continues to now just maintain that, so he was bleeding time away, and that is about pretty constant now, that gap. Also the gap between the sector 764 car and number 3 car has remained about the same over the last lap a little bit. Jake is however closing in on Lucas, so Jake is gaining time here on the number 3 car in front from Project 1 Racing camp, and continuing to do what he's been doing here all stint long. Much like Melvin in the number 11 Project Platypus car, he has been one of those drivers that's definitely been moving forward here as far as time and track position gain goes in this 2-hour driver stint. Total, ooh boy, he clipped that wall. without a question of a doubt, he clipped that wall there. Ooh, wrong button. And very fortunate that that did not cause him to spin across the racetrack like we have seen today. You can see he just went a little bit wide. He definitely made contact there, but he gathers it back up, keeping the car moving straight and keeping what he could for momentum there. Unfortunately for the 35 car, of course, that did not come without consequence. When you hit the wall that hard, that is going to do some damage to your race car, and he's definitely suffering from some damage on that race car. Very close to pit entry here. I do suspect we're just going to see a left-hand hook straight into pit lane here, and I suspect we're probably going to see them fix that very, very quickly. Not ideal, but not the end of the world. And no, they're going to go around again, and they're going to see how it feels here, but I guarantee you that they're not going to be happy with the choice of maybe trying to push that car without the unforeseen damage on it. It's going to definitely bleed time on the racetrack here, so I guess that's what they're trying to see. They're probably doing a calculation lap, as I like to call it, a feeler lap, to see exactly what the car is going to do and how far they can push it and where they can't, and see how much time bleed is going to give away. And of course, the calculations start, the brain masses start working, the gears start turning, the hamsters start running, whatever you want to call it, and math starts happening behind the scenes. So that's right, ladies and gentlemen, that's right, kids, you heard me. Math, the most important skill in life. Even in racing, it is still one of the most important things to figure things out. Mathematical skills, that's right. Do your math. Ask for help if you struggle. Adults, if you're struggling, don't hesitate to ask for help. I know lots of adults that have a hard time with math, and math is a very complicated thing, and sometimes it's just overthought. So, yeah, but it's a part of life. It's a way of life. Harlech here, maybe 56, ORT, Viper here, maybe overdriving themselves a little bit, as it seems like they continue to bleed more time away unwillingly here. So let's sit with the number 1 Dodge Viper here for a moment. Let's sit with them here through sector 2, and just take a look at the attitude of that Dodge Viper here currently on the racetrack. Now, I mean, obviously all I'm just doing is making speculation based on what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the same thing that everybody is seeing on screen as well. So we're just making speculations. Some of them are spot on, some of them are completely out to lunch and not even close, and you probably all think that I'm a dummy sometimes, but that's okay. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, I love math. I'm very, very good at it myself. So my math doesn't faze me, but
I'm also a tradesperson by real career, by paying job, so to speak, to allow me to do great streaming for great organizations. Math is like my number 1 priority in life. If I'm not good at math, there's no way I can be good at what I do for a living. So it's just something that comes with the territory. It seems like the ORT car camp has settled down here, so maybe it's just been some penalty trouble they've gotten themselves into over the last handful of laps. We all know that can happen here. The more and more that you continue to get infractions in certain parts of the racetrack as well, but obviously the stewarding officials are track limit infraction officials here spread all over the racetrack and all of the spots around the racetrack here at Le Mans. They tend to start paying attention to your number to car a lot more through that sector, and then they tend to be a little more judgmental if you continue to make the same mistakes repeatedly. And then it seems like if you continue to still repeat the same mistakes over and over again, it seems like those penalties start to get a little more aggressive. So you definitely do not want to get the attention of the track official stewards here at Le Mans, because it seems like once you've got their attention, you can't get rid of it. So you definitely got to try to stay out of penalty trouble. It is one of the keys to success here at Le Mans, in my opinion, for the 24-hour race. And I mean, much like any endurance race, obviously key to success is going to be consistency, keeping the car safe, knowing when to push it, knowing when to just keep it safe and just let it do its thing. Safe laps, as I like to call them. But it also comes down to so many more things, and it comes down to the calls being made in behind the scenes in the garage from the engineer. It comes down to the information being relayed from the driver about the car to the crew, so they can maybe make proper adjustments to make it better or more comfortable. There's so many things that are going on that can go wrong in a race, and well, we're gonna see that car continue around. So they've determined that the loss, I think, from that tap on the wall or that hit on the wall is not going to be as significant as making a pit stop at this point. So they're going to lose less time, essentially, taking the damage bleed, the time bleed around the racetrack per lap over with a repair of that extent, probably 50 to 55 second pit stop. So that is exactly the calculation that was going on in that camp, in that paddock right there. Was okay, let's get a lap around, let's see what that lap time feels like. They determined that it was a clean lap, as clean as it can be with the new circumstances of the car. Then that gives them an approximation of, okay, we got this many times to go around here before we're turning it over to the next driver. Then that's the time that you sort it out. Give the time away at the beginning of the stint when the driver's just getting in and getting settled into the car anyways, and you can make any changes to the car at that point in time as well. So it is a tough decision that has to be made in a paddock, and I'm really actually kind of surprised to see that decision being made. But clearly, that is what has drawn their conclusion, and that's exactly what that feeler lap, I just called it, was for the 35 camp here as they continue around in this 24 hours of Le Mans. Alright, we've got a battle right here, as you see Antonio throwing some headlights down on the 45 car here, but this is not a blue flag scenario, so it's interesting. He may have just hit a bumpy part of the road now. It's just what it looked like too as the car was bouncing up and down on the suspension as well, so he may not have been flashing the headlights at all. Timing is everything, and we caught it right at the middle of whatever was going on there. But Le Mans is a massively bumpy racetrack, keeping in mind as well, so it was very possibly just the suspension loading up and down that we've seen the headlights look like they were flashing, but they were bouncing, changing of course the refraction of the light above and below the car. I know, I'm getting too smart. I gotta get out of nerd scientist mode and get back into commentator racing mode here. Keep things simple. But great battle here right now between Antonio and the 45 car of Shred currently, and potentially a P8 position here for the number 5 car and our current point championship leaders here. So digging in hard, and now potentially a couple positions here before he turns the car over to the next pilot in 20-ish minutes or so, maybe a little more. 35 minutes. Alright, we love battles. It's always great that there's something to look at here, and great patience being showed by the 5 car here and behind. Not getting too tight, make sure there's just enough room for him to be able to react if something goes wrong on exit from the 45 car in front of. If they get a little loose on the throttle, that makes the car snap and you're tucked right in. You may give that car a nudge and put them all the way around. That might grab the eyes of the stewarding officials. Doesn't necessarily mean it may be your fault, but it's definitely going to grab some eyes. So, he decided just to keep a half car length distance between him and the corner there, just to make sure he had a little room for reaction. Then chooses a safer spot, and it seems like the entry in Indy is his spot to make that pass right now in the number 5 Lexus. That's now the same position we've seen him grab that spot from the 69 BMW about a lap and a half ago as well. So opts to take the same spot in the same pass in the same place for a position on Shred there, but a penalty being served by Antonio there, and unfortunately for him, he's going to give the spot right back to Shred there, but decided he wanted the position before he had to serve the penalty to give him the best chance he can to try to stay in the slipstream of the 45 car in front. Unfortunately, he fell just a little bit outside of it, but I suspect, judging by the pace of the drivers that are currently battling here, that won't take too long for him to close back in on the 45 car here and re-engage this battle, and potentially probably see another move in the same spot on Indy, the entry of the Indianapolis sector again. However, that one was a little bit closer than the move on the number 69 car there. There was a little more space before the entry of the corner there. That was almost right before you make your turn in for the entry in towards Indy there, but nonetheless very decisive and very confident in that particular part of the racetrack. Obviously, as number 5 driver, and it had 2 moves and 2 laps essentially for 2 positions there, but essentially quickly giving it back up due to penalty track limit infractions to the 45 car. So we're going to stick with this. I suspect that by the time we get up through the Mulsanne straights here that the number 5 car will be applying some pressure back on the 45 car here. Not saying anything other than that's just what we've been watching happening in front of our eyes here for the last hour and a half on the racetrack. So. We will get back through a field walkthrough shortly here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just really trying to key in on the good battles here this weekend. When you get to this point in a race, again, we call this the mid part of the race. This is where everybody's really just trying to dig in and close in gaps and make new ones for people chasing. So battles get a little bit few and far between sometimes at this point in the race. We've been very fortunate so far to have good solid battles throughout the whole 2-hour stint here. We've been not lacking too much excitement from our racers here tonight for sure so far. So we're just going to really key in on these battles. There's not multiple battles going on currently on the racetrack, so we're not really missing anything happening right now either. So we're definitely going to try and stay with that more active battle. This is battle for position after all, and there's a big story behind it. Obviously the number 5 car starting in the top half of the field, having an absolutely just horrendous start to their day here today. They've had mechanical failures and issues, they've had driver mistakes and issues, they've had damage repair issues, they've had just a calamity of racing events happening to them here in the early part of this race. So now they're really stuck in here trying to make up for all that calamity at the beginning of the race, and this is a result of what happens when you dig in and you're a team that seems to be in sync and obviously very consistent on the racetrack. Obviously pace has a huge part of that as well, but they are the current championship points leaders for a reason as well, with that being said. So every position right now the number 5 car is gaining back up through the grid, though, is allowing them to continue to close that points difference that they're currently giving up to the 44 car and the number 3 car chasing in second and third place in the point standings in behind him as well. So the ERA number 44 GTR is second in championship point standings, chasing the number 5 car for their overall championship points lead, and currently has 7 positions separating them in points right now. If this race were to end right now, which would be a massive game, potentially, maybe even potentially putting them up ahead of them. I think it would put them very close, however, though, without looking at the standings and doing the math and going through the process, which we're not going to do. But here we go, battle on as the number 5 pulls out there out of slipstream to try and get the job done here again on the number 45 car, and this is a little bit tougher this time. The number 45 car not giving way here as they stick it through side by side through Indy there. Very well done by the two of them there, and now number 5's guy is going to go, okay, we're going to try it on the outside here as we come out of the exit, and is he going to get the job done? And we're still got 2 sets of headlights there as we come out of the corner, so nobody catching that wall, and some tough battling right there through a tough sector on the racetrack side by side. Great job here by both cars, but it is going to be the number 5 car that does come out in front on this battle. So Antonio now from sector 7 esports, number 5 Lexus up into P8, and Shred is all over him right now here as we head through the Porsche curves ending in towards the Corvette S's. So juicy battle happened right there, and it was so dark we didn't even see that position change. It was just sets of headlights as the camera guy gave us a what would be normally a great shot under daylight conditions coming out of Indy there, but to no avail. All we got to see was headlights and had to see it on the live timing screen. Alright, so Shred's staying nice and tight here, so Shred's really going to try and stick in with Antonio there, and great news for Antonio is unfortunately for the number 35 Aston Martin. He's going to jump into pit lane to sort out that damage he took a couple laps ago. Obviously proving to be troublesome for that Aston Martin, and decided to bring it in and fix it. So we're going to eat that that extra pit stop here now on the racetrack, and that moves Antonio up into now 7th position. So that battle becoming ever so more important at that moment in time, as it's 2 positions gained essentially at the end of that racing lap there. So the number 5 car is doing everything they can to continue to dig in and get positions back, but getting on the lead lap is not going to be easy. They're a lap and a half down right now. They're going to have to navigate that race leader 2 times before they can call themselves on the lead lap and then close back in again and pass them for a race win. So potentially not there for them here today, but top 5 finish, question mark, as the poll said in the chat a little bit earlier. Definitely still up for a potential discussion over there. Alright, let's do our walkthrough here. ERA's number 44 GTR, the IRO Esports Race Asylum team. I always get that stuck in my tongue for some reason. GTR here in the race lead, has been for quite some time here today. 2 minutes now is that lead, so definitely opening that race lead up on the rest of the field here right now. So the driver obviously probably had a job to do, and that job was probably to continue to try and open that gap, and so far so good there for Harlock. Mission successful up to this point, and only maybe 20 minutes away here from turning that car over to, of course, the next set of drivers. The number one car, number one Dodge Viper here from Overboost Racing Team is 1 minute and 19 seconds ahead of third place Platypus Racing's BMW right now. Definitely been doing some great forward progress here. One of the bigger movers in stint number 5 here is this number 11 BMW here, gained 2 positions to get himself up into third place here, and continues to put space on that 4th place car. So, and also picking away at the number 1 Dodge Viper, and we got that blue flag situation there, as I believe that's the RA black car, just giving way heading into the first sector there. So great job by that car there as well. That takes us to the 764 car of the Sector 7 Racing Boomer team here, and the first of the 3 teams here, highest up of the 3 teams here currently on the racetrack in 4th place, was currently in 3rd place, went down as far as 5th place, and sits in 4th place, 33 seconds in behind Melvin. It's bleeding time to that 3rd place driver since that battle ensued, I would say a little over an hour and 15 minutes ago now. Position was lost very early in the stint there. The number 3 cars had an interesting stint here. They were battling there right there for 3rd place. They caught the wall coming out of the Indianapolis sector, caused some damage, had to make it on the Saturday pit stop, and then has found their way back up into 5th place since. I believe they dropped down in 8th place at one point there. The Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, I believe this is number 20 car here, has been one of those fast movers here in stint number 5 as well, has gained a couple of positions. It continues to make time up on the racetrack on the opponent next in front, which in this situation is that number 3 Grid Life Lexus driven by Lucas currently, and that gap is 5.3 seconds, so it is closing fairly quickly. We talk about big movers here in the stint. Antonio here from the number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing Team, definitely a big mover here, has gained 3 positions on the racetrack so far in this stint, and has closed up roughly about 20 seconds. I can safely say 20 seconds on the race leader here overall as well on this stint. So not massive amounts of gain, and it's tough to gain. Like I said, a 5-minute gap is a massive hurdle to overcome here, but it'll be interesting to see what these guys can do. They're dug in, they're almost back up, they are in the top half of the field here currently, and are going to continue to just try and make their way up the racetrack. That's all you can do. You got to dig in, and they're dug in. So the 45 last minute racing GTR here started in pole position here in this race, and currently now finds themselves in 8th place. I'm not exactly sure what the circumstances fully were leading to the car being where it is at this point in time, but I know they have been a little bit even lower in the field at certain points in this race as well. So a little give and take here from the 45 car, but definitely fighting strong here, and lots of race to go for them as well. The number 69 AHR BMW, the Apex Hunting Racing Team here, is 19 seconds in behind that number 45 car. They were very close together for a large part of the stint, but seem to be separated here a little bit as that pit stop sequence undertook there. So the 69 car is kind of alone right now, but not out of the woods, as the number 35 car ever having to make that unscheduled pit stop due to damage there. Again, another incident with the wall outside of Indy. That wall has most certainly been causing some problems for our racers here this evening and this weekend. Puts him 8.4 seconds in behind the 69 BMW here, so he dropped down about 3 positions from that unfortunate mishap there coming out of Indy, and it's the same thing. Just gonna have to dig in at this part of the race. It's a long race, and they're in that kind of long, difficult, and cold, dark part of the race. So it's a good possibility that other drivers are going to make mistakes throughout these next few hours in the dark as well, and it's not all lost. It's not lost until the race is over. So we got a penalty here on the race leader as he continues out of Indy there, and blue flag situation also up in front there as well. I'm not sure which car that is. I think that might be the number 35 Aston Martin in front of our race leader here as he comes up the racetrack. No, it looks like the Sector 7 car actually is our 4th place team. We may be seeing a maybe seeing our 4th place team potentially trying to be put a lap down here by our race leader currently. We've only put the top 3 on the lead lap here, not even halfway into the race at this point, so interesting development right there. Obviously the esports race asylum team just on a rail here at Le Mans currently this week, and they've definitely got the car and their drivers and what seems to be the team behind the scenes locked in pretty tight here, although the driving conditions here for this particular driver has not been easy here. Obviously we can see the net coating happening here, and we haven't spent a lot of time on the race leader due to that, but I mean we're getting near the end of the stint here. The race leader does dictate the driver swap sequence and when it does start and when we hand over the mic to our next broadcaster as well, so we're getting to that point now, and they got to get to love. They have been killing it all stint long. So the 44 car here, 2 minutes and 3 seconds in the lead from 2nd place team, defending champions ORT, and that is the 764 car that he is closing in on there. So looking to put 4th place, officially a lap down here in this 24-hour event this weekend. So we're going to sit with this for a minute and keep an eye on these battles here. We have some battle action potentially brewing, I believe. Here? Yes. No. Potentially. It's not what I was looking at, but we got some clusters of cars that are quite close together here, so we're going to do our best to try not to miss any of it here. Shred's still fairly close to Antonio. What else are we seeing here? Looks like blue flag situation. Okay, just had to get our bearings there. Alright, so the race leader is closing in on higher place here as well. The gap's within a second, safely within a second at this point here, without knowing exactly what the gap is, because live time is not going to tell us that. But as we head through Azure, I think that's which one this is. I really gotta get the track names homed in here. That takes us up in, of course, towards Indy now, up to 2nd Mulsanne here, 3rd Mulsanne, I don't know. One of the straights. Yeah, I'm confused in the booth too, it's too dark outside, what can I say? The 4th place car is not making that lap down easy either, and he doesn't, at this point they are allowed to fight for that position. I mean, they're on the late lap. This is essentially kind of a fight for their life here right now, so I mean they do not necessarily have to just give this position up to the race leader right at this moment either, so they're on a fine line here right now, but once the race leader closes into a certain distance, I would suspect we're going to see higher place give that position up. But if higher place can prove that he can maintain the pace ahead of the leader and keep a 1 second gap, bare minimum ahead of the leader, though it does not mean that the leader has the right to automatically gain that blue flag situation right either. So this is an interesting little ordeal we have going on here, so we're just going to actually kind of sit here for a second on board with this, because it's right on the cusp, maybe within a little bit less than a second at this point right now, but we'll see what the exit is coming out of Indy. And opting to give the position to the leader and just making a signal there. You can see him signaling with the leader, but a flash of the headlights there from the race leader seemed to tell the 764 that it's fine, keep going, you're on good pace, I'm not too worried about it, and you don't need to pull over for the position. I think that's exactly what that was. A little bit of communication between the drivers in behind the cars with their lights there. The indicator showing was just allowing the 764 car to allow the leader to know, hey, I'm going to move over to the right side, so if you're going to go by, please go by on the left. And the race leader tucked in behind, flashed the headlights a couple times to let the 764 car, no, you're good, man, just keep going. So communication is what we just saw there, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what happens on the racetrack, and it's up to the drivers to interpret, I guess, that light communication and how they see fit. But that's exactly how I just took that, and it seems like that's how the two drivers involved just took that situation. You can see the 764 immediately hit the loud pedal and got that car up to speed. So it cost them a little bit of time, but no harm, no foul there, it seems like, and everybody seems to be happy with that decision. So let's get back to our 5th place team here, the number 3 car, as the number 20 Aston Martin has started to close that gap up, not quite in striking distance yet, but getting to that point where Obviously, the number 3 Grid Life team is more than well aware that he's back there. He just comes out of the exit of the S's there as Lucas just hit the start-finish line there, the official race start line anyways, there, and you can see, I mean, Lucas is aware that he's there. If we jump on board, there's no question of a doubt that you can see that car, hints of that car in the sectors here in that rearview mirror, and as you look up, a little bit towards the mirror right there. That's exactly what you see. You see those headlights right there. You can see him. He's back there. So Lucas is aware that that car is there now. So that in itself, in a sense, is a little bit of pressure being applied from the number. Is it 20? It might be 717. I apologize. I've been getting the car number wrong. I know it's Project 1 Racing. That much I knew for sure. But 2.2 seconds is the gap. This may potentially be the closest thing we have to a battle as we near the end of our racing stint here. Driver swap will commence in roughly 8 minutes here, as Harlech is about a lap and 2/3 of the way to go from that driver swap sequence, and then only currently our top 4 are on that lead lap. So actually, it looks like our top 3 now, as Harlech has gone around higher place. Now, whether that position was given up by higher place or whether Harlech just got it, not sure, but that position has changed. So number 764 Aston Martin officially a lap down here in the race currently right now as well, which puts the top 3 only on the lead lap. So back to this battle for 5th place between Project 1 Racing and the Grid Life Racing team here, and 2 seconds is the gap between 5th and 6th place currently. Continue to sit on board with this here for a few minutes. We have the time to sit on board and continue to watch this battle as we close in towards our driver swap sequence. Alright, 2 seconds. That gap is slowly but surely just being chipped away at here by the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. I was just making sure there was no pertinent information they'd know before the end of the stint here. Doesn't seem to be that we're missing anything on our end anyways that we need to know, so we'll just continue doing what we do here in the booth and continue to hopefully entertain everybody. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me for the last couple hours here. Again, I'm GT45 Gaming, and I will be back in a couple hours to take over stint number 7 here for everyone as well, so far from over here today. 1.7 seconds is now that gap between the number 3 and the number question mark car, because I want to make sure I get it right now. I'm second guessing myself, so we got to be sure. Yes, I know, there's a spotter's guide. I know, you don't need to yell at me.
I guess if we jump on the Project 1 Aston Martin, it'll probably give us a better chance of seeing the number, you know? Just saying.
You know, the dark blue and red car is a little tough to see in the dark too, I suppose, but we're getting to the point where the light refraction might just give us enough to see here. I really don't want to have to dig through my paperwork and make all that ruckus just to find a spotter's guy. I really don't. I'm sure the chat's telling me I just haven't looked at the chat yet, too. That is number 20 car. Yeah, so that's what I get for doubting myself. 1.1 seconds, and definitely in pressure range here now is Jake, so I just kind of want to keep my eyes on things here. We got basically 2 laps remaining before we'll see the driver swap sequence. So at the end of lap 31 is when we will see the race leader come into pit lane. So we will see them continue around and finish lap 30, number 1 to take to 32. We will see them come into pit lane where they will hand their piece of machinery over to the next driver, and that's where the side-by-side picture-in-picture will come into play on the stream. That was what we were talking about a little bit earlier when we were explaining how the driver swaps work. That is another set of drivers waiting to get out on track in the same car on with the same livery, and the only difference is just the driver behind the wheel and the broadcaster behind the mic. Oh, yes, we will be handing the booth over to RA's Cupcake as well here for stint number 6. Absolutely spectacular commentator. You'll definitely enjoy hanging out with Cupcake, so make sure to not go too far away here. And you definitely don't want to miss any of the racing action here from the International Racing Organization, that's for sure. But this battle's getting spicy. Let's do some battling here. The number 3 and the number 20 at it again here. Aston Martin versus Lexus. Lexus is the lead car in the battle and the defending car right now, where the number 20 Aston Martin is that attacking car. Pressure is on. He is firmly tucked into the toe. And is he going to use the slingshot move here up the end of the straight? Now, the issue with that for the Aston, it has to be very well timed, because the Lexus at the end of the day is going to have more power on the top end at the end of the straightaway. Does gain a position there on the number 3 car as we head around the corner in side-by-side action. There's definitely some contact there as both cars slide through the corner at such a high rate of speed, and it is going to be the number 20 car getting ahead of the number 3 Grid Life Racing team there. And that was a very tough side-by-side battle right there. Both drivers almost paying the price for it there on the racing exit. But Lucas is going to look to respond to the number 3 car here as he pulls up, around, and ahead of the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. Slingshot engaged as we head into Indy, gets the job done, and very similar move that we've seen the number 5 Lexus do a couple of times here in the last couple hours as well, in the exact same spot. So as we head out of Indy here now and up in towards the Porsche curves, it is the number 3 car back up into 5th place, and the number 20 car very firmly stuck in behind here. So battle on. Love to see it. This is what we race for right here. Alright, so again, decision time. The Aston Martin has to time this move very well, because if it waits too long, the power of the Lexus is going to take over. But timing is everything, and the entry of the Porsche curves was a good time to gain position. Forces the Lexus to have to check up on the outside, but the Lexus is absolutely tucked in like glue on the rear bumper of the number 20 Aston Martin here as we come through the Porsche curves. As we come out of the Porsche curves into the Corvette, as there is just a paper wedge separating the number 3 and the number 20 cars here as we head up to get ready to go through the final 4 corners of this racing lap here. This is a very hot battle here for P5 and 6 between these 2 cars, and it is currently the number 20 car that has taken this position away from the number 3 car and immediately moves across that straight to break the toe there. Number 3 does not follow, just sits on the line, fits in his preferred spot on the racetrack, and just settles in behind the number 20 Project Racing 1 Racing Aston Martin. So great battle there. Jake up 1 more position here and continues to charge his team up the ladder of the standings so far here as we get towards our number 10. But now we are going to jump on with our race leader here as he's just heading into the first Ulsan straight, signifying that we have less than 4 minutes to go before we see our driver swap sequence take place. So if there has been any little hiccups or glitches in the stream, I apologize to everybody. We do thank everybody for the patient support at the beginning, and we'll figure out why our computer is playing games here with us today, and hopefully we have a little bit of a smoother stint number 7 for everybody when we do return from our little break away from the booth here. We're still definitely keeping a close eye on this. I mean, Lucas is not just absolutely giving up and be like, all right, you can have it. He's not going to get this up. If he has it his way, they're going to go side by side through pit lane and go in at the same time, so to speak. You know what I mean? So, or be ahead, one or the other, right? It doesn't want to be behind the number 20 car, so he's definitely going to try and respond here in behind the number 20 Aston Martin. And I mean, the gap is only 3/10 of a second here, so this is particularly decision-making time for the drivers when you're battling like this. You need to know when to pass, when you're not going to have the time to pass, when to lay off to open up that gap just enough so when you get to run out of the next section, hopefully you have the better run up the straightaway and you get the pass done quickly and efficiently here. And that may be exactly what we were just seeing there. It almost seemed like Lucas backed off on purpose just slightly. They're heading into corner entries to get a maximum exit speed out of that Lexus there. Although I don't feel like it worked so well for him there, as it looked like he gained about a loss lost about a tenth of a second overall there, but we'll see what happens here as we come around the corner. I mean, the Aston Martin's like a rocket ship on acceleration there compared to the Lexus, and that is again going to gain him a tenth of a second there on the number 3 car. So we're just going to get back to our overall race leader here, as they're now a little over the halfway point around the racing lap here, and as we're just entering the Indianapolis sector here for the number 44 car, signifying we're about 2/3 of the way around the racetrack. So very high speed section here with a couple of very subtle corners that leads us right directly into the Porsche curves, and then that very high speed final sector will take us into pit lane instead of seeing the race leader go back around again. Now we'll see first, second, and third place come in right at the end of this lap, and then of course we'll see the rest of the field come in the next lap, and so on and so forth until they've all completed their 31 racing laps, or 30 racing laps essentially, I guess. So Harlech coming around here and surviving the net coating here in stint number 5. I was a little bit concerned. I didn't want to say anything, obviously. We don't want to put the famous CC on it, the commentator's curse. So literally inches away from pit lane. I think we're okay now. And as our race leader enters in, no, he did not hit the wall. That was just a net coating. Is now going to turn that car over to the next driver. So within about 30 seconds, we will see the 44 GTR head out for our number 10. And it'll be interesting to see who's piloting that car here in the next stint as well. Continue to work on what Harlech did there, open up the gap by about 30 some seconds over our number 1 Dodge Viper Overboost Racing Team car here in second place currently. So as they exit the Indianapolis section here, they now make their way head towards the Indianapolis section now, as they are just coming out of the Mulsanne corner there. So 1 minute and 13 seconds is that gap between second and third place. And where is this? What are we looking at here? We're still close, but not quite that close. Okay. Alright, so Overboost Racing here is moving and cruising, and we'll see them be heading in the pit lane here within about the next 45 seconds as well. Now they're just coming out of the Indianapolis sector, and they're showing that the Dodge Viper's been doing very well here so far at Le Mans. I mean, on a sliver of fuel here, but they should be okay to get around the rest of the way. Ideally, if you are going to run out of fuel at this point in the race, you definitely want to make sure you get through the Porsche curves at least under full power before that thing runs out, because it's just that roll to pit lane at that point. You got to slow down significantly to make the pit lane entry without being penalized for causing damage to your race car. You can see it is just as complicated as the racing section of the final 4 corners on the track as well, but very much more compressed to a single lane instead of as wide as it is on the racetrack. So it is one of the more challenging pit entries here on the racetrack in Gran Turismo 7 as well at Le Mans. So as we see number 1 coming through, we'll see him make that right hand hook into pit lane and prepare to hand their car over to their next teammate as well. And again, it looked like he clipped the wall there, but that actually was again a little bit of net coating as he entered pit lane, and that seems to be a little net coating spot right now on the racetrack. So we'll see if the rest of the drivers do it. But VQS Melvin here for the number 11 Project Platypus BMW doing a fantastic job this stint, 3 minutes 21 seconds behind the racing leader here. As he comes around in the final car on the lead lap here right now as well, hanging on by about 40 seconds around the racetrack is not much, maybe a little less. One of our big movers here, instant number 5 as well, the number 11 Project Platypus BMW here doing a great job, having a fantastic stint, up 2 positions and a nice comfortable gap to 4th place there between themselves and that 764 car, which we'll jump to here in just a moment's time. We'll see here with our number 11 car as they get into pit lane, and then we'll move up into our number 764 Aston Martin, and there's definitely a little net coating spike every time that driver comes through the pit lane entry there. Here, oh, we got a battle for position here, so I don't know what happened there. But Project 1 Racing's Jake here now all over higher place, which means number 3 Lexus is just a couple seconds in behind, so some massive time given up here by the 764 Lexus here, and that actually means that the number 20 Aston Martin is now going to come into driver swap in 4th place, and boy oh boy, Cupcake, you have action right out of pit lane here, as it's the number 20 car separated by less than a second over the number 764, which is going to be probably close to 2 seconds from the number 3 car, so an immediate three-way battle coming into Stint number 6, and boy oh boy, that's going to make for some fun early action on these cold racing tires. So number 20 is coming in, and 764 is literally right in tail, and then boom, number 3 car right there in behind. So 4th, 5th, 6th place separated by 2.5 seconds in pit lane. Bum bum bum, love it. Alright, Antonio here to number 5. Lexus from the Sector 7 Esports Racing team was down in 10th place at the beginning of the stint. Actually down in 11th place at the beginning of the stint, if I remember correctly. Currently sitting in 7th place, so has taken advantage of some mistakes and just sheer overall pace in the lobby at 355.43 is the fastest lap of the session here, held by this driver Antonio as well, and very close to the fastest lap of the race here, just about a tenth and a half off. And Antonio brings that number 5 car in to hand it off to the respective teammates next up. So it's number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here coming around, and only 13 seconds in behind that number 5 car, doing a great job managing that pace since the pass there for that position. And the 45 GTR is in pit lane. We have Total Wolf here from the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin here now, 19 seconds in behind that 45 car, but very close to the entry of pit lane here, and very close in tow is that 69 BMW. So the 35 car did get that position back from the number 69 car, but the 69 car comes out 2.8 seconds in behind. So a couple of close battles here for our next broadcaster here in stint number 6. I believe we are already there.
Good morning, afternoon, evening. This is your boy Cupcake coming at you live over here at good old Le Mans, and we just witnessed an epic battle coming out of the pits. Woodsy managing to get a nice run on P1R's Brisbane. Coming out of that first chicane there on the Mulsanne, managed to move up into 4th, but these boys are playing hard. I mean, they are just going at it. And I do apologize there. I have my mic muted, so my bad. Let's keep an eye on this. They're only separated by 3/10. P1R's Brisbane is gaining on Wid, leading up to Indianapolis, below 0.2 of a second, separating the two. What's gonna happen? Alright, with C doing a nice job defending the inside. We'll switch on board with him real quick. Ooh, half-second penalty, so that is going to allow Brisbane to get past Wid, move back into 4th? Yep, there it is. Alright, cool. Didn't realize they were gapped like that. But anyhow, So if we go to the hood cam, we're on board with P1R's Brisbane, going through the Porsche curves, and look at Woodsy, all up in that dude's business. Both of them are in the Aston Martin. So right now, this battle is essentially going to come down to skill. Can Project 1 successfully defend a lot of these turns? Can Woodsy get a good enough run to be able to pass Brisbane and keep Brisbane behind him? Gap still about 4/10, separating 4th and 5th. Going into the first couple turns there, is Wig gonna get a run on Brisbane? No, not gonna be enough. Hi Jay. Hi Evo. We'll get to that here in just a sec. Let's see what happens going down the Mulsanne. Because surely Wiz got Brisbane's slipstream. So there should be something happening. We'll go back to hood cam. Hood cam's best cam. Alright, so Wid pretty clearly got the better run coming out of that chicane. Thought they were going to bump draft a little, but that don't seem to be the case. Widsey is going to get around Brisbane, retake 4th. Brisbane is going to slot right behind him. Kind of letting off on the gas a little. Don't want to risk sending Widsey to the Shadow Realm and risk damaging their car. I do want to give a shout out to Ghost there for the wonderful commentary in Stint 5. Thomas, Pino, bump draft should not be allowed. Didn't see any bump draft there between P4 and 5. Looked like Wid was going to bump draft, but did not. So 6/10 separates the two. We're just gonna, well, let's not go down the list just yet. I want to see how this pans out. Ooh, Wid and Brisbane catching a little bit of that gravel there. As you can tell, they are racing in completely clear conditions. Could not have asked for better weather than this compared to last week. Split 2 raced in what I like to call the 24 hours of Ohio. Because there seem to be pop-up showers about every 5 minutes. And you know what they say here in Ohio, if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes and it'll change. So P4 and 5 are now separated by 1.1 seconds. I think that might give us enough breathing room to go down the list here, since I had to cover this battle right out the gate. Good Lord. So right now in P1 we do have Race Asylum's Candyman running in that beautiful GTR, 2 minutes and 12 seconds ahead of P2's ORT Valsa Lenta in that gorgeous looking Viper. I don't know who created that livery, but y'all did a banger of a job. P3 is going to be the one, the only Project Platypus's Zico, who is a minute 13 behind P2 and 48 seconds ahead of P4. That's going to be S7R's Wid C. Wid C has opened up that gap a little bit, 1.7 seconds separating himself and P5, which is Project One Racing Brisbane, running in the Aston. P6, we're looking at Grid Lives Pei Mei, 7.8 seconds back from Brisbane, but 41 seconds ahead of P7's Goncazo. Goncazo in that lovely looking S7R livery is 12 seconds ahead of P8. That's going to be Giannis Racing. Giannis, meanwhile, with LMR, is going to be 21 seconds ahead of P9's CTRK. Do believe they're running with Loose Moose as well. And CTRK is 4.7 seconds ahead of P10's Lemons. That gap is going to grow a little bit. Unfortunately, they do have a half-second penalty. But that's not going to matter with the gap between P10 and P11's. The Shadow. Shadow in another gorgeous-looking GTR. Shadow is 14 seconds ahead of S7R's Ando. Ando rocking the Merc. And last but certainly not least, we have Race Asylum's Honor running in P13 with the Bimmer. And looking at the gaps here, so 6 minutes 45 seconds behind the leader, 11 minutes 49. Okay, so they're about 5 minutes behind P12. So that's going to be your lineup for now. Coming back to what used to be an intense battle for P4 and 5 has now grown to 3.1 seconds. Interesting. I don't see anything different either. So Evo was saying, first of all, hi. And he just wanted to mention that this is the greatest race. We just witnessed a great battle. Wonderful battle. That's for you, Evo. Don't fire me. The other battle I wanted to take a look at was P9, or a potential battle, I should say, is maybe P9 and 10 coming up into Indianapolis. I mean, Lemons is gaining a little bit on CT. But like I said, they do have that half a second, 1 second penalty. Ray saying, let's go Honor. You know, I tell you what, it takes some cojones to keep really pressing on in a race like this. 24-hour race. Anything can happen. I mean, we saw it in Split 2 last week, where things got a little bit wild the last half of the race due to weather, ECs, whatever. So yeah, they might be running in P13 at the moment, but I mean, don't count them out. Anything can happen, folks. We are only, I mean, we've got about 13 hours, 38 minutes left in the race, so I'm definitely not counting anyone out. Alright, so Wid C currently with the fastest lap in this stint so far. Now, mind you, I do believe the majority of them, or majority of the racers, I shall say, went out on mediums. So I expect these times to drop significantly when the pit cycle starts. Everybody switched to soft tires, and I think we could see 355s, dare I say 354s. And let's take a look. Just looking through the comments here, folks. Gap has now grown to 5 seconds. Not sure what in the heck is happening there. Paymay, aka Peyton Money Jackson, with a half-second penalty. And then we'll go to CT. Yeah, so that 1 second penalty that P10's Lemons got really set them back. Pretty much all that work that they had put in to drop the gap from about 4.5 seconds to 3.5 roughly has all went away. I mean, that's just how brutal these penalties are, especially at a track like this. It's insane. Nick saying Wid is on a tear. That's what's happening. Yeah, I could tell. I could 100% tell. He was cooking. Yay. Honor is getting the blue flag. I do wonder if that is going to be from Candyman. And it is. Candyman setting the fastest lap of the stint so far at a 3:58.204. So not really, they're not close enough for the blue flag to really take effect. But if I was a betting man, I'm gonna say Honor might be letting up on the Mulsanne. Wrong button. Nope. Gonna keep it pedal to the metal. ATB saying we need the comet that is in the sky to hit everyone than us. Oh, come on, don't say that. So there's Honor, there is Candyman. Just gonna make sure that we do have proper blue flag kind of procedures going on with Honor. In the middle of the night, look at that, not a cloud in the sky. No rain, no nothing. Ooh, Honor getting a little bit loose coming out of that second chicane. We will go on board with Mr. Candyman. Just kind of do a cockpit view. That way it gives you guys an idea of what these drivers get to experience in the dark. And I know for the people that are in here that race this, I mean, yeah, you can mess with different settings to where you can see better, but for the viewers that are not like racing in GTE7 or just kind of popped in to say hi, check things out, I mean, if you race with normal settings, this is what you're seeing. This track is incredibly dark. I mean, you've got maybe a couple light poles here and there. And that's about it. So still purpling. And yep, alright, Honor is going to let Candyman through. So good deal, good deal. Wid still on a tear, 7.3 seconds ahead of P1R's Brisbane. Now, taking a look at the lap times, you could definitely tell there is a big difference in the pace between P4 and P5. You see where Wid is just banging out 359, 358, another 358. Versus P1R's Brisbane is hitting just consistent 401s now, mind you. I mean, that's really consistent. But it's just not enough to catch up to Wid C. So Wid definitely, like Stig was saying, is on that tear. Like you just don't care. Now, I'm curious to see what Gridlife's Pay May is running. Okay, 401s, 402s, currently on his personal best at the moment, going through the Porsche curves. So I'm willing to bet that Pay May here could very well set a 4-minute. Which will be good news for him, because he'll be able to eventually reel in P1R Brisbane, barring any kind of incidents or what have you. I'm not going to say it. I'm not a fan of what Ghost like to call CC. Alright, 4-minute, 0.9. So we'll just compare that. Oh, look at that. Alright, so Brisbane is kind of maybe starting to find a rhythm, setting a 4-minute 0.4. Wid, yet again, just hit a 358.556. Candyman did set another fastest lap of the stint so far on tires, at a 357.6. Let's take a look at P9 and 10. We do have 4.5 seconds separating CT and Lemons. How ironic. We've got Lemons at Le Mans. Just thought of that. Did we see Lemons sell lemonade at Le Mans? I'll see myself out. Alright. ORT's Volsa Lenta setting at 358.7. That is our PB for the stint. See what kind of lap time he's going to set in this Viper. Alright, another 358. Look at that, even better, 358.452. Still 2 minutes and 14 seconds back. Like I said, we got 13 and a half hours left. So, I'm not counting anybody out. I refuse to count anyone out. Wood still on a banger. Let's go to some other people. Goncazo with a half-second penalty. Not good. Not good. It is currently alright. 4/10 up. Last lap he just says PB at a 359.1, so could be looking at a 358.7 or even greater. Or better, I should say. Giannis is banging out 401s, 4 minutes. Staying very consistent. And is only 12 seconds back. Alright, we'll have to keep an eye on that in the future. CTRK is banging out 4 minutes 401s. Levens seems to be setting faster times, but it's those penalties that are killing them. I mean, not a good thing, but still early in this stint. Oof, that might be another penalty. And it is not. Alright. Shocker. Shadow setting 358s, 359s. The Ando setting 358s, 359s with a 4. And then we do have Honor. Ooh, 2.5 penalty. Definitely not something that you want to see. Man alive. So yeah, everybody's setting really consistent lap times. Now, this right here is what surprised me. ORT switched to the Viper. I mean, it's a very interesting choice. And if anybody from ORT is watching, like, you don't have to go into detail or anything, but why the Viper? Because I swear it seemed like that thing was almost universally hated. Unless you were, like, running any kind of oval racing in a sense. And I mean, right now it seems to be paying off in dividends. I mean, I'm in a 16 ahead of Zico. And still setting 358s. Could we see... Oh. Alright, I thought we were going to see a 357 there from Volsa. Evo is Volsa on softs. Maybe. Maybe not. I do believe, though, everybody did take medium tires. I will say that. These times here are awfully consistent for mediums, but yes, everybody but one driver are on medium tires. So a very bold strategy on Ando's part, taking soft tires in the beginning. Could explain why they are catching P11 Shadow, or at least trying to reel them in. RT Volsa, currently on a PB. No, this lap, yeah, this lap's not good for Honor. Due to that 2.5 penalty, man, that is something else. Not sure where you could pick up a penalty that harsh. And they are getting another blue flag. I am going to assume that is for... Oh, wait. That looked to be gone... No, not gone. Also, who the heck? Ah, that's going to be Wid. So, Wid and Brisbane are going to be approaching Honor relatively soon. production manager saying lemons and lemony squeeze at Le Mans this year. Go Lemons. Stig saying that these half-second penalties can stack. They can, but the thing that got me was it was right by the Dunlop Bridge when I saw that. Well, no, never mind. I redact that statement. Because he could have picked it up coming up to the Porsche curves and the Corvette and the Ford chicanes, and yeah. And honestly, I think Le Mans could rival Red Bull as like the track with the worst penalty limits known to man. Brisbane setting consecutive, 4 minutes. Paymay seems to be maybe really in Brisbane. Not 100% sure. Oh, I didn't catch that, Stig. Thank you for pointing that out. Monza penalties are worse. I don't know. I don't know about all that. Ooh, blue flag right with C. Still trying to catch up to Honor. Do a poll, you say. Well, there we go. Alright, so here's what we'll do. 100 for Le Mans. And then we'll do a eye emoji for Red Bull. And then you said Monza. We'll do that one for Monza. Alright, so just reply in the comments there with the emoji on which track you think has the worst. Ooh, Honor going wide. Would see to get past him. Has the worst track limit penalties. Luke is saying Spa is worse, and also saying Peyton is not locked in yet. Only a matter of time before he is. Kind of figured as much. Bro is mental. Ooh, scrapes the wall. Luckily, no damage. Let's check with... Oh, here we go. Alright, so 2 seconds separates them, about 2.5. Nothing going on there. I'll count that, Stig. Jay says saying Le Mans. I think we got a battle brewing here, folks. Oh, Mr. Yeager saying Red Bull. All right. So we are all tied up here while we are keeping an eye on this. Maybe a battle for P9. Lemons did set a 3:58.996 last lap, with CT setting a 4:04, so did gain almost 2 seconds on CT. gaining a little bit, not much, 2.4 seconds, set another 3:58. Alright, so Lemons is pretty much getting into the groove. Jack's saying Le Mans as well. Alright, Le Mans is winning so far. CT setting at 3:59.7, so Levin's running 1 second faster this last lap than CT. And I just got word that we hit 600 subscribers. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Huge thank you to everybody that subscribed to this channel. We pretty much do this out of a pure passion for racing. And I mean, look at the kind of stuff that we get to witness. I mean, 24-hour events, 12-hour events, 8-hour events, and it's all endurance racing. So thank you everybody for the 600 subscribers. For folks that are just tuning in, if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that button. It doesn't hurt to press it. I mean, you can always keep up to date on the races, what all we have going on, what kind of races are coming up. I do know after Le Mans, we're going across the pond to Watkins Glen for an 8-hour event. So 1.4 seconds separates P9 and 10. The only advice I got for CT is when Le Mans gives you lemons, you better defend your position and maybe make lemonade at Le Mans. Thank you for the kind word, Jack. Or kind words, I should say. This is a very fun series. And Jaeger did pull up the calendar. Like I said, next month we're going to have Watkins Glen. After that is going to be the 8 hours of Fuji, 12 hours of Petit Le Mans. That is going to be at Road Atlanta. Then our season finale will be at Spa for the not only final race of the season, but for the final 24-hour race of the season. That one's bound to be a thriller. Cannot wait for Spa. So they're still pretty much still 1.4, 1.3 seconds separated. Now I am going to go through nothing else going on with now 15.5 seconds ahead of Brisbane. And then Brisbane is kind of opening up a gap between himself and Paymay. That's at 11.5 seconds. Caso, Giannis, alright. Gap still holds steady there between P1 and 2. That is 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Looking at ORT's Valsalenta. Caso with a half-second penalty. And alright, ladies and gents, we do have a battle. That is going to be between P9 and 10. Looks to be second. Man. Second separating the two. Lemons does not have a penalty, but CT does have a half-second penalty. So we're going to go on board with Lemons at Le Mans. Lemons is gaining a good bit there, man. Good lord, setting consistent 358. Now within slipstream range of CTs, so I imagine he probably will be catching up to him. So, yep, alright, under 6/10, we're at half a second. Alright, yep. So we're just gonna P9 on board with CTRK. Just currently looking on the roof. There it goes. Ooh, a little bit of bump drafting. Interesting. We're just going to stay on board with them until we reach the penalty line that is going to be after our nage. Still half a second separates the two. Indianapolis, Lemons getting just a hair bit loose, nothing major, didn't lose any kind of time. That could have been neck code as well. There we go. Alright, so CT did get a better run, but that penalty killed him, so that is going to allow Lemons to get past to take P9. So those two are currently duking it out. That does seem to be the only battle that we do have going on at the moment. Just refreshing a couple things here, making sure I've got the chat up still. So Lemons is going to set 358.8 versus CT, which, I mean, had that penalty, did set a 401. Lemons is starting to pull away a little bit there from CT. 1.6 seconds separates the two. Sorry about that, I did get a couple messages here. Might have to leave early. Alright, but we do have pretty much everybody. You know, Brisbane did open up more of a gap there to pay May at 13 seconds. Gonkazo with another half-second penalty. Giannis, Lemons, CT. That gap has now opened up to 2.4. A 7R Ando with a 1-second penalty is setting 358s, 359s. Couple 4 minutes. RA Honor setting a 4-minute last lap on those medium tires. Alright, so I am just going to do something real quick. I will be back in just a second. Alright, sorry about that, folks. We were just riding on board with a few of these drivers. Got Scorpio, Pino, got Kazo, Giannis. Yeah, so that gap's opened up even more. Yeah, 2.8 seconds separates P9 and 10. ERA's Candyman did open up 2 more seconds between himself and ORT's Valsalenta. That's at 2 minutes 16 seconds. And then Zico, we haven't really covered Zico a whole lot with Project Platypus. Still running in P3. I'm just trying to get some things ironed out. I am going to have to leave early here, so I am working with the production manager. I do have a family member whose car just broke down. Pretty much broke a shift linkage is what I was told, and they can't go anywhere. I'm the only one with tools. finally finalizing some things here before I have to dip. I am so sorry to everybody, but as you guys know, family always comes first. So with that, I will keep this stream up. And yeah, we will get right back with you guys as soon as we can. Again, I am terribly sorry.
So we get it sorted. All good.
Yeah.
Just leave it as it is. If the screen share doesn't work, it's okay.
Okay, I will.
We'll still have the pictures running.
I will do this. Did you get that, Jaeger?
Yep.
All right. Very sorry about that, sir. Probably have to control it with the controller.
See, yeah, I can control it. Look at that. So better than nothing. So okay, emergency. And so at least I can control something. Let's have a look.
Yep. Thank you, Jaeger.
Yep, it does work, so I can control at least the cars, so probably I won't be touching the controls to go to different cameras, but still we can have a look at the race situation then in this stream. So let's run you through the current standings. So the 44 car in the lead, Candyman, 2 minutes and 16 in that gap currently. Then we have the number 1 car, ORT's Viper with Valsaland. Sorry. Wasn't prepared for doing comms. Big Slide Valsalanta in P2. In P3, it's Project Platypus. The only one, Zico, in that number 11 BMW. Then Witzy for Sector 7, racing the Boomers in P4. Nice little gap to Project 1 Racing, the number 20 car, the Aston Martin, running in P5 currently. Paymay in the number 3 Lexus. Under 13 seconds, that gap to P5. The number 5 car, the Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Esports, now up to P7. So the comeback continues. And looking at the gaps, 26 to P6, another 12 to P5, and the question earlier in chat was, can the number 5 car get a top 5 finish by the end of this race? And it was a 67% yes vote. So people in chat, they believe in the number 5. So yeah, they're on their way, definitely, for that top 5 finish. In P8, then it is the 45 last minute racing Nissan GTR ENS. The gap to the number 5 car, 16, 17 seconds ish. Another 21 to AHR in the 69 BMW Lemons, driving that car, and one of the closest gaps between the cars, between P9 and P10, CTRK, just 3 seconds the gap to the car in front. So the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Is it? It is, right? A bit confused. Yeah, that's an Aston. Indeed. So lap times, a bit of advantage for Lemons currently, so let's keep an eye on that gap. 3.4 seconds now. Then we see the 66 car, GT Finland Racers, the Shadow, driving. So they had a disconnect last stint. They're back in the race. P11 it is for now. So can they find their way back into the top 10? P12, we have the third Sector 7 racing car, the AMG for the Mikugar team, Ando. 1 minute and 30 the gap. Currently, and in P13, the 77 car Race Asylum Black in that BMW M6 Honor. 4 minutes 00.7, his personal best in the last lap. So yeah, looking at the lap count, lap 17 now. So we could see the first couple of pit stops very soon for the drivers that started on the racing medium tire compound. It is the mediums are the mandatory tire for every stint to use, and usually the drivers are starting on the mediums and then switch to the softs for the rest of the driver stint. I'm looking at the fuel levels for some of the cars, and this is getting lower and lower. So also the top three are currently on that lead lap. P3 roughly 25 seconds before they face a lapping maneuver, an overtake. Yeah, the 44 team today just smashing it out of the window. Their pace is unmatched so far. This race, 2-minute 18-second gap to P2, another 1-minute and 16 seconds to P3. Then the rest of the grid already one lap down at least. Would see for the Boomers doing a really good job again. Not sure if it's the second stint for Witsy or even the third. At least the second, not sure. We also did qualifying yesterday. Seems to be enjoying this track. Well, looks very, very strong lap times on those medium tires. It is 27, 28 seconds now, the gap to the number 20. Paymain, it looked like for a moment that he was getting closer to P5. It goes the other way, that gap now in 14 seconds. 4:01s. Now Brisbane a tiny bit quicker, not by much though. And we have Goncazo for Sector 7 Racing Esports, the number 5, and our championship leaders currently chipping away those seconds to P6. Give it a try. Oh, I can go. I can switch camera as well. Let's go. And we run on board in the Lexus RCF, approaching the first chicane, the Daytona chicane on that Mulsanne straight. We go left and right again. Into the darkness, through the public roads at Le Mans, that long straight. No worries, Ivo. I'm here the entire broadcast, and if a backup is needed, I try my best. So also shout out to Cupcake for enabling me to control his screen with my controller. So at least we get a little bit of the racing action covered and see the gaps between the cars. Indeed, Ivo, indeed. still gaining on P6. That wasn't the smoothest run out of Anage. Jump out of this, so sorry for that. No, that was too quick. Let's go to the TV camera again and see what we can do. Candyman still staying out, low on fuel. Now it's lap 19, so this could be the end lap for our race leaders. What about the Viper in P2? That fuel is very, very low. Don't think they will do another lap. So this is most likely the in lap for the number 1 car running in P2. Let's have a look at P3, the 11 BMW. Also that fuel getting lower and lower. Wouldn't be surprised to see them heading for a service very, very soon. Out of the Porsche curves, we go into the final couple of turns just before the pit stop. I think it's gonna be just enough, 1 or 0% heading into the pit lane for the Viper. Let's see, it's perfect timing, I guess, with the fuel. So looking at the number 11 car, also expect them to pit now this lap. The 764 Aston, maybe one more, I don't know. Might be close, too close. But everyone is now running on low fuel. So definitely getting closer to their first scheduled pit stop. Just going through the grid now and see. So yeah, P3 is in. The other cars should be following very, very soon. Candyman as well, our leader, now into the pits. What about a bit of fuel to play for the 66? The AMG did a different strategy. I think they started on softs. They're now running on the medium tires. The 77 also on those mediums. Let's have a look at the leaders in for their service. Fresh tires, fuel coming in. So a little rest definitely for the drivers now during that pit stop. I think it's 45, 50 seconds maybe. So you get a little bit of a break there, and the racing softs it is. Valsalenta 4 ORT on the outlap on the racing softs. the only one. Zico is running the soft tires as well for the remainder of this race in P3. Just saw the blue flags. The 20 car yet to pit with the blue flags, the leaders right behind, and the 20 with low fuel, an in-lap incoming. They will give up the position now on the straight, I reckon. No, not before the Daytona chicane, but after that one. Should be an easy overtake. Whoa, what a run through the chicane for Candyman and the 44. And now getting the run. And the easy overtake down the Mulsanne into the Michelin chicane. So Brisbane and Paymay both haven't pitted yet. Witzy is on the outlap. You see that on Racing Softs. So they will move up 2 positions to P4 again very, very soon. And Goncazo for the number 5 on the outlap with Racing Softs equipped. The 45 car with Yanis also using the softer tire compound. Now it's P8, P9. We have the AHR 69 BMW on the outlap as well. And close behind, very close behind now, the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin C, T, R, and K. Under 2 seconds. That gap. So I guess that should be a good moment to go on board. Not the best chicane. Still roughly at 2 seconds. Okay, so my keyboard is not working, so I cannot use any replays or quick position changes. We still get a nice little onboard view from the 35 Aston Martin. That wasn't the best exit. with the fresh soft tires, it looks like Lemons a bit more pace compared to CTRK. So gap doesn't really change. Now we go further down the order and see the Shadow on the outlap with soft tires, 31 seconds. That gap to P10. And another 53 seconds in the AMG on that reverse strategy, soft to mediums for the 64. And Honor still on his mediums. Probably going to pit very soon as well. I think Ivo mentioned it earlier on. Candyman is on fire. Definitely fastest lap of this stint currently, 3:57.3, increasing the gap to the car behind, 2 minutes and 24 seconds now, and a 3:55.6 on those soft tires now. The Viper doing still a good job running in P2 and staying on the lead lap. JP, you need to wait for a little bit longer then for my song performance. So next up it will be Ghost aka GT45 Gaming with stint number 7, and then when we hit daylight it will be my scheduled commentary stint number 8, and then we're in for a treat once again. So the gap to the leaders, 3 minutes and 40 seconds for the number 11. Was 15, 16 seconds now before they're being lapped. Looks like they're currently losing 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap, maybe. Maybe they can survive this stint and stay on that lead lap. 56.7 for Witsi in that Aston Martin for the Sector 7 Racing Boomers. It's still, I don't know, it's basically the definition of no man's land for Witsi. 37 seconds, 38 seconds, the gap in front and behind. Brisbane versus Paymay. That gap is going up between those two drivers, so good news for Brisbane and Project One Racing. Bad news for the Grid Life Racing team in the number 3. And here we go, under 5 seconds for the number 5 car. Closed that gap quite quickly throughout the stint. Both in a Lexus that race, the number 3 and the number 5. might have a battle for position very soon between those two cars. Also a bit of a lonely race at this stage for Yanis in the 45 last minute racing. Nissan in P8. Nice little gap, 2 lemons with nearly 18 seconds. 4.5 to 35 car. Is it really closing the gap since that pit stop? The Shadow trying to get the 66 in a better position, so they won't be catching P10 during this stint, but they're putting in good lap times. And here after the turbo swap, we are just halfway through this race, so you see it on the screen, 12 hours 30 minutes remaining. You know, be consistent, keep it clean, and give your teammates the opportunity to continue then with the trend for the latter stints throughout this race. It is a minute to Ando, so that's okay. We go to, I think, P6 versus P7, down to 3 seconds between the two Lexus drivers. $3:58.9 for Paymay and a 3:56.7 for Goncazo. That 1 second penalty though, that's gonna hurt the number 5. Still on a good lap, bringing that gap down, and maybe they get a little bit of slipstream coming out of the Mulsanne corner. Let's see, 2.3 purple for sector. With that 1 second penalty, might be a huge cut in the first sector. Still, that comeback drives continues for the number 5 car, under 2 seconds. Very aggressive braking into the chicanes, gaining 2-3 tenths compared to Paymay and the number 3 car. So will be the same after the Mulsanne corner. He gained another 2 tenths. Still purple. Gets a nice little exit and creeps into the slipstream range. Candyman is pitting. What happened to our leaders? Oh, big one. Engine damage. I see 4 Candyman. And also damage on the front and the left suspension. So that was a big one. So we don't have access to the replay, unfortunately. I just see it on my screen. Massive moment for the leaders. Changing tires again. 2:25 currently. Time loss at least 30 seconds. So Candyman back running on the track. That gap should come down to under 2 minutes. Pretty sure when we see that. Was it the exit of Anarch where we had a couple of drivers hitting the barrier? Yeah, look at the gap now on the delta coming down. Alright, it was 10, 11 seconds gained, just like that. So pretty sure Candyman hit the barrier then and got himself engine damage. Luckily they have a big lead. Still a very, very scary moment for the 44 car. Shouldn't happen too often. 2 minutes 6 seconds, and now crossing the line and heading into the first sector. We will see that gap now. Indeed, it's 1 minute 30, roughly. So yeah, probably 55 second loss for our leaders. Well, that's good news for P3, the 11 BMW. So, they're safe now, I think, from being lapped. In P3, what about P4? They might get back onto the lead lap now. So it's 4 minutes. And where is Candyman currently? Yeah, I think. Witsy and the Sector 7 Racing Boomers are back on the lead lap. That gap will drop down under 4 minutes when he comes round the first turn. We wait for the time, 3:35, 3:30, 29, 27, yeah. That is definitely on the lead lap again for the Aston Martin. Where is Brisbane? Will P5 also get back onto the lead lap? It might be. Maybe just. Let's see. Will it drop down under 4 minutes? No, not quite. So Candyman should be, yeah, coming through the Dunlop chicane. So we have 4 cars on that lead lap now. Candyman, 1 minute 30 the gap to Valsalenta for ORT. Then the only one, Zico for Project Platypus, the number 11 in P3, and with Z for Sector 7 Racing Boomers in P4 on the lead lap. And P5, 1 lap down. Brisbane in the number 20, Aston Martin. We missed that overtake, sorry, but the events for the leaders were also quite important. The number 5 car up to P6 got past the number 3 Lexus. 21 seconds the gap to P5 now. Can May in the green machine stay with the Sector 7 Racing Esports Lexus? Losing some time on the straight, so it's outside of the slipstream range already. What's the gap between the 45 and the 69? Under 12 seconds now. Lemons is pushing that BMW now, gaining more than a second per lap on Yanis in the 45 machine. And also increases his gap over the 35 Aston Martin. Everyone is now putting in some really good lap times on those soft tires, sub 4 minutes, 58s, 57s, and Candyman after the pit stop and the damage repair, 55.6. Endo is the only driver on the mediums currently. 4 minutes something and honor on the soft. What's the gap between P13 and P12? It's not showing. It's 13:10 to the leaders, 7, so that's 6 minutes and 10 seconds, so 1.5 laps separating P12 and P13 at the moment. Next really fast lap for Candyman, 33:55.2. If I can remember correctly, it has been said in chat the fastest lap so far throughout this event is a 3:55.19 something. Good lap times for the other cars, not as quick as our race leader, of course. P4 with the, I think, the second quickest driver at the moment. I also see that the gap between Brisbane in the 20 Aston Martin for Project 1 Racing, and Goncazo in the number 5 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing is coming down. Yeah, Goncazo as well into the 56s, so on par with Witzy. Pushing, open up that gap to Paymay. Roughly 4 seconds at this stage, and let me have a look at the time remaining. Getting closer to the next driver swap sequence again, so roughly 15 minutes for the next sequence. Yanis versus Lemons. Lemons gained another second, has a penalty now. So I think we go with what's the closest battle? I have forgotten already. I'm not sure. Let's see. No, that's not that close. Under 10 seconds between CTRK and Lemons. 11 seconds between Lemons and Yanis. 27 between Yanis and Paymay. Paymay 4 seconds to Goncazo. 18 seconds. It's still coming down, but a long shot to get up to P5 for the number 5 by the end of this stint. Then 47 seconds between Brisbane and Witzy. 34 Witzy, 2 the only one, Zico 2 Valsalenta, that is 1 minute and 17, and 1:35 for Candyman 2 Valsalenta in the lead. Another 55, low 55 for the esports race asylum driver in the 44. Let's stay with the race leader, and I'm catching up with Discord. See, I missed something, no? Not purple, so we are not staying with Candyman. Boo you. We want to see purple lap times. Every lap, please. Ah, just kidding. $57 for the Viper. Zico with a little bit of a shaky exit out of Indianapolis. There's already a second down, so probably hard to get a 57, maybe a high 57 for the number 11 car. The best of the Aston Martins in P4. Only strong laps as well. Brisbane sub 4 minutes. Losing time to the comebackers. Now, whoa, a big drift out of Mulsanne, corner for Goncazo in his Lexus. He's pushing under 18 seconds that gap. Okay, maybe with a 1 second penalty, a big one. 6.5 seconds already the gap to P6. The cushion to P8 though is quite comfortable. 25 seconds at the moment. Also the gap between Yanis in the 45 and Lemons in the 69 doesn't really change that much now. Hovering around the 11-second mark, but the 35 Aston Martin is slowly catching, bringing down that gap under 8 seconds for a brief moment. Whoa, a massive drift out of Indianapolis. The shadow for the 66 GT Finland Racers Nissan under 30 seconds. The gap to P10, so they do exactly what I mentioned earlier on, keeping it steady. And I think I have the link for the next stint, so I'm gonna prepare that. Right, that's sorted. Jump to our leaders. They're on lap 28, so the end of lap 31 is where we see the next driver swap sequence again. 3 times in a row, that 3:55, a 0.2, a 0.3, a 0.4. Purple sector as well, if it wasn't showing that half-second penalty for Candyman. So probably just slipping into the 56s on this lap with that penalty. Up to 1:40 again, the gap. Still very solid lap times from all of the drivers. 57s, 58s for Zico, 57s now for Witsy on slightly worn soft tires. Looking at the lap times for Brisbane, still sub 4 minutes. Into the 59s now, and 15 seconds. That gap to P6. Another 59. Consistency is key. There is some traffic for the number 5 car, that is the 77 BMW, Race Asylum Black. Oh no, the share play session will end in 5 minutes. So I won't be able to control the stream anymore. So what to do? I think we'll just have to stay then with the leaders. Will we? I don't know. Maybe, yeah. So let's see if I can then make that transition somewhat, that we go earlier to stint number 7 to resume the racing action with someone in control for the stream controls. Should be doable, I think. So then let me prepare the swap sequence. So on lap 29, 2.5 laps to go for our race leaders. Thank you, SharePlay, for letting me know all the time that the session will end soon. I can't do anything, unfortunately, so it's Cupcake's stream and the session, so he just enabled me to have control. So, but this will end in 3 minutes, so the stream will still be running, but I can't then change the cars, so that's why I leave it on the race leaders for now, so we can see the driver swap, and then we have the next stream running with GT45 Gaming again. So as soon as the driver swap happens, we will go directly full screen then for stint number 7. So it's all sorted, I think, all fine. We don't have any real close battles currently on the track in this stint. And we might be able to see a new fastest lap of the entire event so far. Candyman is pushing. It's purple out of the first sector. Will it be purple after the next sector? No, not. Anymore, still not far off. He's not letting off. He wants to get that maybe 54, a good final sector. I think it's possible. No. So my session is gone now, unfortunately, but we still have like hopefully this running. Yeah, it's all good. So we still see the pictures, but I'm not in control anymore. Oh. Let's wait if we see a next sector time appearing for Candyman. No. That's close. That is really close. It's his penultimate lap of driver stint number 6. Can he nail the Porsche curves and the final sector? A 10th down. No fastest lap. Probably still a very quick one, and that is the 5th or 6th. 3-minute 55 for the 44 car. What a pace it is. And a penalty 55.5. So final lap for Candyman in driver's stint number 6. So in less than 4 minutes we continue with the racing action in driver's stint number 7. It's GT45 Gaming again, and who will be covering the next 2 hours. And for all of us, yeah, so halfway through this race, and yeah, big shout out to the drivers, to the teams, to the commentary booth, the crew, to the lobby hosts, the race directors, the third officials. So far, very smooth sailing for this event, apart from some minor technical difficulties. So hope you're all enjoying this 24-hour broadcast here at the IRO. If you haven't already, hit that like button, by the way, and also check if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe. It's free. Would help us. We reached the 600 subscribers earlier on this stream. So yeah, thank you all for that. And our goal, of course, is to reach the 1K before the end of the year. So if you know anyone, share the link in your socials and discords, whatever. We're definitely having fun here with those endurance races and trying to give you a good looking stream with some really good endurance racing here with Gran Turismo 7. The limitations the game has, still we can manage this in a way with driver swaps, longer races, and all of the good stuff. So Candyman now heading into the final sector, coming out of Anarch, serving the penalty, and then heading towards the Porsche curves for the final time in this stint. So one more time, a smooth run. And that's the end of the driver stint for Candyman, now heading into the pit lane, and then let's try to get a kind of smooth transition into stint number 7. Don't have I think a side by side, but we'll get there. So the car is parked now, so we should see the work now starting on the car. Let me bring up that transition for you.
It is 24 hours of Le Mans from the International Racing Organization as we continue to journey through the French countryside. It is the 44 GTR of Esports Race Asylum in the lead. So they are standing there and now just awaiting for their time to go. So welcome in everybody, welcome back, and the 44 car is off. So driver swap complete for our race leader at the 12-hour point belongs to the 44 GTR of Esports Race Asylum. So here we go, it is Harlech behind the wheel again here in hours number 13 and 14. So 12 hours in the books. It's been a storyline already. Let's see how deep the story continues here in the final 12 hours of the race. Things are still cool, things are still calm and collected, and the drivers are still dug in, so to speak, to continue their trek to close gaps and gain positions before the final few hours of the event here this weekend. So welcome in, appreciate the support as always from International Racing Organization. I'm going to be your host for the next couple hours at GT45 Gaming. Alright, so it's been an interesting day on and off the racetrack, I gotta say so far, but huge credit to the International Racing Organization and all its subsidiaries and counterparts and behind the scenes, keeping things moving smooth and grooving. But it is Harlech here out, and we should be seeing the number 1 Dodge Viper from the Overboost Racing team here coming out fairly soon, as we're nearing around the halfway point of the racetrack. So I do suspect we should see some movement here from that Dodge Viper by the time our race leader gets to the end and towards the Mulsanne corner here potentially. Hope everyone's well. Hope we've all got some good food in their bellies and have been enjoying our weekends thus far. Some of us are dealing with extreme heat, some of us probably have some rainy and weather, maybe some of us are going through storms, but whatever it is you may be dealing with, we hope that you're dealing with it with family and loved ones and are enjoying the race event here this evening. So we are going to jump to that number 2 car here. Maybe we'll wait. I'm not sure what the gap officially was, so there we go. See, my timing would have been perfect. Ah, man, I shouldn't trust my instincts. Alright, our number 1 Dodge Viper now out on track. They have completed their driver swap here, and it is going to be ORT's Gomez, I'm not sure which one, out on track here for that number 1 car here, our defending champions from the 2024 championship season, of course the first inaugural season, so an honor that they'll never be able to have taken away from them, so to speak, winning that very first initial season here at IRO. And we're just seeing a couple little biggity boos here, so we're just making sure everything's running properly. Just one of those days. Alright. Bear with me. I know the stream is a little jittery at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on with the whole break, essentially updating the computer and scrambling to even get back into the stint on time here. I'm sure Jaeger was having a mild panic attack. So just bear with it. Settled in last time. It'll do much of the same this time. We got a number 11 BMW here from Platypus Racing, all up in 3rd place, 1 minute 18 seconds in behind the ORT team, and they are just under 2 minutes in behind our race leaders currently. We have the number 764 Aston Martin from the Sector 7 Racing Boomer team here and stick behind the wheel, 20.2 seconds in behind that number 11 BMW as well. So top 4 hour out on track. We're gonna have to go a little old school here to get the stream settled down. The part of the race, all the teams are dug in. They're probably dead set on what they got going on for strategies here right now, and again the mission is much of the same: close gaps, gain positions, open gaps in behind, and that's exactly what everybody's trying to do. So the number 5 Lexus here is just outside that top 5 currently by what appears to be just under 18 seconds here, so it's Macho Monkey coming in behind the wheel here. Very quick driver for the Sector 7 Esports number 5 car and our current championship points leaders. So they continue to crawl up through the field after a pretty tough start to their racing day here, just again showing how I guess well in sync the team is on the racetrack here during race weekends. And I mean, they are the current championship point standings leaders, keeping that in mind. The number 3 Grid Life Lexus out on track, 23.5 seconds in behind the number 5 Lexus here, currently in 7th place. And they, oops, we skipped one here, and they come out in 11 seconds in front of the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here, who did start in pole position here today in the race, still sitting very strong in 8th position here. We've got the Loose Moose Racing 35 Aston Martin in 9th place here, 19.2 seconds, pardon me, in behind that number 45 car. A little bit give and take between these two teams here over the last 3 or 4 hours. We've got Bruce Ted from Apex Hunter Racing here in the 69 BMW here as well, currently sitting in 10th place, just 2.8 seconds back of that number 35 Aston Martin. And then we got our GT Finland Racing GTR here currently in 11th place after some issues in a couple hours ago, having to go in behind the pit wall there, and that's cost him some definite time on the racetrack. But 13.2 seconds in behind 10th place here now, starting to move up the racetrack in that 66 car, and then that takes us to our 12th place drivers here, which is the 64 Sector 7 Mercedes, still waiting to get out on track. Should be fairly soon here. And then we're also waiting for the R8 black car to come out on track as well. And we are down a team here. Looks like this racing weekend. It looks like the McLaren team either maybe not making race grid, and I just missed the memo, or has retired here very early on today. And I mean, that's Le Mans. It does that to racers. It does that to teams. So it's not something that's a surprise to racers, I suppose, that build this racetrack. It is hard on equipment. It is hard on racers. So, with that being said, Le Mans is Le Mans. Alright, gap management, let's do a little through here. Our race leader, the 44 GTR here, of course, from Esports Race Asylum in the race lead. Nice, comfortable 2 minute, a little less gap over the number 1 Dodge Viper defending champion Overboost Racing team. They're 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of third place is Project Platypus BMW, number 11 car that is. Our fourth place drivers here is a 764 Sector 7 Racing Aston Martin, and they are on a purple sector, but I'm sure that's going to fluctuate as the stint starts to grow in and everybody settles in. 17.8 seconds in behind that car, and about a minute gap to our fifth place team, the number 20 Aston Martin from Project 1 Racing. So some larger gaps and some not so big gaps here when you consider the track at a distance that we're racing here this weekend as well. Macho Monkey in the number 5 Sector 7 Esports Lexus, currently 14.4 seconds in behind Project 1 Racing driver, not really gaining or losing there. Lucas is 25 seconds in behind Macho, much of the same there. 12.4 seconds ahead of the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR, a little bit pacier currently than that number 45 car in behind chasing. The number 35 Aston Martin still about the same in behind that car, about 18 seconds. However, the number 69 BMW is starting to close in here, potentially to pressure range, 4 seconds in behind. And Bruce Ted, Snowman from GT Finland Racing 66 GTR is lurking in the foreground here, the background here, just nibbling under that 10-second mark and gaining as well. So potential three-way battle maybe starting to develop early on here in the 12-hour mark at Le Mans. So let's stick with things. Let's keep our eye, especially on this point of the race here. They're not quite close enough really to show too much yet. We've got McNaughty Gaming out here now for the Sector 7 Meek Luger team. And I believe this is the 64 Mercedes here, so they did opt to do a car change from last racing round. I think that's the only one here from round 5 to round 6. I'm currently in 12th position, and then we're just waiting for that R8 black car now, that BMW, to find its way out on track, and it shouldn't be too much longer here before all 13 of our teams are actively back in action here at hour number 12. Plus. Alright. Hope everybody's been having a fantastic viewing experience here so far. Hope we're enjoying the race. There's been a lot of up and down moments here for a lot of teams here in this race. So for those of us that are hanging out right now watching the events unfold here at Le Mans, as we drive through the French countryside, still in the dark, and probably will remain being dark for a few more hours yet. No, when I'm saying few, so it's a broad statement. I believe about 3, maybe 4 more hours, and then we'll start to see potential sunrise conditions coming. But just kind of trying to find that closest sweet spot right now, and it's probably going to be that potential three-way battle there for 10th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Six. Alright, so interesting. And it looks like the number 35 Aston Martin is gaining a little bit of time on the 69 BMW, and the 69 BMW is losing time to the 66 GTR in behind. So it appears right now, the way things stand, and we've got the number 1 Dodge Viper from ORT here starting to come in a blue flag situation as well. So at some point here, the 69 BMW will give that position to the number 1 Dodge Viper that is closing in very quickly here. And I would assume we'll probably see that exchange happen here before we get into the Porsche curves. Actually, we've already seen that. Yeah, we're already seeing the number 1 Viper close in real nice and tight. So what we should see here is that 69 car make a decision on which side he's just going to hold on to here, and then we'll probably see the number 1 Dodge Viper make the pass on the opposite side, which is exactly what we're seeing here right now. And it is going to be a blue flag positional swap here between the 2nd place team and our number 10th place team here currently, who we're on board with. Now, there seemed to have been a little bit of an advantage for the 66 GTR chasing in behind, because he's seen about a second point 2 come off that gap. So that was very, very good for the number 66 GT Finland car chasing, currently trying to get back up into the top 10 here, and that put him 4.5 seconds roughly in behind. However, the 69 BMW currently does have a little bit of slipstream from that number 1 Dodge Viper, which could potentially help pull some of that gap back, but you can see how quickly that Dodge Viper is pulling away from the number 69 BMW here on track. Alright, 5 seconds is that gap between 10th and 11th place, so nothing too spry yet, but our GT Finnish driver here is most certainly closing in right now, and very steadily closing in, not very quickly. He's not chunking time, but he's definitely taking time by the hundredths as the tires continue to roll here through corners and straightaways. So let's see what happens here as we come out of the final corner, and there we go, a big chunk right there, down to 4.2 seconds. Let's jump on board here with our GT Finland racing team here. I mean, this is the closest thing we have to a battle here. I don't see any requests for anybody to be showing up here at the moment, so let's hang out with GT Finland Racing, number 66 GTR, as he continues to tear into that gap as the 69 BMW in front. Gap down 2.7 seconds as we get through the first section of the racetrack, heading onto the Mulsanne straight, number 1. That'll be leading us into our first hard braking, semi-hard braking zone, after these cars are essentially almost at top speed. So it's going to be essentially hard braking for the cars. There's a lot of momentum change, and then you've got a hard chicane, sweeping mid-speed set of corners. You want to get on the throttle as early as possible, but also still keeping the car underneath you, but also staying within the track limits. Again, track officials are ruthless here. They do not hesitate to hand out half-second track penalties to other racers, so they are on the ball. Did something happen to Perry? No, he's still currently sitting in 3rd place, minute 25 in behind Team ORG driver. I don't see anything out of the ordinary there. Don't believe anything happened to the number 11 car. Nope. Potentially just a difference maybe in fuel load. Maybe one took tires, one didn't take a tire change. It's hard to say, but there could be time gains lost in pit lane and the driver swap as well. A few seconds, probably not a significant amount, but no, it doesn't seem like anything out of the ordinary anyways. So as we're heading through the Indianapolis section here, you can see that gap is really closed up to 1.2 seconds. A huge wiggle under the throttle trying to come out of the power there as he's on that cold, slippery rumble strip on the exit there, and 1.2 seconds, and still very slowly closing here. He closes in on that number 69 BMW here, so we're going to stay with this for a minute. Again, the closest thing we currently have to a battle ongoing on the racetrack, so we are going to see what we see. Not the Indy, we're in the Indianapolis sector right now. I'm ahead of myself. closing in now. He's in slipstream range, so as we get on the power, who gets the better exit? And it is going to be that. I was going to say it's the 66 GTR, but I think we're going to have to put a slightly better exit there with number 69 BMW in front. There's he got a little bit of a quick pull away from that GTR, but the GTR very quickly sunk himself in, and we're going to go side by side here. Apparently it's not going to go. Oh, there we go. Decides to settle back in behind the BMW here as we head through the Porsche curves, and as we get ready to go through the Corvette S's here. It's nose to tail racing here at Le Mans. Ooh, and a great run coming out. And side by side action. I know it's really dark, but all you can see is the shadow there, and he's going to brake just a little bit, slightly better than 69 BMW, and of course the number 69 BMW realizing he's out of position at that point, and the car is in front. He's just going to hold on to the brakes a little bit harder there, and just tuck back in behind, and a great recovery there from Ted as well after the huge overpower coming on the exit there, and the car getting away from him a little bit. So 1.7 second gap immediately there for the GT Finland Racing GTR, but great battle right there from those two, quick, clean, concise, and the 66 GTR hopefully continues to now open that gap up a little more. So let's head back through our field. Let's see what we see. Pretty damn damage. Oh. I see. Alright, our race leader, 1 minute 53 seconds ahead of the number 1 Dodge Viper in behind. So chipping away is the number 1 Dodge Viper here on the 44 GTR up in the race lead. The 44 GTR has been in the race lead for quite a long time here so far in the race, so has been essentially controlling the pace of this 24-hour event up to this point. We got Perry here, and no, I'm not seeing anything strange going on here, so I can definitely throw away any concerns that the number 11 fans may have. The car seems to be anyways in full operating and 100% condition at this point. 764 Aston Martin is 11.9 seconds in behind, so slowly but surely is chipping away at the third place position driver here, and this is where this car once was a few hours ago, and of course the number 11 car having a great stint number 5, grabbing a couple of positions, putting themselves up into that third place position. But it seems like the 764 team has kind of responded back here over the last 2-3 hours, dug themselves back in and started to claw back on that gap, and now it's 11.6 seconds at this point. So it's a very good little race we got going on here so far today. Project 1 Racing, number 20 car here, currently being driven by Jake as he's just coming out of the Porsche curves here. It has a minute to that top 4 set of cars here. Now I just want to confirm whether or not the top 4 are on the lead lap still currently, so it does explain why there's a large gap in between. So basically the top 4 drivers are on the lead lap, the rest are at least a lap down to those, well, to at least the race leader anyhow here. But it is Jake currently the fastest driver on track in this session. It's a 357.653. Now it's not those crazy fast 355s that we were seeing not that long ago set by the number 5 car, but the times are definitely starting to come down a little bit here on the racetrack as the drivers settle into their driver stints. So let's go check on the number 5 car here while we're going through the field. 10.5 seconds now in behind Jake, so definitely closing in on that number 20 Aston Martin is the number 5 Lexus. And Macho Monkey doing a pretty good job here so far in behind the Sector 7 Esports Lexus and our current championship points leaders as they continue to try and claw back. I mean, it was 5 minutes and 28 seconds, call it 3.5 hours ago, and that was the overall gap to the overall race leader. Now the gap is to the overall race leader is 4 minutes and 42 seconds. So to keep at this continuous, what seems to be fairly continued pace, we could potentially expect to see them be within only 1 lap down of the overall race leader, maybe 2-3 hours from now. I think that's my prediction at this point, unless some craziness starts to happen and something drastic happens. I think that's kind of where we're at here. I don't know if they have enough time to get back on the late lap here, but they're definitely pushing. They're definitely dug in, and they're definitely very, very focused right now on what they need to do to gain as many positions as they can to close up the distance between race finish in 24 hours between them and the current race leader, which is, of course, the team, the number 44 GTR Esports Race Asylum team that is second place in the championship point standings, chasing them. So they're loving the way the race is sitting right now, with 5 positions in between them and those championship points leaders. However, the number 5 car is looking to continue to diminish the amount of positions between those 2 cars currently as the race sits, but it's 12 hours, a little less than 12 hours of racing remaining yet at this point, so we definitely can't put all our eggs in one basket here this early into the race, that's for sure. Alright, we have something going on with my microphone. Let's see if I can sort of see the issue here. Maybe nothing's going on. Alright, number 3 Grid Life Lexus here, 31.4 seconds behind the number 5 Lexus, losing a little bit of pace on that car currently right now, sitting at 3:59 pace right now on the racetrack, definitely a very quick pace, and has 15.9 seconds to the 45 car in behind, so it's starting to open up the gap on that car in 8th place as we jump over to the 45 GTR, our pole sitters here coming into this racing weekend, and has 20.5 seconds over the 35 Aston Martin of Blue Smooth Racing here, so they are opening that gap up on them as well. So some gaps are opening, some gaps are closing here right now. So the number 35 Aston Martin here, although losing a little bit of touch with that 45 car, seems to be starting to give a little bit of hope to the number 66 GTR chasing him behind from the GT Finland racing car there. So they got one position already here in the stint, and potentially in striking distance here at some point in the stint for another here, as we see that number 1 Dodge Viper again starting to close in on our 35 Aston Martin here in a blue flag situation. So this is to put them essentially 2 laps down here in official lap down to themselves, pardon me. That makes more sense. Alright, so we do see the blue flags waving on the racetrack. However, there are special regulations or rules set in place for the championship series in this, so there are designated blue flag zones at this. The positions are intended to be given up in with a little bit of signal-like communication, preferably. However, the rule is that the lead lap car, in this case number 1 Dodge Viper, our second place team here currently, has to be within a 1 second range before they can decide to flash their headlights at the blue flag car to let them know, okay, we're within that window, so we do want the position potentially maybe at the next blue flag giveaway zone, right? So I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, it's up to the lead lap car to close into that close enough distance. However, we have seen today where the blue flag car does have relative pace to the car that's trying to essentially get around them. So we may see them chase each other for 2, 3, 4, 5 laps, half hour, 45 minutes even, before we see that blue flag exchange as well. So keeping that in mind, there are rules and regulations in play here. So this is 100% A-OK for the number 35 Blue Smooth Racing team to be doing here right now. Is that 1 second gap is just barely being tickled on here right now by the number 1 ORT Overboost Racing Team Dodge Viper. And I mean, the number 1 Dodge Viper also hasn't signified once yet with the headlights flashing, saying, okay, I think I'm close enough either. So yeah, it just comes down to a lot of communication and understanding of how we can navigate these situations in the heat of battle on the racetrack. So again, this is just good, hard racing, and it's kind of fun to watch because it does give us at least some passes and some battles happening, or let the imagination run a little bit until we have the good positional battles happening on the racetrack as well. So We're going to continue through here. So the 66 GTR is now 7.5 seconds behind the 35 Aston Martin, most certainly closing in very quickly, so we definitely have to keep a close eye on that. 13.7 seconds between 69 and the 66 car, so the 66 car very quickly moving up and trying to grab another quick position. We skip Magnetic Gaming here, currently in the 64 Sector 7 Mercedes at the moment, 152 in behind the 69 BMW, and we've got our RA black car, who we haven't shown a whole lot of love to yet on the racetrack, currently in 13th position, but does not mean if we need bigger grids in GT7, I mean, we've always been saying that, irrelevant to what the gaps are in the race. I mean, if we had 4 more cars on the racetrack, I mean, it would probably create maybe one more, essentially, battle-worthy position on this racetrack, the way the race sits right now, in all honesty. 4 more cars really isn't going to make or break that much of a difference. Obviously, it would be more cars to watch, should relate to more entertainment. We all don't disagree. We all want the bigger car grids, but I think they could still do better than 20. So, is 20 really enough? Is the bigger question, in my opinion. But we got to take what we get, man. We got 14 with the setup of the series, so it is what it is. It is what it is. I think maybe some relegation and delegation system maybe in play for the first couple rounds of the season, just in case that it seems like one team isn't quite where they qualified maybe. But I mean, these are all suggestions that get handled and dealt with in the off season and during the season. So I mean, I'm not going to sit here and start speculating and create a whirlwind of stuff going on in the comments. I mean, if you want to comment, feel free. We definitely encourage it, but I'm definitely not going to start a debate on something that's there's a process for within the organization, right? So yeah, I mean, you just never know what we're going to see next season. I mean, who's to say what next season holds and what platform it holds it on? We just don't really know what the future holds. We have a plan, but that plan can very quickly change. Gran Turismo, it's a staple. Everybody knows it. It's been in the PlayStation family for 26, 27 years now, and I mean, we still can't deny that even though we have our limitations, unfortunately, with the game, it is still a lot of fun, and it still brings people together, so that's the important thing. And Harlech here now, minute 54 ahead of the number 1 Dodge Viper here, so chipping away again, couple more seconds gained. The number 11 BMW is losing some time here on the Dodge Viper. It's not a ton of time though, so the Aston Martin in behind is definitely chipping away at the gap. We've been seeing that here over the last little while. It's not leaps and bounds, but it's definitely chipping away at it, and if it continues at this pace over the next 30 minutes or so, we could potentially be seeing a battle for 3rd place here. So some intriguing stuff starting to happen on the racetrack. We love to see it. We got a minute gap again to our lead lap drivers to the rest of our lap down drivers. So as we get through the second half of our race essentially right now, it is Project 1 Racing's Jake leading that charge with a 7-second gap over the number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing Lexus, our current championship points leader. They have had a day and clawing back, and right now 7 seconds is not is just an appetizer for this team, it seems like, here as they continue their very feisty charge up the grid and try to get back up into that top 5. So some interesting stuff here, but they've had to definitely overcome some hurdles here today, that's for sure. But I mean, that's how you face adversity. You dig in and you just try to keep it as clean and crisp as possible, and that's basically what they've been up to for the last 6-7 hours of the race at this point. We got the number 3 Lexus here in the 7th position. Nice juicy one. And the second penalty here for the number 3 car. That is going to be a little bit of a heavy hit as they head to the penalty serving zone. Cost them a couple of seconds to the car in front and in behind, but no harm, no foul. There's no big panic there, as there's a 34-second gap in between him and the number 5 car, and then of course himself and the 45 car have about 17.3 seconds, and he's just been slowly but quietly opening that gap up to 8th place. 22-second gap between the 45 car and the 35 car, much of the same story there. However, this story is slowly but surely changing. This is becoming another attack strategy potentially coming from the number 66 GT Finland GTR here, as he's now got that car within almost 4 seconds of the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, currently being piloted by Ishmael here. So we do definitely have a potential battle brewing here in the very near future, as 4 seconds and now dropping even lower It tells me about a couple of laps here, and we should see slipstream range distance barring any mistakes from the 35 car. No, I agree with the statement from the IRO there in the YouTube there. I definitely believe that you're 100% right on that, and I think that they've kind of moved past that point in this particular version of Gran Turismo, and maybe something they'll consider in the future generation of Gran Turismo, but I think we're unfortunately beyond that now. I definitely agree with you on that. It's definitely a cross-platform issue as well, so there's just some bigger issues there that just don't probably make a business decision-wise. In a business sense, it doesn't make any sense to try and fix because you're just going to sink a ton of money and resources into a problem you probably can't solve at this point. It's not saying anything bad about the company or the developers or the engineers behind it. It's just kind of the way it turned out. What do you do? That's just the way life is sometimes, right? Things happen, and it is what it is sometimes, and unfortunately, we're the ones that are paying the price for it. But again, GT's been around for a long time. It's a staple of the community, and we play it because we enjoy it more than anything else. It's just great that we have great people and great racers to do and take it to a whole different level. Whole different level. Alright, so let's jump on with our 66 GTR here. 20.2 seconds now to the 69 BMW, so he has very quickly dusted the Apex Hunting Racing car here in this very short time into the stint. We're going to say about 35 minutes, 40 minutes of racing time now into the stint. Ooh, but boy, he shoots out wide on the exit there, and that may have cost him potentially up to a second right there. And nope, looks like they're saying that was okay. Looked a little wide, but yeah, who are we to question those penalty officials? Alright, 3 seconds is the gap. There's not a whole lot of crazy stuff happening here. I mean, that's the closest gap for sure. 6 seconds, I mean, it's closing between 4th and 3rd place there. We got 6 seconds between 5th and 6th place as well. We definitely got stuff brewing. Without a question of a doubt, there is some brewing happening. This is definitely the closest one. Saying the best, you know, you never know what the future holds. You know, that's exactly what I was just saying. I mean, for the sim racers out there and any of us that are following what's going on in the video game releases here this season, there's some promise in the sim racing world for a change. For a change, it's not first-person shooters, it's not role-playing games, it's not fantasy. It seems like sim racing is coming out with just potential this calendar year, especially the latter half. So that's why we say you never know what the future holds. You just never know. You just never know. But at the end of the day, GT7 is a fan favorite. And it's a game that we'll always play no matter what, in whatever form it is that we choose to play it. But boy, has it been good to us over the last years, hasn't it? And I mean, we can't say anything better than that. It has most certainly been kind to us, and it's given us something way grander than we probably could have ever imagined. Think back 10 years ago. Think about 10 years ago. Think of yourself 10 years ago. Take a deep look into your souls, and take a deep, honest look 10 years ago playing Gran Turismo. Did you ever think that you'd be sitting here watching and doing what we're doing right now, right this second? Be honest with yourself. Maybe some did. Most probably didn't. I didn't. I can honestly say that. So it has been very, very kind to us. Very kind to us. Whew, all right, we got lots to look at, so let's keep gap watching here. Let's get off the what if train here for a little bit. Although we do like that train, don't get me wrong. It's always a great discussion piece, Gran Turismo 7 lately, it seems. So it's the nature of the beast. apologize. I am streaming a little straight up old school here today. For some odd reason, my equipment is just not happy today. Like I said, I was doing updates in between Stint 5 and 7. Barely got Stint 7 up live in time to not probably make Jaeger have a heart attack and behind the scenes. I'm sorry, Jaeger. I love you, brother. But all you can do is stay calm in moments like that. Just let the equipment do its thing. And thankfully, we got up with enough time to make things work out. But I don't know what to say. My computer's just acting up today. Normally I just panic and I get everybody else in a panic and I stress everybody out over it. Decided to keep this one a little quiet. Just have faith that it's going to get me what I need in time. And it's done that. Hasn't been a perfect road, but it's done that so far.
Oops, yep, that's right.
So hard to say which one's going to happen first, right? Is it going to be the battle for P9? Is it going to be the battle for P5? Or is it going to be the battle for P3?
I want to give some love to our P9 and P10 cars here because I feel like if the front line battles start up in the higher positions, we're most likely going to go focus in on them a little bit more. So let's just hang out with our 66 and 35 car here for a little bit here and just keep an eye on things in the other two battles, and whichever one basically strikes first, we'll try to catch.
Seems like this one's going to strike first, but it also seems like that the pace is starting to even out here. So, you know, it was closing, it was within 2 seconds. Now it's within 2.5 seconds. We just seen a wiggle coming from the 66 GTR here. So, just not necessarily done, but just slowing down slightly here. Much of the same thing for third place here right now. The gap's still slowly coming down between third and fourth place. Fourth place closing in a little bit, but not significantly. And kind of the same thing here between the number 20 and the number 5 cars here as well. I mean, 5.3 seconds, small gains. It's all small gains right now for all three potential battles on the racetrack. So we're just kind of, we'll keep floating through here. We'll just keep an eye on everything. But I mean, 2.1 seconds, so a little gain right there from the 66 GTR on the 35 Aston Martin here. So small gains. Yeah, right. I know, right on the edge of your seat stuff here. Which one? 1.9, 1.8, so we're under the 2 second mark here, so I think we're in the right place. I definitely think this one's kicking first. Gonna stick with it. I mean, that's all we can do, right? It seems to settle for a second. We'll take a quick peek at the other two, and then you know, make our decision based off that. But right now, this one is developing, most certainly developing quickly. So the 35 coming out here. We got the 66 coming out here. Needs good run. Let's see. Both cars got good exit there. It looks like Aston Martin gained a couple tenths on the exit, but again, rocket ship on exit. Not so great on the top end. GTR is going to close back in here before we head into the Porsche curve. So should come back out to about 1.5 seconds. Okay, quick peaks. 6.6. Nothing drastic there. 5 seconds. Still closing. Number 5 is still gaining here. About 0.3 gained. So back to this one. 1.7. 1.8. Oof, I don't know which one to follow. Here comes the sun. Oh, under 1.5 seconds here. Alright. We're gonna stick with this one here. At the other pace that the other two are kind of rolling at here right now, we should have at least a half lap leeway just to chill here for a minute. So let's just sit on that hope and theory and pray that we don't miss any of the action that we're about to probably have go down on the racetrack here to some extent or another. We're not really within pit window here, and it does appear that the sun is slowly but surely starting to peak over the horizon there as well, so you can see great looming stars in behind the cars, and you can see just the glimmer of, hey, is that the sun coming? up in front of these guys as we come out of the Porsche curves. So 1.5 seconds. So not too much changing there at the end of that lap. 6.6 for here. 5 seconds here. Oh, I don't know where.
Are you dizzy yet? I'm dizzy. Oh my goodness. I keep looking around all the windows in the booth. I don't know which one to follow. Racing Lord.
Just keep the action hot and spicy.
Oh yeah. Amen. Gotta pay your homage to the RPM god, right? RPM god is very important in our world. Just made it up. It sounds great. Sounds great. Alright. See, it's happening. Battle's closing in. 1.2 seconds. The power of the commentator should never be judged. It is unmatched at a racetrack. I'm telling you that. Alright, 1.3. Are we seeing gains? Are we seeing kind of a stalemate here? Nope, we are seeing gains. We're definitely seeing that GTR again on the top end start to close in. It's not huge chunks, but I mean, it's 100. It's, it's very consistent. So let's see what happens here as we get through the sector. Let's see if there's a huge gain on the Aston Martin on the exit, and then let's see what it's at the end of the Mulsanne here. And 1 second, no, there was no gain there. That was an absolutely huge gain for the 66 GTR there. The Aston Martin not able to get any of that time back on the exit of the corner.
On stints, that's fair. I can understand that. I can understand the pad users hating the long run on the tires. I can totally understand that.
I bet you your arms and shoulders don't feel like what it feels like for a wheel user, however, after 2 hours.
The pros and cons is actually quite significant between each style of equipment
that you use to race with. To be honest, it's interesting, and then of course how you use that equipment makes a difference as well. Some of us like a lot of feedback, a lot of force in the wheel, and some of us like to not have to work so hard, but you get a different result not having to work so hard. You get a lazy car. When I say lazy car, meaning you're overturning in degrees of rotation sometimes in corners, which means you're essentially using more tires on your race car as well. So I mean, everything you do has a pro and a con. It comes down to so many subtle details, just like what I kind of touched on there. We could probably go on for 20 episodes of podcasts about just the finer details of an endurance race that what the normal average person doesn't think about, right? But well, the seasoned veteran racer and team crew members are constantly thinking about, there's all kinds of stuff. It's why it's a professional sport, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's why it costs big money to play and why it costs big money to get good drivers to win championships. I mean, that's at the end of the day, it's a professional sport. Only the best of the best get to play. So, and the best of the best are because they think like the best. And you have to be quick on your feet. You got to make tough decisions. And you got to be able to make it very stressful situations. Fair enough. That's fair enough, Lemon. 100%. I mean, the game is definitely not designed perfectly to work with the functionality of the equipment available to us as sim racers, and as the market continues to grow and the equipment continues to get better. Quick peek here real fast. Oops. Back to the battle. I lost my train of thought because we got a battle. This one's legit close now. Within a half second here is the 66 on the 35 Aston Martin. We'll get back to that in a second. But, I mean, I understand where a lot of the drivers are coming from, because if I go play ACC on PS5, for example, with my T300 RS, and then I play, obviously, Gran Turismo 7, it is completely two different feels on the wheel 100% of the way. I definitely get way more out of my equipment on ACC compared to how they're set up, compared to GT7 setup, as far as responsiveness with my equipment goes. Does it make it a good or a bad thing? I guess it depends what you're looking for as a racer. Ultimately, it comes down to each individual person, I suppose. But most of us sim racers, we like to dabble in a little bit of everything anyway, so what can I say? As long as you're having fun. At the end of the day, we just come out to have fun and entertain, and hopefully that's what we're doing here this evening, this weekend. Alright, Slipstream, Slingshot, engaged. GTR is going to be able to keep this head of steam on the Aston Martin here as well, because obviously it has a slightly better top end. Goes in same time on the brakes there as the Aston Martin. No harm, no foul. Aston Martin tucks right on in behind, so the 35, the Loose Moose Racing Team, does drop down to pen 10th place there, as the 66 GTR does gain the position there at the end of Mulsanne number 1. So good spot to make the pass, very well executed positional change there. It didn't really cost either one of the drivers a whole lot of time there. None of them really had to make any adaptive changes in a sense, except for not hitting each other through the corner. So great job there from the 35 and 66 cars. So the 35 is going to get into some clean air, take a little look, make sure the car gets the rotation he's looking for so he can get a good exit on that GTR. A little mistake made there by the 66 car, and should give that Aston Martin a good juicy run on the exit. Little rocket ship engaged as those thruster boosters kick in here on the exit, but again, the prowess, the overall long game of that GTR is going to probably just hold off the charge of Ishmael and the 35 Aston Martin here. It comes down to how brave are you coming into this next set of corners, and how deep do you want to go under the brakes? Are we just going to chill and wait for a better moment? Maybe he makes another mistake and out of the next corner we get a good run again. Does definitely get a good run, but also so does the 66 car here. And I mean, 0.6 of a second, GTR is just doing enough here to keep that little rocket ship out of the corners. Just far enough in behind, you can't really capitalize on the strength of the Aston Martin currently, but boy, I suspect that these cars are going to stay semi-close here for a little bit. But we do have other things we definitely want to go keep our eye on. We just had a Jake clearly. We just had a pit stop clearly there from Stig, I would imagine. Yes, that is correct. So we see him down in 6th place. So Macho is 4.2 seconds in behind the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. That is still one of those battles that we were chasing, but that's now a potential battle for 4th place instead of 5th place, essentially, as Stig has made their pit stop. So he settles in just behind sister team there in 5th place, 1.9 seconds in behind. So fresh tires and different strategy appears here for a couple of the drivers early on in the stint, and we obviously know what's going on with each group of drivers based off of when they're deciding to make their scheduled pit stops. I mean, that's very evident to us that we've paid attention here today. The ones that are pitting early started on soft tires are most likely going to go to a set of medium tires. The ones that pit a little bit later, you know, anywhere between 17 and 20, are on the medium tires, most likely going to the soft tires to finish the run with. That's kind of been the OP strategy so far this racing weekend, and much was the same strategy in Split 2 last weekend as well. So not surprised, having nice weather in the forecast all weekend long. It really does allow this split, this absolutely crazy fast set of teams and drivers, to really open up these cars this weekend and see what their cars can do. It's a perfect track to really push these cars and the drivers to the limits. I mean, it's a ball. So great weather conditions here for our Split 1 lobby this weekend, without a question of a doubt. It's going to get interesting as the daylight conditions start to get in, and those visuals, the visual references start to come back in, and those drivers' muscle memory start just kicking back in because of what they can see again. And we're going to start seeing lap times, I think, dramatically improve here around the racetrack as well. So that could potentially change some things that are happening on the racetrack. It is a fun challenge, right, James? 100%, man. All right, race leader, ERA's Harlech here, the 44 GTR from the Esports Race Asylum team. 1 minute 53 seconds ahead of second place, and seems to be just kind of holding that gap right there right now. So controlling the pace of this 24-hour race has been that number 44 car for the vast majority of this race, if not all of it. Didn't quite catch racing start, so I'm not sure what happened there. But basically for the majority of this race, they've definitely been in the race lead here, I can confirm for sure. Our number 1 Dodge Viper here, the ORT team defending champions, have a fantastic run in that car. That car showing to be very strong here at Le Mans this weekend as well. Has a minute 36 gap over the number 11 BMW chasing in 3rd place. This number 11 BMW from Project Platypus Racing has worked quite hard to get themselves into this podium position, has been sitting here for relatively about 3 or 4 hours now, and defending it quite well, currently a minute gap to Project 1 Racing number 20 Aston Martin. However, though, a pit stop sequence has started, and the number 11 car has yet to make a pit stop in comparison to the number 20 Aston Martin. Oh, I take it back. He has yet to make a pit stop as well, so something must have happened there. Unscheduled pit stop, perhaps, or an incident. Minute is that gap now, so interesting. Right, Stig was chasing him, that's why. Different car. So yeah, there is a pit stop sequence there, so that does explain the minute gap. 3.6 seconds between Project 1 Racing, number 20 Aston Martin, I know. And number 5 car, Lexus here. It's a very slow gain towards currently 4th place here on the racetrack. But again, once the pit stop sequence fully sequence out here in about another 20 minutes, we'll see those potentially change a little bit. But essentially, this would have been a battle for 5th place overall instead of 4th place. So 3.7 seconds. And, you know, you got to give credit to the number 20 Aston Martin in front here. Has really been has been giving away small amounts of time to that number 5 Lexus. Has been very, very strong here over the last few hours, and just keeping him at bay right now. So definitely feeling some pressure, I'm sure, in behind the wheel of that number 20 Aston Martin, without a question of a doubt. The 764 Aston Martin has pits, so they are essentially have given away 45 seconds to a free minute right now to the whole field, essentially, except for anybody that has pit relatively with them. So they are out of sequence in a sense, so it's hard to gauge exactly where they belong, but they were definitely sitting in 4th place chasing that number 11 car, and that gap was within about 6 to 7 seconds, keeping in mind. So we'll keep that noted once we get a full sequence through and see how those gaps have changed in comparison to some of those gaps where battles we're hoping to find settle themselves out before pit sequences started. The number 45 car is 21 seconds to the number 3 car, which we just kind of gladly skipped over there apparently. They have 41 seconds to the 764 Aston Martin in front, so kind of a no man's land right now. Not the worst place to be in this point in the race, where you really just want to dig in and put in as fast, as solid, consistent, safe laps as you can without putting the car in danger, yourself in danger, keeping your mental fatigue and your focus in the right place. The same thing here for the 45 car. You know, they're kind of a no man's land currently right now. Not quite there, but pretty darn close. Much of the same thing. Can really just focus in, lock in, and try and do much of the same thing and see if they can start to close gaps up a little bit. And that leaves us with the 35 Aston Martin here as we see the 66 GTR heading into pit lane there. Now we'll take that 9th place position back, so that gap will go up to about 45-50 seconds here once we see that pit stop happen. Then we'll see the other team pit, and we'll see that gap close back up. So it is a hodgepodge of where do these drivers really belong right now. As you can see, the 66 car coming in, the crew working on that car, tires on, tires off, boom, boom, boom. They're not allowed to touch the car now. The fuel man is doing his job. The lollipop guy is doing his job, and that car doesn't move to that lollipop man. Flips that sign. That's it. Clean, crisp, simple here from the Gran Turismo pit crews. Great job. Nice, clean, fast, consistent. That's how you like to see your pit stops. Alright, Magnotti Gaming here in the 64 Sector 7 Mercedes. 221 currently from that car in pit lane, but we know that time is not quite correct. And then we've got our RA black car, the 77 car, in 13th place currently. And I'm not exactly sure what that gap is. Hold on, let me do that thing we called math earlier. Lap and 2/3 in behind that next closest position right now, so they're just digging in and seeing what they can do here. I mean, that's exactly how it goes. Oh, our head steward's just been woken up by their newborn. Not necessarily newborn, I guess infant now. This will be nice, racers. He's watching. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Alright, so Harlech leading the way here. Still a netcode issue happening here for the 44 car in this particular driver, but much stabler than a few hours ago, in my opinion. So we'll just leave it at that. The number 1 Dodge Viper here in 2nd position. No gains, no losses. I mean, just doing its thing. No man's land driving. The number 11 car right now in no man's land, but in the back of the mind should be thinking about that pit stop, that undercut made by the 764 car. That was starting to shake them down there. a couple laps ago. So hopefully the team has got that in the back of their mind here as they continue to race that. Right now it looks like you're very comfortable, but when you make your pit stop, that will very quickly change potentially. Not necessarily the number 20 car here. I mean, number 20 car has dug into that a little bit, but that gap is that gap, and he is at some point also going to have to make a pit stop. So he's not going to gain any additional time in a sense unless a pit stop error is made or there's a different some way for them to gain time in the pit lane, which is entirely possible, but it's not going to make up a minute's difference unless something really crazy happens. But we typically don't see that in Gran Turismo. All right, number 5, Lexus, 2.5 seconds, so closing, definitely closing here. Stig is 7.3 seconds in behind the number 5 car as well. I think they're starting to get a little bit interesting in the latter part of that front pack here, so let's stick with it for a minute. Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep. I can go into monotonous professor mode splurge. You think that would help? I just don't want to put the rest of our reviewers to sleep either, you know. That is ORT in second. You are spying correctly here. Just so you can make sure that you weren't dreaming things here or you're imagining anything. That is that beautiful Dodge Viper with the number 1 there. Absolutely moving, grooving, and cruising. Grooving here at Le Mans. This car looks really strong here this weekend. They really seem to have a handle on it and an understanding of this car. So, long ways to go for them here, but looking good so far for sure from our defending champions without a question of a doubt. But back to the real battle as we keep getting distracted by higher up officials. You know, you just gotta make sure you keep them happy, right? You know, we love you, Splurge. We do. Oh, we love you. You are built different. Right now, he's the viewer of the day. See, been with us the whole race so far. I doubt there's very many viewers that can actually say that right now that are in the chat. Maybe with the exception of some of the staff and officials. I've most certainly been along for the ride, plus a little extra beforehand, I'm sure. So, kudos to you, my man. We appreciate you. You're a legend. Absolute legend. That's big time right there. Alright, so 1.5 seconds. We're definitely sticking with this. I mean, the number 5 car has been closing the gap up a little less than slowly here over the last lap and a bit. He's starting to close in. So we got blue flag situation going on here. So this very actually well could cause some potential confusion as well. So this gets interesting because the number 20 Aston Martin is not in a blue flag situation at all right now. As the number 5 car is positional battle, but the car chasing the number 5 car directly in behind right now clearly is someone who's within that 2-second blue flag distance. So this starts to get a little bit crazy here. No, it's not just the other way around. There's a car in front of both of them here that's actually creating a blue flag. So you got to be very aware of your surroundings at this point in time and who is who where you're on the racetrack. And this does definitely apply for our VR2 drivers. So it's the Mercedes, the Sector 7 car that's in front of the positional battle we're currently watching here. Got it. So it's Jake closing in on one of the team cars here, the sister cars here, as number 5 car is closing in on number 20 car in the same time. So that's where the blue flag's coming from. But for those of us that are in VR2, it's a little different. You don't get the direct notification that you're that blue flag car, that blue flag is meant for. You just see blue flags wave on the racetrack, and you see a bunch of headlights in the rearview mirror. When you have a chance to actually look up VR2, you only see what you are looking at. You don't see anything above and beyond it, and you have a lot less HUD, the hood options, you know, what you're seeing on track, the radar, fuel, tires, all that stuff. It's way more limited. So it can be very confusing sometimes, but being very aware of your surroundings is important, and that's why this is a team sport, especially this style of racing, endurance racing, even in a virtual world. I know that many of these teams have a team in behind the scenes are in constant communication with over the next 24 hours in shifts, just like the racers are doing shifts on track or shifts off track, and communication and decisions are being made throughout this whole 24-hour event. Every second that a tire is rolling on this racetrack for most of these teams, it's being seen by somebody behind the scenes. So yeah, it really is kind of craziness here. That's right. That's right. IRO is too good to sleep. I mean, I think this man's buying for a job here. I don't know. This guy's a legend. He is a legend. All right, Macho's closing in. It's bit by bit, but I mean, he is just nibbling right now at the end of that slipstream range, and I think he totally smells it. He's like, come here, I almost got you. As he's definitely looking now for that 4th place position, and boy, he dipped right into that slipstream. So there we go. It is slipstream engaged here. Now the Lexus is closing in. So battle between the 20 Aston Martin and number 5 Lexus. Our current championship points leaders are those attacking car in behind right now, and that allows the 764 car now 11 seconds in behind, potentially to close some of that distance between himself and the Project 1 racing car and number 5 car as well. We'll have to see how quick this battle ends up being, but the pace is very evidently close between the two cars and drivers piloting him here at the moment, so this may not be a very simple battle. It's going to come down to execution here, I think, from the number 5 car to get this quick, clean, and efficient and keep him off his backside. Ooh, big slide there from the number 5 car as he really put the power down early there to try and get that good run, and gets a decent run there, but that cost him probably a sliver of time. And maybe just enough time here for him not to be able to make a move at the end of the next straight here. We'll have to wait and see as we head into the Molson corner, but we'll wait and see. He's tucked right in tight, but we know that Aston Martin has good accelerations points, so it doesn't. He gains a little bit there. He gains maybe a half a car length up on the number 5 car, so I mean, very securely tucked in behind is Macho right now, and behind Jake in the Project 1 racing car, and Jake is more than aware. He is feeling the heat from that number 5 car here right now. He's got that absolute short line. He's not really trying to give an opening on the inside, but he did open it up there, and the number 5 car didn't hesitate to take advantage and make the pass in his favorite spot here we've seen so far today, entering into the Indianapolis zone here. So that's the 3rd time we've personally seen him make that pass on another car here today in this race, and definitely seems to be the corner of choice for making moves as we continue to head around Le Mans here. So the number 5 car now up into 4th position, 4.5 minutes behind the overall race leader, still keeping them a lap down overall here, but number 20 is not done with this yet. They are going to continue to battle here side by side as we enter into the Porsche curves, and this is only going to slow both these drivers down here as they've got to choke up these cars. They got to take an inoptimal line, and that is going to cost them very valuable miles per hour through a very vital part of the racetrack. Really can make or break your lap time here at the end of a very grueling lap in the French countryside. So maybe not the best choice there from the number 20 car, but you gotta really love the heart right there as he tries to respond back at a very difficult part of the racetrack. Macho monkey totally up to the challenge and responding with it. All right, let's do this, and still manages to keep that spot back away from Project 1 number 20 car there, now trying to open the gap up here just about a second. So great battle right there between the number 5 and 20 cars for 4th place here as we pass 13 hours official race time here for sure now. Whew, love it. All right, let's go find another. Just kind of checking the gaps here. We're gonna go through real quick, see if we see. That was definitely the closest one there, so alright. Podium could be possible, yeah. No, for sure. I mean, let's go look at it here. Minute 53 between 2nd and 1st. We got 3:35 between 3rd and 1st. So essentially 3rd place is a quarter of a racetrack from being lapped at this point right now currently, if that were to happen. And then we've got a minute gap between the 5 and 3rd place cars. So oof. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible for sure. We'll keep our eye on the gains here now between the number 5 and the number 11 car as we have half of the stint remaining, and we'll see how significantly that gap has changed one way or the other. Probably make a much better determination. But I did say over the next 4 or 6 hours, like 3 hours ago, so you know, we're about We may be right on that time frame. We may be right on that time frame. We might be able to get back on the lead lap by then. So that's pretty nuts, though, to think about, especially with how the race has gone so far. Alright, so the gap is steadied between the 44 and the number 1 cars here. It has been like that probably for about the last 20 minutes or so. It looked like the number 1 was chipping away at the race lead there for a little bit, but that has since changed a little bit here, it appears, and it's just stabilized. The number 11 car has given us a small amount of time away to the number 1 car, but is bleeding time away for sure to the number 5 car. Now, it's not huge chunks, but when we think about the grand scheme of how far that gap probably was at the beginning of the stint, they've probably given up 30 or 40 seconds maybe to the number 5 car, and I don't think that's an honest underestimation. Already a 2.3 second gap to the number 20 Aston Martin behind, but that half-second track limit penalty is not ideal, and that's going to probably bring that Aston Martin to within about 1.2, 1.3 seconds here. Once that penalty served, especially with the acceleration point on the Aston. So let's just see what that relates to here. Must have been a penalty had be served in behind as well. Alright, never mind. We'll just continue on here. Number 20 car 11.4 seconds ahead of the 764 car, and we do see our race leader now coming into pit lane, as I didn't even realize we're right at that medium tire window, the start of mid of at this point now. So we're probably going to see a large part of our field, considering that's that scheduled pit stop at this point, and we're going to start to kind of see exactly where the gains and losses really have been since the start of the stint from particular drivers chasing other drivers here. So for the most part, there's no real large big gains or losses in the mid pack here. It's nibbles here, nibbles there, a piece here, a piece there. It's been the number 5 car definitely moving fairly quickly here. I think number 5 is a big for sure. It's stint number 7 here so far. Is it late for me? No, not at all. It's midday for me. It's like 8:30 at night. For some reason, my voice is a little sore. I don't know what's going on with that. But it's not late. I'm just taking it easy. We got a lot of commentary to do here yet today, and my next stint, it's starting to get late, and then when I finish the race, it's like 5 in the morning when that stint starts. So we're just pacing ourselves. Nothing too crazy is happening right now, so we don't need to get overexcited with ourselves. And we have a lot going on in behind the scenes. GT45 Gaming is returning back to its regular amount of content here as well after a pretty long delay to its page. I just got a lot going on. It's been a busy week. It's just been a busy week. The computer's acting up. I'm distracted with that. So I apologize if it's maybe not quite up to what I normally produce out. It is quite possible. This is a slower stint for sure than the last time we were in the booth. I mean, we definitely had a lot of good battles and good closing and battling situations in stint number 5. But now as the race has progressed, we're starting to see those gaps spread out a little bit. And it's getting a little bit tougher for the drivers to close those gaps in a sense. But Bruce Ted here has just recently gotten around 35 Aston Martin here as well, so we did miss that. Yeah, we are maybe a little bit tired, not paying attention to our radar there. So that's a position gain there for the 69 BMW over the 35 Aston Martin, if I'm not mistaken there. I could be wrong, it could be the other way around, and Ishmael's just been reeling them in, but pit stop sequences are starting, so that is a large part of what we're seeing here. The 764 car is trying to get potentially their lap back here on the race leader. Where is 6th place? Yeah. A little out of track position there. Interesting. The live timing just might not have updated properly. Alright, so we do have a minute 56 between 1st and 2nd place, so after their official strategic or scheduled pit stops, not too much has changed right there. The number 11 car hasn't made their pit stop yet. Interesting. Neither has the number 5 car. They're definitely going to be making a pit stop here at the end of this lap, as well as our number 20 car. That's without a question of a doubt. I can assure you of that. We've seen the pit stop quite a few laps ago for the 764 car. They seem to be the one car here in the stint number 7 that's on an alternative strategy. They decided to go with the opposite strategy, everybody, and start on the softer compounded tires. So to see how that pays off for him, it's interesting. I kind of like that call sometimes, especially if the driver is very comfortable on the medium tiring and can be very close to its soft tire pace. That can be very beneficial. But it's definitely got to be a very, what we like to call, perfect stint. It's got to be almost flawless, no mistakes, no penalties, just good, clean, consistent lapping. Right, so number 11 car now into pit lane. That's going to definitely change that gap between second and third place. It's going to put it well over 2 minutes. We got Macho coming into pit lane. We knew that was coming. We also knew that the 20 was going to be making their pit stops. We're going to jump back on board with the 764 car here and see what that gap is now once he comes back through the final few corners and around the start-finish line here, because obviously he pit, like I said, like 4 or 5 laps ago now on a different tire strategy than the rest of the group here. So it's going to be interesting to see how that massive undercut, in a sense, pays off for him at the end of the stint here. So let's wait and see. Very intrigued. The gap was about 6.6 to 7 seconds between himself and the number 11 car pre-pit stops. So let's see, we're at about 15 seconds currently now, the gap. So it seems like right now the number 11 car is one on the pit stop strategy front. It's going to be interesting to see where Jake, Lucas, and number 5 car now end up after their pit stops as well. But very interesting.
Live timing is definitely broken. I'm not sure how much I trust what we see at the moment, but we'll go with it. 38 seconds between Stig and Macho. Very close here from Jake. So this is an ensuing little battle here between the 20 and the number 5 car. Number 5 car just getting that position about a lap and a half ago here. So as they head into pit stops, they are still only separated by just barely the slipstream distance right now. And Macho is just on the outside edge. He's just got that broken right now from the number 20 Aston Martin, so that's probably going to be what he's going to work on here on this warm-up lap, essentially with the tires, is just continue to open that gap up, keep that Aston Martin just far enough behind where he's not going to be an immediate concern till he gets this car back to where he wants it, and then we'll probably see him try to pick the pace up and continue to push back up into 4th position. So yes, they were in 4th position. They were potentially looking to be in 3rd position, but now as we have all the official pit stops, or the scheduled pit stops done here, the sequence in the stint, now we can really take a look at how the race has unfolded here over the last hour and a bit. So nothing's changed obviously in the race lead here. A little bit more, nothing's changed really between the race lead and the number 1 car here in 2nd place right now. That gap's basically the same as where they started at this point, so no gains, no losses. Pretty good consistent driving from those 2 teams in my opinion when you really put that in perspective. The number 11 car here is a minute 49 in behind the number 1 car. You're not really losing or gaining either in a sense. So the pace from the 11 car is very strong and consistent as well. They have gained 9 seconds over the 764 Aston Martin with that pit stop sequence, giving themselves a little more of a comfort zone now from that 764 car here as well, that appear to be closing in at one point very early on in the stint. 37 seconds separates the 764 car from the sister 5 car here now as well, a sister team car anyways, one of the 3 Sector 7 teams in the split here this season, and that is 37 seconds. So we'll be keeping our eye on that, as obviously the number 5 car is very fast here today and has been over the last several hours. They've been basically the fastest team on the racetrack over the last few hours when you look at the fastest lap of each session as well, and I believe they hold the overall fastest lap in the race if I'm not mistaken. So they're clearly very quick. Some setbacks very early on in the race, and now that is what we're recovering from, and they are pushing. They're pushing very hard here. Is a podium possible? The potential is still there. Number 20 car is just about 2 seconds in behind. He's just barely losing touch with that number 5 Lexus, but he's just losing a little bit at a time. That's going to be enough for him to finally lose
probably enough sight line from that number 5 car if he continues at this rate. To the point where he may not be able to see him anymore, so got to get that car up to optimal condition and get into his rhythm as quickly as possible if he doesn't want to lose that 5 car up in front. The 45 last minute racing team, our pole sitters here, 23 seconds in behind the number 3 grid life car, which for some reason we always like to skip whichever driver's in 7th place. This is a very reoccurring thing that happens here with GT45 gaming and commentary. It's like my finger has like an invisible force field over the 7th place driver and I can't touch that button, so whoever's in 7th place when I'm commentating, I'm just gonna, just straight up apologize now in advance for like the next year. I don't know what's going on there, man. For some reason, it's just whoever's in 7th place just gets skipped. It's just the way it works. I apologize. So the number 3 grid life car here, 46 seconds in behind that number 20 car, losing a little bit of pace overall in the stint to that team, and has 23 seconds over the number 45 car, so gaining some time on the 45 car. Overall in this stint anyways, over this driver stint. The 45 car currently being piloted by Shred here from Last Minute Racing is 28 seconds ahead of Ishmael. I think he's given about 9 seconds to 35. Aston Martin overall since the beginning of the stint, if my memory is serving me correctly, and I don't know how much I'd trust that. I don't think I'd bet on it sometimes, so take it for what it's worth. 35 Aston Martin Loose Moose Racing here has only 5 seconds to the 69 AHR BMW, so they've been fairly close over the last 20 or 30 minutes of this race. We're going to be keeping our eye on those two because I suspect that we may see a little battle action potentially between those two drivers here again before the end of this driver sequence. So it is Apex Hunter Racing, number 69 BMW Bruce Ted behind the wheel here right now. He's got 5.6 seconds behind that 35 GTR, and he's got a little bit of pressure coming from in behind with that 66 GTR here again. So potential three-way battle even brewing right now. Here in the back end of the field right now between 9th, 10th, and 11th place, but I think it's so hard to say. It's probably going to be our GT Finland racing team here, the 66 car. Now, they had a mysterious mechanical failure in a stint a few hours ago, very early in the stint. The car had to go in behind pit wall. They couldn't get back until the beginning of the next driver swap sequence, had to take a hefty time penalty behind race leader, and are basically recovering from that right now. So that's kind of why we see our GT Finland number 66 GTR in the position they're in currently. They were roughly 6th or 7th place when the occurrence happened, and now down into 11th, but they are closing in here. You can see very quickly 1.3, and as we head through the final sector of the racetrack here, oh, what did we just see there? We said pit stop there. That was interesting. I don't know if my brain just did not see what really legitimately happened there, or if the game didn't show us what really legitimately happened there. We're going to have to review the stream after the fact to actually check that. I think I'm going crazy, chat. I don't know what happened there. I'm seeing things. I see racing ghosts. Hashtag tripping out, we're okay. Alright, race leader. Starting to gain a little bit on second place gaining a little bit on third place giving up a little bit of time here to the number 764 Aston Martin. A little bit, not much, but a little bit. 15.3 seconds now separating third and fourth place here, and I mean there's definitely race brewing before this thing is all said and done here. I think we're going to see some pretty crazy stuff happen yet in this race. It was still with 10 hours to go, a little over. If my gut is telling me exactly what I think it's telling me. 3.7 seconds separating the number 20 and number 5 cars. Number 5 car slowly but surely is starting to get away from that number 20 Aston Martin. 47 seconds separating the 20 and number 3 cars. 23 seconds separating the 3 and 45 cars. So not a whole lot changing. I mean, we haven't really been doing a whole lot by checking the field right now, I suppose. 10 years away in flashes, right? Yeah, I know. Our hands are tied. We just go with the flow. Net coding is just a normal thing in our world now, unfortunately. We can see the liveries now. There we go. Alright. Let's go take a look at the shinies. our bobbling race leader here. A little bit of net coding, a little bit of lag. You can hear it in the video or in the audio. You can see it in the video, obviously. So I mean, that's just the way it goes for some drivers. Unfortunately, it's much better than it was a few hours ago in my earlier broadcast stint. So we will say that. But of course, always the Race Asylum cars are very, very beautiful and very flashy and very colorful. We love it. Head to our number 1 Dodge Viper here, Overboost Racing Team, and just get some love on all those paint jobs now that we can see them again here. Now that we can see them, we can show off paint, right? I mean, hey, you gotta give love to the paint. A lot of work goes into the paint design of these teams, these cars, all season long. Some of these cars come in with different designs each racing round as well, which is it takes time and effort and obviously resources. So we finally get to see him. Let's give him some love in that early morning daytime condition here. Irregardless of that half-second penalty, irregardless, you can actually see the number 44 GTR starting to close in here on the number 11 Project Platypus BMW here as we take a look at all the paintwork. But you know, 3-4 seconds in behind here, so the third place drivers here now in jeopardy of potentially going a lap down to the overall race leader and defending champions here in the number 1 Viper as well at some point. So the pace of that number 44 car and clearly the consistency so far here today has most certainly been paying off for them. So let's head over to our number 764 car, the 77 Boomers Racing Team, the Aston Martin here. Small variational changes in this group's car, typically from one racing round to another, and much of the same here. I think this racing round, I think probably some small subtle changes into the design of the livery, depending on how you pronounce it. I'm not going to start a political debate over an I here in the chat today, but subtle changes, if I'm not mistaken, typically in this car. Yeah, I feel like there's subtle changes in this one. I could be wrong. I'm just a commentator, what do I really know? My job is to talk for as long as needed and entertain, and that's what we try to do. Alright, number 5 car. Not too much change here in this car's paint, I don't think, for this racing round. It looks pretty sure the same as Monza, if I'm not mistaken. Might be much of the same for the car up ahead, but on a purple sector here, so 355.729 last time around, solidifying the fastest lap of the session, making it a little better even. So currently on a purple sector on that lap here, and we're close enough to the end of the lap here. Let's actually stick on board with the number 5 car and see if he closes the finds more time, makes the lap faster. Yeah, chat has got me all riled up here today. Way to go, chat. I blame you, chat. It's all your fault. You just wild stallions. Oh, that is definitely a penalty. There's no way he's not getting a penalty for that. I mean, come on, track officials. Open your eyes. Yeah, he was fortunate to only get a half second there, in my opinion, but it's definitely a track penalty there. He went way wide on the exit, just way over pushing the throttle there. Just a little too early on when he put the foot down. Just floated that car out a little too wide there. He tried to pull it back in there, but unfortunately for him, I mean, he's down half a second there either way, so wasn't going to relate to a better lap that time, and now he's got a half-second penalty, so he's definitely not going to get it this time around unless he like really crushes it, I guess. 4.6 seconds is number 20 Aston Martin car. I mean, these guys are pacing very quick here. I mean, we're seeing very low 357s, high 355s, probably some 356s if we're paying attention to the lap times here as a commentator, but we're just kind of letting you guys think I'll see what you see. Number 3 Grid Life car here is still looking very minty from the Monza round as well, so I'm not sure if there was changes or not in this car. It might be the Monza racing round car as well. I believe this was an herb car. I don't know. All hail Dale, praise Dale, something like that. Yeah, you know, tribute cars, gotta love them. Number 3 is good. Alright, 7th place there for the Grid Life car. We didn't skip them this time. Number 45 GTR here. A change from these guys. here from Monza to this racing round as well. So different paintwork, different design, whole different color scheme on this car here from last racing round to this round. So this is definitely a car that has changed. Looks very good. Looks sharp out on the racetrack there. Not so faded and just blended into what's going on. Definitely easily seen by the spectators as they're watching around the racetrack on the race weekend. Very, very beautifully updated. Number 45 car here from Last Minute Racing. You can see the number 1 car coming around there, about to blue flag it up. That moves us over to our number 35 Loose Moose Racing car. I don't think there was any changes on this car here. It's very PBR-esque. Not much has changed too much there, I don't think. Very Canadian, in a sense as well. Does improve on his best lap time there, though, with a 3:59.109 coming from him as well. So, nice lap there from the 35 Aston Martin by Ishmael there as well. Currently sitting in 9th place. 9.8 seconds in behind is the 66 GT Finland racing team, and this is definitely a different scheme here with a different car altogether. They have gotten out of the Corvette and jumped into the GTR to start with, and they have a completely different paint design than they had on that Corvette as well. So different, a 180 all the way around here for the 66 GT Finland racing team here as well. So a nice sharp different look for these guys in behind the wheel, and currently up into 10th place, 10 seconds in behind that number 35 Aston Martin. That takes us over to the 69 BMW, and it literally looks like these ones just drove through a bunch of paint cans that were bounced off the highway at 120 miles an hour, and they just let it dry up and called it a day. It looks fantastic. I love it, but yeah, drove through a bunch of paint on the highway. That's what I say. All right. Nice and flashy. Macho is flying oak, absolutely, 100%, buddy. Definitely the biggest mover in this stint, without a question of a doubt, hands down. I mean, there's been lots of good movers in some of the stints, but number 5 owns it in this stint for sure. Hey, that takes us to the 64 Mercedes of Sector 7 Racing Mini Cooper team. They were also in the... What were they in? I believe they were in a Lexus as well, and have opted to go to the AMG 2020 Mercedes GT3 car, so a different car, different paint from them on that car as well compared to the old GR3 Lexus that they were running. So we have seen a couple of car swaps here from Split 1 into this round, and some teams, you know, when the big change came 2 or 3 months back, opted to take a free car change that was offered up by the organization at no penalty to the teams for how it works if you decide to change your car throughout the season. So some opted to use that change immediately, and some have kind of kept that change in their back pocket for a later date in case another update makes an even bigger change. And we're starting to see some of those teams kind of utilize that get out of jail free card in a sense. Now, as we kind of get to that midway point in the season, you have to be careful too how long you hold on to that. You don't want to make a change too late in the season and then realize you've made the wrong change, and it's too hard to adapt and recover from it as well. So I mean, the ace in the back pocket is always nice to have, but you also need to know how long to hold on to it and when to play it as well, in a sense. So, you know, a lot of teams in Split 1 and 2 having to make those tough decisions as they continue to hold on to whatever trump cards it may be that they may have left in their arsenal this season. And the RA Black car there, a 77 car, looks just much like the sister GTR leading the race there as well. Well, hey, I mean, the paint's going to get dirty. It's going to get all built up with rubber and dirt and grime and brake dust and not cool stuff, and potentially a little dinged up, and maybe a couple different new colors on it. You know, that's the way racing goes. It happens, right? It happens. We don't judge. We just enjoy. Let the mean people do the judging. That's their job. Darn those mean people. Alright, 18 seconds is the gap between 11 and 764 car. I've been a little keen to keep my eye on that. It seems like the 11 is starting to open that gap back up. But with that being said, the gap between 4th and 5th place is closing. It was 38 seconds at the official pit stop sequence finishing, and now we're down to 22 seconds. So the 5 car is closing back up on the sister team car in front. So almost on the lead lap at this point as well. So the number 5 car on track to potentially get back on the late lap. I'll have to wait and see what happens here. It's still a very long road for them yet, but it is possible for them to get back to the point where they're within exactly a lap from the leader here now. So they're right there. They're on the cusp. And Jake is still only, from the number 20 Project 1 Racing Asmar, still only 3.5 seconds in behind Macho. So I mean, again, showing very good pace, trying to keep very close to that number 5 Lexus there. We see number 3 car having a little bit of wobble coming through that sector there, and we'll have to see if that costs them dearly. I don't think it will. Nope, it doesn't seem to, as they continue up the final Mulsanne straight towards Mulsanne corner, setting up for the Indianapolis there. The 45 GTR gaining a little snippet of time there, I think, on the Grid Life car in front, and has definitely opened up a little bit on the 35 car. 35 car seems to be starting to find some pace and distance on the 66 car here as well, and a half-second penalty always helps that. And the 69 car, interesting, now a minute in behind. Bom, bom, bom. Interesting. That was a little unexpected. Something happening there, I believe. Alright, race leader. Actually, at the beginning of the lap. Let's see if we get a better view on board than we do not on board. You can even see the net coating a little bit here, huh? Yeah. It's crazy. It's more subtle, but still very visibly right there. Let's do this instead. Jump on board with our fastest driver here in the session currently right now on the racetrack. Obviously our number 5 driver, the Macho Monkey here. It's just a neck coating. I know that it's not the most pleasant thing to watch, and it's of no fault to anybody or the driver. It's just the way the game's built. So let's jump on board with our fast lapper here in the session right now. Just doing on board with them there and get a little bit of a more cleaner version on board here as the sun's rising now. It's morning time, or very early morning here at the racetrack. You know, the campers and the diehards are starting to just come back to life as the sun starts rising, just waking up, and the bellies are grumbling. You know, they're smelling the breakfast and all the good stuff at the racetrack. And I'm actually getting hungry just talking about it. So, you know what we're doing in the off time here, right? But a little purple there, only just by a snippet, but still purple nonetheless here as Macho as he continues to run up through Mulsanne 2. And very just rhythmatic for the most part. We see 358.2 from him there a couple laps ago. I believe that was when we seen that penalty as well. So you can see how much of an impact that taking track limit infractions around the racetrack can really make on these drivers here. He's gained a little bit of time there. He gained about 400s, a little less than 400s of a second from the last sector to that sector there. So he is still currently up on that 355.7. We'll remain on board here for a moment. I believe Jaeger is taking back over here in the booth as well for stint number 8. I believe that's when all of our very anxiously awaiting patrons of the IRO organization in chat have been waiting for their glorious performance from the karaoke stylings. So the Jaegeroki stylings, pardon me. So stint number 8 is when the show will commence. When in stint number 8 is to be determined by, of course, the man himself, but coming soon will be the musical stylings of our broadcaster in stint number 8. Are we excited? Oh, I know we're excited. Jack is so excited. So Jake is doing a great job in behind as well, and just staying right there, just in behind, keeping him right there in eyesight. It's not close enough to really take advantage, you know, slipstream or save a little fuel, maybe gain a little extra free pace on the racetrack in behind the number 5 car, but he definitely not let this car get out of his reach by any stretch of the imagination. As we head through the portion curve, it's all about commitment, holding pace and speed here, making sure you get the turn-ins at the right moment in the car, knowing exactly when to get on it and how early you can get on it. And that's a great lap right there coming from Mosh. We're going to jump back out to our camera crew here because potential improvement on that fast lap coming here as he comes through. So little wiggle on the exit there that may have just cost him. May have just cost him 3/10 off there as he comes through. So that definitely was probably just enough to cost him that potential improvement on the fast lap there, but still would not have been the fastest lap of the overall race, which I believe is still owned by the number 5 team. But you know, every driver probably wants the bragging right of holding that. I mean, who doesn't, right? Who doesn't? Under 17 seconds now, the gap between the 764 Sector 7 car and the number 5 Sector 7 car. So number 5 car is definitely closing the distance. Does he get it done before the end of the stint? I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless something bigger happens to the 764 car. I don't think we're going to see that dramatic of a change, but we're definitely going to see that gap tighten up before we hand it over to Jaeger for sure. Ooh, that sun is bright coming right there. Can imagine how bright that is in the cockpit of these racing cars at this point now. Visual references, a little blinding light coming through some of the corners here. Could be a little difficult to catch your point of reference. Alright, looking for something to home in on here, but there's not a whole lot going on here right now. It's very quiet on the racetrack here in the French countryside in the early morning hours as the drivers continue to whisper themselves around the racetrack on their semi-fresh and worn-out racing tires as the fuel scents up the outer edges and gets into this wind and moves its way across the countryside. Kids sleeping wake up to sounds of engines off in the distance roaring as it goes through their local neighborhoods. It's Le Mans weekend. Does it get any better than tradition? I don't think so. I don't think so. Macho is insane, I know, right? He's just absolutely cruising. It was 356 late, high 356, maybe even low 357 there. There was nothing to see there as far as fastest lap went, so we just decided to continue through. And that's about where we're probably going to end up here before the end of the stint, is we're just going to be kind of flipping through. I think this race is starting to, will start to change here though now as we progress through stint number 8 and 9. I think we're going to see the pace pick up, obviously, of the races. Now, again, the sun is coming up and the drivers can visually see their points of references and things that they're normally used to seeing that you can't see in the dark. There's less hindrance in a sense, and because the weather's supposed to stay just absolutely key for the races here this weekend, we're definitely going to see the pace improve. I don't think that we've necessarily seen the fastest lap of the overall race here yet this weekend. I think there's potential to see that come down yet. Under racing conditions, because now obviously with the sun coming out, that means the track's going to start to heat back up. It's going to start to get into at some point an optimal track condition where everything just absolutely melts together and works beautifully and the cars are at their fastest. And I think it's at that point in the remainder of our race that we're going to see the limits of times around Le Mans and racing conditions be pushed here this year for sure. We've seen 354 in qualifying from that number 45 car driven by Mehdi Hafidi, so I mean, there's definitely drivers that can push the ultimate limits around this racetrack. 354, you heard me correctly. It's absolutely an insane pace around this racetrack. I mean, we're seeing 355s from some of these drivers. It's really consistent. See 354 is just wow. I mean, wow. That's just so fast. Yes, number 3 car now officially a lap down here as well, so only top 2 drivers here now on the lead lap of this race. Could we see a 350? I will shave my head bald if we see a 350 in racing conditions, and I will do it live on stream. How about that? You heard me, drivers. Need his all for that.
Well, hopefully for me he doesn't show up on the racetrack then today, right?
Alright, so we're going to see the race leader pit at the end of lap 30, so we are 3 laps remaining by the 44 GTR before we see that driver swap sequence here. So we're roughly about 12 minutes away from seeing the first of our driver swaps take place. At 353 that says. I thought it said 350. Offer still stands. .353 is definitely achievable as well. I mean, it's not impossible, so makes things a little more interesting all of a sudden, doesn't it? Ooh, a live head shaving on the line. Ooh, push it, boys, push it. Nice house second track compounded there for a number 11 car. You gotta love it. I mean, track officials are ruthless here. Keeping that in mind. May seem like they're nice, but they're not nice. They like to hand penalties out like they're candy. Tell them about the offer. Challenge accepted. We've seen challenges accepted by the racers in IRO already in its very short lifespan. I mean, you can't have a good hard endurance IRO championship without some kind of commentator challenge out there. I'm not a singer. You'll never get a challenge for a song out of me, but I'm willing to do other crazy stuff, like shave my head live on stream. I mean, it's hair. I won't be devastated over having a bald head for a few days. It's always for a good cause. .2 seconds, number 5 to the number 764. 9 seconds now separating the 5 and the number 20 here as well. So the number 5 has definitely kicked it into high gear here as we draw towards the end of stint number 7.
I mean, there's 3 laps to go, essentially, for both these drivers yet before they bring the cars into their respective paddocks, or pit boxes, I mean. So
there is time. There is time here potentially for number 5 to come into pit lane or into driver swap, potentially up a position from where they are currently. Be interesting to see what happens here, for sure. This is a cat and mouse or a Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner situation here, where the 64 is currently the Roadrunner running away from the Coyote chasing, which is this guy right here. But the Coyote is smart and clever and cunning and isn't going to make the similar mistakes that they would typically see. So it'll be interesting to see. We're keeping our eye on it. I mean, it's the closest thing we have to a battle currently right now on the racetrack, so we'll keep a close eye on it. .5 a.m. in Ireland, still going strong.
something to go Malcolm Superheroes. There we go.
I mean, I think the biggest key here is going to try and stay out of them suds for as long as possible, most likely. Am I right or am I right? I mean, it's early in the morning right now. It's easy to stay away from them this early in the morning, but you know, when the race starts progressing near the afternoon hours, it might get a little difficult to refrain yourself from getting a little rehydrated, you know? Just gotta be careful. You gotta balance it, you'll be fine. I don't think Jake is close enough to really make an impact on this chase from number 5 to the 4th place driver right now. I think he's a little off pace compared to Macho right now in 5th place. I don't think Jake is, from Project 1 Racing, is really going to make too much of an impact here as far as this 4th place battle goes. Before the end of the stint, that 1.5 second penalty is definitely not helping the number 5's cause out at all. So that's going to cost him a good heavy 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds on the 764 car. So that doesn't kill the potential to gain that position before the driver swap, but it definitely doesn't help it. That's for sure. Doesn't help it. It's also going to be a free gain here for the 20 car as well. So a win for those around the number 5 car, but not such a win for the number 5 car there, as he had the potential to get that position here yet before the end of the driver's stint. So we're on lap 29 here from our second place team, which is, where is our first place team? First place team is going to be starting the final lap here before they come in for driver swap. So we're going to have to kind of keep an eye on that. And an eye on this. Ooh. Definitely a hard push coming from that Lexus right now, the number 5 Lexus here this weekend, as well as you can really see the attitude of that car showing that push. And a big old penalty is going to throw that down to 6+ second gap now to the 764 Aston Martin in front. But we've been seeing the number 5 quickly closing in on that Aston Martin here at the dire part of this driver swap stint, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as our race leader is just coming around to start their final lap of this driver's stint, and they found themselves just in behind the 69 BMW there, which is immediately just going to give way on the inside heading into turns 1 and 2. And a very easy transition there for the 44 car. A little bouncy, but an easy transition nonetheless. Alright, so where is our Dodge Viper in comparison here? Still has a little ways to go before they're on their driver swap lap, and we're just starting lap number 29 here from our lap down cars from our third place drivers. So there's still potential here. There's still potential for the 5 to come out into position up one more where they're at right now. Got to keep it clean and keep it in the track limits, however, though, if you want to get it done. That is the key. It's always the key here at Le Mans. And I don't joke when I say the track officials don't mess around. And what I find here, too, is if you continually get the same infraction repeatedly in the same corner, it seems like the penalties start to get more stingent as well. If you've been getting a half second, say you do it 4 times, you get a half second those 4 times, and all of a sudden the 5th time you get a second. So it's like it adapts to the fact that, alright, you know what, we've told you like 4 times to quit doing that, and you ain't listening, so now we're going to make you pay attention, right? It almost seems like what the game does, so you do have to be careful, and it seems like the game remembers sometimes, right? Oh, this guy again, yeah, he's going to cut this corner, really watch him here, you know? So, yeah, you really do need to try and keep it within the track limits of Le Mans, because it does seem like if you are a repeat offender, they seem to make you pay for it a little worse. It's just what it seems like. I could be absolutely crazy, but I don't think so. Maybe just a little bit, but not a whole lot of it. Alright, 4.8 seconds is the gap here. We're on 29 of 31, but we're going to see these drivers pit at the end of lap 30. So we are just about at the halfway point around the racetrack here, and I mean the separation is only 4 seconds, so alright, we're in there at the part of the racetrack. I'm trying to keep my eyes on where the driver swappers are, because they're definitely gonna, obviously we're gonna follow them into pit lane as they start to get that driver swap sequence underway here. So the race leader now coming into pit lane here, and he does not crash. No, where it looks like he crashes every time he comes in there. That looked like a good one too, just a nose on right in the pit wall. That would have been full out toasted car damage right there too. That's definitely not what happened. That's just a net coating. Net coating trying to give everybody a false scare. Ooh, half-second penalty here for the 764 car as they get around to start their final lap of this driver stint here. So that's interesting, as Macho is now within 3 seconds as well. So it's going to be very close coming in towards pit entry here between the two team cars there for sure. Alright, so our number 1 Dodge Viper here, the Overboost Racing team in second place currently, is just about to enter in for their driver swap here as well. So we will start to see that transitional screen pop up on the stream, which we just see popping up on the stream there. And at some point we will head over to Jaeger, who will take over for stint number 8, and then we will be back in stint number 9. So appreciate everybody hanging out with me for the last couple hours, and we'll continue to send us around the racetrack here until Jaeger takes over. Don't forget to like and share if you're enjoying the content and you haven't done so already. A couple free things you can do to help the International Racing Organization grow and reach more racers and more great high caliber racing teams to get on track. So we appreciate everybody, we love you all, and hope everybody's been enjoying the race here so far this weekend as well.
Penalty is definitely a big difference maker here at this point right now in the lap, and it's going to very much so interfere with when the number 11 car is coming in for their driver swap sequence here, I believe. So this should be very interesting. We should be able to get both in. All depends on what happens here. Oops, that's totally the wrong spot.
And there it is, the pass being made by the number 5 car as they entered the Porsche curves there. And we were just able to sneak that in, so there we go. The number 11 car is in. We'll tag that, see if we can catch a nice little replay here. Oh, super wide entry right there from Macho as he comes, super wide exit, pardon me, as he comes out there, and oof, 1.5 seconds there. As he comes into pit lane there, very close in behind is that 764 car. So let's go see if we can re-watch that one more time. Right at the end of the driver swap stint there. 4P4, the number 5 car, just gets it done. So it was a great drive there by Macho Monkey. and the Sector 7 Lexus there. Oh, we missed our number 20 Aston Martin coming in here. So now on with our number 3 Lexus of the Grid Life Racing team here. They are just entering Porsche curves and will be in their pit run for driver swap here in about 10-15 seconds time from now. Number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here now will be next to come in to start their driver swap transition as they come around the track here as well. We'll see them take that hard pit lane, hard on the brakes, and get ready to make this crazy chicane to get into the entry here. It is not an easy one. That takes us down to the 35 last minute Loose Moose Racing right the first time. Aston Martin just entering the Porsche curves here, so just a few more seconds for them as well before they are making their entry into pit lane, of course, and their respective machinery over here as well.
Alright, we are back with stint number 8 on the full screen mode. Oh, thank you, GT45 Gaming. Stint number 7, not much racing action going on still. Great coverage of that one, and yeah, we saw towards the end of that stint an overtake for the number 5, but during the driver swap it's the 764 that got in front again, so maybe they didn't change tires, so got a little bit of an advantage currently. Probably not for long. That number 5 Lexus is charging, doing an early onboard in the outlap. See 1.3, 1.4 seconds that gap. Heading into Indianapolis. The question in chat, Tim, penalties on last lap don't hurt the driver. Yeah, it's still a bit of a grey area, I'd say. So there was definitely an advantage for Macho Monkey. They're extending the track limits, but for now there is no additional penalty. So if you head into the pits for the driver swap with a penalty that's being voided at the moment, maybe something to look at for the admins and stewards for the upcoming races or next season, if there might be a penalty applied. So current ruling is it's ignored, but I'm with you, the six-hander as well. Probably not the perfect way how it's being handled at the moment. And a great run for pole sitter in the number 5 now, right behind a higher place in the Boomers Sector 7 Racing Aston Martin into the Dunlop chicane. You go early upshift, third gear, stop that wheel spin. It's half a second now. approaching Tetre Rouge. Bit of a lift needed. But now gaining the time, sitting in the slipstream. It looks like a massive run for the Lexus, gaining in that slipstream. Going for the move now. A higher place not fighting that move at all. Both Sector 7 racing cars, of course. Different teams though. And the comeback drive continues for the number 5 up to P4 now. They might get a bump. Yep, down the straight, a little bit of extra speed. And looking at the gap to P3, that's 16-17 seconds for now. So I was mentioning in chat earlier, podium is still possible and quite likely to happen now, to be brutally honest, for the number 5 car. I mean, before we entered the night, they were running in P11 outside of the top 10. They had a rough start to the race with damage on multiple occasions, a disconnect on a stint as well. And with all those setbacks, they are now running P4 and having a realistic chance of a podium finish with just under 10 hours of racing to go in this one. So let's have a quick run down the order. So 2 minutes between the 44 Kaza now driving that Nissan GTR, P2 Valsa Lenta for Overboost Racing Team. The Viper going strong. P3 a lap down, so we have 2 cars on the lead lap currently with Esports Race Asylum and the Overboost Racing Team. Then Project Platypus, WAC Champs are driving that number 11 BMW M6. Through the 4 chicanes they go, and first lap time, it's a 4:02, 4:19 to be precise. So we saw that a battle already between pole sitter in the number 5 Lexus and a higher place in the 764 Aston Martin. A great run for pole sitter through the 4 chicanes, a higher place lost some time. Then in P6 we have Project 1 Racing, Archivert GT aka Chris, 7 seconds. That gap for the number 20 machine, the next Aston Martin on the grid. P7 we have the green machine, the number 3 Lexus for Grid Live Racing, Paymay. Now driving the car again. A minute plus though the gap to P6. P8, it's the 45 last minute racing Nissan GTR Yanis on the second stint. We just had an overtake, or about to see an overtake, between the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin and the 66 Nissan GTR for the GT Finland racers. Yali versus CTRK. Not sure who is quicker at the moment. We just had an outlap currently, but looking at the cornering speed, that GTR might have the advantage for now. So yeah, diving down the inside before the 4 chicanes, and Yeli completes that move. Quick spoiler alert, maybe. Yeli is running on the softs, while CTRK starting on the medium tire compound for this driver stint. And for those new, the racing medium tire compound is mandatory for every driver stint. For all of the drivers, the go-to strategy was 17-18 laps on mediums, and then the rest on the racing softs with a bit of a lighter car towards the end of that stint. It is Yeli in that GTR doing the opposite, starting on the softs, trying to build a gap maybe, and to the 35. So P11. We have the AHR BMW, the 69 machine with lemons, and driving right behind the Project Platypus BMW. So they're a lap down. Looks like they have the pace. Oh! And Whack Champs missed the 4 chicane by a country mile. Let's have a look at this situation. Opened up the steering and then got a reset. Oh no! The game decided, no, you are not cutting that chicane. Well, that lost them quite some time, and yeah, just 10 seconds, or under 10 seconds, the gap to P4. We'll go back to that one, of course. So we're just running with the 69 in P11 and P12. We have Mikugar, the Sector 7 racing team, in the AMG, the 64 car. Kaz driving, and the 77 BMW Race Asylum Black is also running on the track now. So we have a look at the gap. P4, P3, that's currently 10 seconds. So that reset definitely cost some time. See the lap time 4:06.9. That's an easy 5-second time loss with that reset. The drivers at the front roughly running the same lap time, so still around about 2 minutes. The gap for the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR. We focus on this upcoming battle, I guess. Whack Champs for Project Platypus, the E11 BMW versus Pole Sitter in the number 5 Lexus. E5, it's the second Sector 7 racing car, the Boomer Mobile. It's the Martin number 764. Project 1 Racing, then in the number 20 Aston Martin V12 Advantage with Archivert GT, keeping that gap at 7.5 roughly. May in the number 3, starting with 401s, 402s, now upping the pace, trying to get to a sub 4 minute on this lap. Yes, 11.6 seconds and currently gained a little bit of time to the car in front. Yeli currently with the fastest lap of the stint on his racing soft tires. Purple again. At the overtake. Opened up the gap to CTRK and the 35 car, so 35 not within that slipstream range at this stage. And then we have a look at pole sitter, not bringing that gap down currently with whack champs for Project Platypus. A 1 second penalty. That's gonna hurt, definitely. So, people, I think we are getting ready now for a little bit of the long-awaited Eagle Rookie time. So let me just prepare my stuff here. Well, this one. Are you ready for a little bit of singing? The early morning here. It's nearly 6:30 my time, so getting the blood pumping again. So this event's tune will be a song called Hangover, originally performed by the artist Tayo Cruz, but I will be going more with the Ailstorm Pirate Party metal cover version of that one. So let's hope that I can smash it once again out of the window. Yo, it's time. Exactly. So, hope you're all ready. If not, you might want to mute the stream now for the next 2.5 to 3 minutes. So, last chance. Hangover. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The Hangover. Whoa, been drinking too much for sure. I got a hangover. Whoa, I got an empty cup. Pour me some more, so I can go until they close up. Hey, and I can drink until I throw up. Hey, and I don't ever want to grow up. Hey, I wanna keep it going, keep it going, go, go. Oh, whoa, whoa, I I got a little bit trashed last night. I got a little bit wasted. Yeah, I got a little bit mushed last night. I got a little shit-faced it. Yeah. Whoa, I'm on a ship. Whoa, if you don't know. Whoa. Well, now you know. Whoa. I got a hangover. Whoa, I've been drinking too much for sure. I got a hangover. Whoa, I got an empty cup. Pour me some more so I can go until they close up. Hey, and I can drink until I throw up. Hey, and I don't ever want to grow up. Hey, I wanna keep it going, keep it going. Come on. Whoa. Got a hangover. Whoa, I've been drinking too much for sure. I got a hangover. Whoa, I got an empty cup. Pour me some more so I can go until they close up. Hey, and I can drink until I throw up. Hey, and I don't ever want to grow up. Hey, I wanna keep it going, keep it going, wanna keep it going, keep it going. I got a hangover. Whoa, I've been drinking too much for sure. I got a hangover. Whoa, I got an empty cup. Pour me some more so I can go until they close up. Hey, and I can drink until I throw up. Hey, and I don't ever want to grow up. Hey, I wanna keep it going, keep it going. Come on, get pissed. So, another one of the most famous Jägerokis done for this one, and we missed the overtake here by a high place on pole sitter, by the way. It's not delirious, no, it's just I don't know, a long day so far. Made it through the night, and we can continue with the race. And it was beautiful. I know it was like the most beautiful song ever you probably listened to. Just catching up with the history. At the golden buzzer. Nice. So it took me straight into the final. What's that one? The Eurovision. Come on. That's lovely. Lovely. Well done. Thank you. I know, so show your love, show those hearts in the chat. Party with me, say 100% every 24 hours is a Jägeroki race. You know it, I know it. And now that's out of the way, we can put the focus back onto the racing action, where a three-way battle for P number 3 might be happening very soon. The gap between P3 and P4 just under 5 seconds now. And the number 5 car in P5 also not too far behind, within a second currently.
Check, that's the highlight. I know. Well, so I think that we're staying with a higher place. But now we see the gap. 2 WEC champs and pole sitter. Down the straight it looks like. The BMW is quite quick, so the gap not coming down. Will the 2 Sector 7 cars use the bump draft technique? The bump might be incoming now. Nope. We see the indicators. Yellow flag? Who's that? What happened? I immediately pressed save replay, but I didn't see who had an issue. So we have to go through the grid and if we can see something. Was that the 69 BMW? They were close. Oh, just sorry for that. But we need to see if we can find a car with damage or an issue somewhere. For now, I don't see anyone with damage. Maybe just an off track. So I can't see any damage. So that's why we continue with the live racing action. Gaining a little bit. Again, 4.4, 4.5. Roughly the 11 got past the 69 car. Should have no disturbance through the portrait curves. The game once more. I don't think the game listens to my singing. It's just chat. And you never know. The eyes and ears of Polyphony Digital and Casanori are all everywhere and always looking at you, spying on you. So we don't know. Personal best for pole sitter last time around at 59.1. WEC champs with a format flat, so gained a second. And towing along his teammate in P5. So quick look at the other cars. The 20 for Project 1 Racing in P6 10 seconds. That guy 4 minutes for Archivert GT. It is. Paymay for the number 3 and Yanis for the 45. I think Yanis gained roughly 2 seconds since the pit stop. So under 10 seconds now, that gap. Yali in the 66 car, currently the quickest driver on the track, using the racing softs though, compared to all of the other drivers that are running with the mediums. another blue flag situation happening. Okay, so can Lemons go for the unlapping move? I'm pretty sure lap 7, look at the lap time, Lemons, something happened. So I pressed replay. So should we go for the long replay version? Lemons, was there a cause for that yellow flag? Oh, here we go. That's it. A little spin, but no damage. Just a time loss. So here we go. We found it. We found it. Detective Jaeger once again. With the clue, with the lap time on lap 7 was very suspicious. So, mystery solved. We continue. It looks like Lemons got the pace. But that's a car that's being down the lap. That unlapping move needs to be very clean. And then, of course, they need to open up a gap within the next couple of minutes to keep that position in front of the other car. If not, then they have to slow down again and maybe play that game over and over again. There are more blue flags incoming for the 69. That is a higher place than pole sitter. They're also swapping positions like crazy. And this looked like a penalty for the number 5 car. They no 2 seconds behind the 764. And the Boomer Mobile gained on Project Platypus in P3. So that's 69. AHR BMW sitting in between P3 and P4 now. And that trend currently says this Aston Martin is very fast. That half-second penalty, yes, it's a bit annoying, but won't be losing that much time in the overall scheme. It will bring back a pole sitter into the slipstream range if they keep it clean on this lap. And Chris for Project 1 racing in P6, 8 seconds. And improving now, car getting lighter a little bit. So into the 359s for the number 20. What's the gap between Paymay and Yanis? 10 seconds, so Paymay now up to pace. Yanis was catching a little bit. And how long can Yeli run on the racing softs? For Stint. Lap 13, lap 14, I'd reckon. We might see the swap to the mediums. CTRK for Loose Moose Racing. 9.5 seconds. That gap. Consecutive 359s. Currently, good pace in that Aston Martin. Lemons with another half-second penalty. And he sees the Sector 7 racing cars now in his mirror. Also gets the blue flag warning. And still has a little gap. So the blue flags are showing very early in game. He doesn't have to yield immediately. But as soon as the cars behind are getting within 2 seconds roughly, then the blue flag signal should be respected, and in the next blue flag zone we should see the overtake happening. 64 car, a minute 19 to P11, that's a huge gap at the moment. And 64 are also using the racing softs currently. In P13 it is JP, the Race Asylum VR driver and livery creator for the team. So racing in his own livery. And another one of his creations leading that race, the 44. 2 minutes and 3 seconds. But it was a bit of a shocking lap for Valsalenta in the number 1 Viper. And last time round, 4 minutes 3. That's probably why we went over the 2 minute mark between P1 and P2 currently. Down to 2.5 between P3 and P4. Also that 69 BMW closed the gap. Will they go for a move now? So if they can close the gap, they arguably have the pace advantage. So can they make a clean move? So not into Mulsanne corner. Maybe before Indianapolis. It might be a risky one. I really don't want to make contact with the car in front if you're a lap down. So that's why he's staying behind. Let's have a look at the 2 Sector 7 racing cars. Joining forces again to bring that gap down. Under 2 seconds would be the next step, I reckon. They're on their way into the Porsche curves. We go. Bit of a wide entry for the number 11. Or not the ideal line. Gets a good run. Very wide exit at karting. Was it too wide? Yes, it was half a second penalty for the 11. And under 2 seconds, that gap. Oh, this will get spicy. Oh, penalty zone at the end of the lap after Anage approaching the Porsche curve, so still like 3 minutes before the penalty zone. So can WEC Champs keep that gap? This is still the golden opportunity for Lemons in the 69 BMW to do the unlapping move. A good run out of Tetre Rouge for the 11. Up to 2 seconds again. The gap, and the Sector 7 Racing cars losing 3/10 down the straight. A different aero setup, I guess. Running a bit more downforce by the looks of it. Will help them for the Porsche curves, definitely. And also Indianapolis Anage. Those long straights. Not so much. I reckon 2.2 is still a good exit for the two Sector 7 racing cars, bringing that gap down to 2 seconds and maybe under 2 seconds. Yeah, just about. Oh, it's an up and down in this lap between the cars. Whoa, both BMWs! What a slide. What a moment it was. .2. Pole sitter with the run. Getting into the lead for the chase group again. So P4 for the number 5. Under 2 seconds again. So now WEC Champs has to serve the penalty that half second. The 69 will get that free move, that overtake, and the gap to the cars behind will be roughly a second. So here we go. 3 cars fighting for that P3. The heat is on. Let's yeah, what a drive, and it's not over. Oh, again, white line for WEC Champs. Got away with it by the looks of it. Pole sitter is pushing now, getting down to half a second. Good news for the number 11 is they will get a little bit of plateau down the straight if they can stay close enough to the 69 BMW. Holted with the run now. Gets the strong part of the slipstream now. Approaching the first chicane. Down the Mulsanne straight. Will we see the sand? Oh, he's going for it. Late move. Side by side we go, and 11 backing out of it, but a wide line for pole sitter. Was it too wide? Let's wait and see. Stayed within the track limits. And we see the Boomers Mobile P5 also trying to go for a move on the number 11. Maybe Whack Champs with the opportunity to get back into P3. We have now a crazy close situation approaching Mulsanne corner. Pole sitter keeps P3 for now. P4 for Whack Champs in the Project Platypus BMW, and a higher place in the Sector 7 Racing Boomers Aston Martin. The run into the Indianapolis was going defensive, not opening up the inside line. There's an opening for higher place now. It wasn't close enough. Indianapolis wide line for the BMW. Still covers the inside, and no room for the Aston. Ooh, pole sitter with a mighty wiggle. Nearly lost the car out of Arnage. Goes very defensive now. Here we go, I think. There's pole sitter, gets a bump before the Porsche curves. Oh, it's side by side between the two cars at a higher place. Got that move done for now, at least. We'll see, is half a second clear now. We'll definitely go and watch that replay. Just wait for the end of that lap. See, it's 6:10, so don't expect any overtake. Start of the lap, so let's see that move once again. There was a little bump shaft for pole sitter, and then they go side by side into the Porsche curves, and a higher place with the overtake. You don't really see that too often. So now a new order is the number 5 car up to P3, the 764 in P4 and the 11 in P5, and a gap already opening between P4 and P5, 1.1 currently. That little bit of fighting also helped Project 1 Racing. Last time I checked, it was 7.5 seconds, 3.4 now. We go further down the order and see if any of those gaps did change. Doesn't look like. Pei Mei in the number 3 versus Yanis in the 45. Still around about 10 seconds. Yeli in after 12 laps of racing on those softs. Going on to the mediums, I reckon. So the 35 car will move up one position. P9 it is. Here comes the 66. So they will keep that P10. 2 minutes the gap to the 69 car. Still the blue flags are showing, but the 69 BMW 11s with some good pace. Basically the same pace as P3 and P4. So don't need to slow down at this stage. Again, everyone a bit wide here at Indianapolis. And it looks like the 11 now dropping out of that slipstream range, 1.6. Currently, Chris for the P1R team still gaining under 3 seconds now. But a good Porsche curves for WAC champs coming out of karting and is back in the slipstream, just about, though. So this isn't over yet. You can't rely on the two Sector 7 racing cars fighting each other. Though, and 1.7, 1.8 again. The Ford chicanes. Again, a bit of a struggle with the BMW for WAC champs at least. So nearly up to 2 seconds, while that gap comes down to less than 2 seconds to Project One Racing, the 20 Aston Martin, and what a run it is. First sector. Pretty sure Chris has now the Jaws theme in his head. Da-dum. Da-dum. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. He is pushing. He wants to get into the slipstream now. 1.5. So the BMW without any assist down the straight. Now 2 seconds the gap to the 2 Sector 7 racing cars. And needs to have a good exit out of the first chicane down the Mulsanne straight. It was okay. Keeps that 1.6 second gap roughly. Chris lost a little bit of time. A tenth or two, maybe. The entry of the Michelin chicane coming out of it. A good run. 1.6, 1.5, better exit. Can he creep into the slipstream range now? 1.4. He should get a little bit of a toe now. But let's right on board with the 20. Didn't get the apex to Indianapolis. Lost a little bit of time. Still on a personal best. Now needs to nail the Anage corner. That was okay, I think. Gets some good traction out of that Aston Martin. Less than a second now. Oh, and Perry teasing. The last 4 stints are getting to be ones to watch. Okay. Here we go. Fueling the hype for next one. Yeah, maybe Melvin driving another stint. I reckon Seco will be doing one as well. BX Royal was quick on his stint. So I think there's a strong lineup ready for Project Platypus for those final stints. Will we see the move now? Not the best Tete Rouge for Project 1 Racing. Lost some time. Maybe the dirty air. Couldn't get onto the power as early. And on the opposite, Wag Shams with a great run, gaining on a higher place into the slipstream. A higher place had a moment, lost contact to his teammate Pole Sitter. 2.2 seconds now. Do we have 3 cars fighting for P4 now? 7, 6, 4, the 11 and the 20. All on the same strategy. Oh, that wasn't a good exit out of Michelin chicane. And on top, it's a penalty. A bit too deep, off track. Poor exit. He loses that position, so that didn't go to plan at all. They go side by side to Mulsanne corner for the king at least. And Chris up by position. P5. Now 1.8. The gap to the Boomers. So we go through the grid once again from top to bottom, see the gaps for all of those who are joining us again after a nice little bit of sleep, hopefully, for all of you. So the 44 still leading this race, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Kaza currently behind the wheel for the esports Race Asylum team. Then the number 1 Viper running in P2. See Valsalenta and driving that car. P3 for the comeback team. Our championship leaders on a podium position as it stands now, with less than 9 hours to go. So a great night for the number 5 car. Went up the order. We are running with this little group. This 764 Aston Martin 457 Racing, the Boomers in P4, Project 1 Racing, the number 20 Aston Martin in P5. Then a little gap to Project Platypus, so they put on a strong fight against the Sector 7 racing cars and also the Project 1 racing car, currently in P6. The gap is still okay, not too big. And then we are getting closer to the scheduled pit stops. P7. We have the number 3, Paymay. Gained now 3 seconds on the 45. Last minute racing with Yannis. Currently driving. Another 30 seconds roughly to Loose Moose Racing, the 35 Aston Martin CTRK on duty. P10 for the 66 GT Finland Racers. 54 minutes. They already did a pit stop. They started on softs, now running in the mediums. So after that pit stop, that gap will be... Will it be existed at all? Very close, I think, between P9 and P10. And 11th for Apex Hunter Racing in the 69 BMW. A minute the gap to P10 and 2 minutes 27 to the 64 Mikugar AMG for Sector 7 Racing in P12. And in P13 it is the 77 Race Asylum Black BMW with the JP driving. All of you wondering why we only have 13 cars running. The 14th team, Eric's Racing, they couldn't make that race at all. So unfortunately just 13 cars. And in the distance, what's going on? Old Sitter with a mistake, so a higher place right behind them. And with that penalty, we see another position change between the two Sector 7 racing teams. The Boomers will take that podium spot again. So the esports team tucks in behind P4. Gives P1R also the opportunity. Yeah, they have the slipstream. Nearly touched the wall, or did he touch the wall? I think he lost a little bit of momentum. Rudy Porsche curves, 1.3 still. Important final sector for the 20. Needs to nail those 4 chicanes. Decent run. 1.4 the gap and gaining. Heading into the Dunlop chicane. This is really, really exciting to see P3, 4 and 5 and being that close. The two Sector 7 racing cars, 7 advantage. They can work as a team. As long as you keep it clean and avoid the track limit penalties. So here we go down the Mulsanne And Aston Martin losing time even with the slipstream assist. So that's teamwork now between the two drivers. Also with a better exit out of the Daytona chicane. The decision, bump draft or slingshot. Past the teammate. It's a slingshot. Feels like it's the better option. You see that Accurate, aka Chris, is really pushing. He wants to get closer. Under a second would be probably his next goal. Another half-second penalty though for one of the drivers. That's also the story of this stint so far, everyone getting those track limit penalties. And if the gaps stay like this, then this will split the two Sector 7 racing cars heading into the Porsche curves. So less than a second into Indianapolis. Not the best exit for the 20. So now, can they go for the move? It will be close, I reckon. Ohio Place not covering the inside. Now a late move to cover the inside line. So he stays in front of the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. Just giving pole sitter a little gap again, 1.3 seconds. Oh, this is extremely close racing. While we see Kaza, the leader, pitting, getting rid of the mediums, using the softs. And will we see a pit stop happening? It's the 764. Oh, that could be a penalty for track limits on that pit entry for the Aston Martin. Not sure. We also see the Project Platypus 11 into pit lane. The Kesa using the softs. So 1.3, 1.4 separating P3 and P4 now. We'll keep an eye on the Boomer mobile. So getting the fuel in. We will see the soft tires, pretty sure about that. But will we see a penalty appearing when they leave the pits? Yeah, 3 seconds, so oof, a bummer for the Boomers. That's 3 seconds, that's gonna hurt like crazy. So they will be out of that fight for the podium position for the rest of the stint, I reckon, with that penalty. While we see the gap between P3 and P4, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5 now. Blue flags to 77, moving out of the way, letting the number 5 go through. What about the 20? No, it tuck in behind number 5 for now. So there are blue flags showing. And the straight before Indianapolis would be an ideal opportunity to move out of the way. We don't see any flashes at the moment, so the car behind, they can use their headlights with the flashes to indicate the car in front. Hey, come on, buddy. Get out of the way. Blue flags, blue flags. It's a second. I think now it's a perfect opportunity. Blue flag zone. JP moving out of the way. And a... Oh, not yet. Oh! Contact! No! That... A little scare. Probably. So less than a second between the two, and probably both will be pitting this lap. So out of karting, both keep it clean, steady, no penalty. Into the pits. It is for the 5 and the 20. So they will continue with that battle after the pit stop. A tiny bit of fuel advantage for the number 5 car. Oh, High Blades served that 3-second penalty and lost probably up to 5 seconds. We see the fuel and pole sitter should be leaving the pits before. Oh, a little bit of short fueling for the Aston Martin, and they got the undercut in the pits. They're going side by side into the Dunlop chicane. Oh, that was close. Even with that 3-second penalty, I didn't expect to see the 7.64 Aston Martin being that close to pole sitter and Chris side by side. Pole sitter on the inside, a bit of a contact. They run wide, and that's the opportunity for a higher player's better exit out of Tetra Rouge. And he goes around and has a massive run. The run is too good. Cannot use the bump draft, but maybe gives his teammate a little bit of a tow, indeed, and then gets the bump draft himself. So into the Daytona chicane we go. 3 cars are reunited for that battle. So the reason for that undercut is the fuel level, definitely. Aston Martin for a higher place with the lowest amount of fuel. Pole sitter played it safe, I reckon. Yeah, indeed, what a battle for the podium. This has been raging on for the last 20 odd minutes, I don't know. We are neglecting the rest of the field a little bit, I know, but this is just too good to miss. So all of the other teams bear with us. This is an intense and great battle to watch. We will run down the order pretty soon, but we will stay with this three-way fight once again. You see Slipstream, you see side-by-side racing action between Chris and a higher place, and Chris on the inside. Can he make that move stick? No. It's the battle of the Aston Martins and the Boomers. They keep that position. Move out of the way now. So maybe they felt like there was contact. If it was, then great sportsmanship from the Canadian driver. So I pressed the marker to have a look. No, it was actually a penalty. So he got forced to slow down. That one still wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side racing. And then yet to serve the penalty, so still thank you for the replay. So another mystery solved. So then they are not like within 2/10 of each other, so let's quickly run us through the order once again. The 44 leading with 2 minutes and 4 seconds. The number 1 car in P2. So the only cars on the lead lap. Then we have this battle. The number 5 in P3, the number 20 in P4, and the number 764 in P5. P6 we have the 11 car running. Less than 10 seconds the gap. So without any traffic and fighting, can they close that gap? Again, P7 for the number 3. Another 15 seconds, then 2 the D45. Ooh, another natural incoming. 66 versus the 35. The 66 is on the racing mediums, while we have the 35 running on the racing softs now. Gets a good run out of an arch, approaching the Porsche curves. Using the inside line for the entry of the Porsche curves. Can they make it side by side? I think Yeli backing out of it. 66, so the 35 up to P9, the 66 down to P10. For now, it is for now. Another 2 minutes, then to the 69. BMW using them. The mediums again, so medium. Not sure if this was a mistake. P12 we have the 64 AMG, and P13 the 77 BMW. Alright, back to this one. crisp bump drafting, interesting. Nearly lost the car again. The exit of the final turn. A good opportunity again for the 20 Aston. But it looks like no fighting. Accurate trying to build a gap to a higher place. And working together with the number 5 car. New fastest lap of this stint. Last lap round for the 20 Aston Martin for Project 1 Racing. You see 2 seconds the gap to P5. Also with a good run out of the Daytona chicane. Can he do the same with that second chicane? Good entry, 7/10, 8/10, flying now in the Lexus. It's still close though between the two cars. We have a look. Yeli unable to keep up with CTRK. Currently the mediums versus the softs. It's 2 seconds, so back to P3 and P4. Good exit for the Aston Martin, and also out of Arnage. Getting the run maybe into the Porsche curves. Let's see. Less than 3/10 of a second. Not close enough, I think, to go for a move. No. Staying single file. 2.8 that gap. 2 the boomers. Looks like that P1R's plan isn't working. Building a little gap to the car behind. For now at least. And then maybe fight for the podium on the last couple of laps in driver stint number 8. This is like peak racing at the moment. So close between the two. Both teams had a disconnect in this event already and are fighting for that final podium position currently. So yeah, both had to do some hard work to bring that car towards the front of the grid. It shows you the pace within the teams. This wasn't the greatest exit and out of the Daytona chicane for pole sitter. Let's watch Archivert. No, indicating I'm not going for a move yet, but it's all good. We can work together. 3.4 seconds. It looks like a higher brace is struggling a little bit. Unable to keep up with the two in front. Now Chris going for the move into Mulsanne corner, inside line. A nice overtake. So that's probably worth a replay. Kinda textbook style. Nicely executed here from the Project 1 racing driver. So now leading in this group. Putting pole sitter maybe into a bit of a conflict. So work together with the 20 or fight them to allow their Sector 7 racing teammate to close the gap. We'll find out. It looks like the 20 wants to break free. That's 7/8 now. Coming out of karting. 7/10. A good run for pole sitter in the Lexus. Staying with the Aston. A good run. Let's have a little look. 11.7 seconds. Not gaining. It's the other opposite, losing for Project Platypus. P6 should be safe though. Still over a minute to Grid Life Racing in P7. Yanis for the 45 last minute racing crew staying in touch, so not letting the car in front drive away into the distance. At some point we will see Maddie in that car for the 45. the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, the 35 in P9, 26 seconds, roughly that gap to P8. And Yeli for the GT Finland racers in the 66 car, 4.5 seconds, so not losing that much time anymore on his mediums compared to the softs. Maybe towards the end of the stint. So if he can keep that gap. 58 for the 35 and a 59 for lap. 1.5 seconds per lap currently. And drivers in P11, 12 and 13 with a bigger gaps. So yeah, we go back to our racing action. Project 1 Racing unable to open up a bigger gap, at least, but that gap now 5 seconds between P4 and P5. So was there a mistake on that lap for the 764? .2 now, crucial couple of turns for both of the cars. Also needs to keep the distance, that gap as it is, doesn't or shouldn't get any bigger. It's 1.5 now, so that is about the maximum. It should be 1.6. For chicanes, not the best run, so opportunity for Project 1 Racing now. With that 1.7 seconds, they're outside of the slipstream range. Two seconds, an aggressive first sector. Nearly 2 seconds before that Rouge even more, carrying the speed. It looks like Chris is gone. At least for the time being. Fastest lap of the stint as well. One little track limit penalty can change the plans once again for the drivers. So let's show our race leaders for a little bit who haven't seen them that much during that stint because of the close racing action, that battle for P3. So Kaza lost a little bit compared to Valsalenta, still over 2 minutes. Looks like he's just managing that gap now, with very good sectors at the moment. So personal best incoming for the 44, even purple. What about the number 1? That's really consistent, the lap times. Last 5 laps since the pit stop. Also still close to the personal best. Ooh, we'll stay with Kaza. Not purple anymore, but a blue one, indicating personal best incoming. 3.5 tenths up. So 57 incoming. .58.0 as a disappointment. He was on track for 57. Still personal best 58.0. We see purple again for another driver. But then let's go on board. Viper action. Three tenth purple. Not purple. Boo. We'll still finish that lap with Valsalenta. .58.5. On the 20 now, 4-second gap pushing the Aston Martin. 3 57s in a row. This is the number 5. 58, 58, 59. Dropping a little bit in pace now. So the end of lap 31 is the target for the next driver swap again. Still a little bit of time. It looks like the hot battles have disappeared on the track. Currently it's now the main focus for the drivers to keep it clean, keep that car out of trouble, and finish the stint without any issues. Hand it over to the teammate for the next 2 hours. Lap times are slowly dropping for the 35. Consistency for the 66 with 4 minutes. Mid to low. Will we see a crossover point between the two tire compounds soon. We'll find out. We'll find out. Lemons in the one of the biggest no man's land gaps ever. 2 minutes and 7 seconds to P10 and 1 minute 50 to P12. The same goes for Cass, of course. That 1 minute 50 to P11, and what's the gap to P13? 10. Uh, 6 minutes 21. So 1.5 laps between P12 and P13. Where's our race leader on lap 28? What happened to the number one? Pepper lost 6 seconds since the last time we checked. So was it this lap? I don't see any damage. Maybe an off track somewhere. Let's have a look. Yeah, 4 minute and 5 incoming. A lap time for 6 even. Yeah, there was a mistake somewhere on this lap. Or on the Viper. Chris with the penalty, but also a 6 second gap to pole sitter behind. Another 4 seconds to the Boomers. No. Also, the best still possible for the drivers by the looks. Let's see the gap between P9 and P10, 7.5, so not coming down yet. Getting closer to the tire compounds being like equal on pace. Stay with that, and I think we'll have the next part ready. Time for me to prepare the swap sequence in the background. Jump back to our race leaders, lap 29, 3 more laps to go. The top 3 positions. 44 Esports Race Asylum, the number 1 Overboost Racing Team, and the number 20 Project 1 Racing. Also, breaking news. Breaking news just caught up with the Discord. And it's not the news you wanna have if you are the number 5 car. Unfortunately, the next driver missed the start of the race. So that means it is a full stint disconnect for that number 5 crew. So that will, I don't know, put them probably 8-9 minutes down compared to the leaders. So let's quickly have a look. What is this? So round about P11, I reckon. So what a tough event it is for the number 5. Oh yeah. Need to process now. This is so they had a massive comeback drive after those unlucky incidents for them. First 4 stints. And now with that mistake, the driver not in the lobby. That's harsh. That's a harsh one here. Still. Okay. So Kaiser on that penultimate lap as well. And a disclaimer, so we will be shortly switching the YouTube stream again to part 3. And as with the previous stint, so you don't have to do anything, just stay in here. You will be redirected automatically and to part 3 of our stream. I probably should get that ready as well. Just a quick run through the grid order before we head into the driver swap sequence. Nothing changed so far. The gap between P4 and P5 coming down again, 2.5 seconds it is. A battle within the Sector 7 racing organization. May versus Yanis also, that gap went up 22 seconds for now. And it is the 35 and the 66 now on equal pace. How it looks. Alright, so I think I will be switching the streams before we see the driver swap. So we'll be back less than a minute for part 3, where we race for the final 8 hours and see the checkered flag soon. So we'll be right back with part 3. But don't go anywhere. You will be redirected automatically. So 3, 2, 1.